have control over it. I get that. You're not feeling well. I understand that. But if it feels like you're going to throw up or something like that, you need to let your attorneys know when that feeling's coming on. Okay. Okay. Anything else?
Just one other issue. I'm not asking for the court to make a decision. Just started to think about it. I did contact Ms. Strobel, yesterday. She did confirm she has documentation that she visited on March 20th over WebEx. Our intent would be to call her just to verify that she had a visit, but not to go into the context of that visit and what it's about. I do not believe that would be a waiver of attorney-client privilege or open the door to you. And I'm just putting so that the court can consider this, and obviously the court's decision on the degree of waiver that would be is going to make an impact on whether or not we call Ms. Strobel or not.
Good morning, Crime Spies.
About this.
I'll be with you in a moment. Just wanted to get the streaming started.
Well, and I've been thinking about it, and here's what I can tell you. Because this is a
we will be watching
it's a first as far as I know, because of the COVID impact and because of WebEx, because prior to 2020 there was no WebEx at the jail. And then once COVID started, there was some.
Dr. Torres.
I might be inclined to allow testimony only that a visit occurred, for the simple reason that if this had been in 2019 and the issue had been raised and Mr. Young had come forward with the visitor log, it would have showed a visit. And I don't know that that necessarily would have waived attorney-client privilege. However, if there is any testimony that they found Gannon's body in Florida, I think that likely would, because it conveys two facts.
So,
number one, Gannon's not alive.
Just basically what
and number two, Gannon was found in Florida, which brings in all kinds of issues about, well, when was the last time that the defendant knew that he was alive?
Right when this started.
When was the last time, or where was Gannon the last time that the defendant saw him? So that may be an issue. It's not something I'm going to decide today. I know you'll want to have an opportunity to make a statement on it as well.
Well,
yeah,
I'll just
if
start
you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make a brief record about that.
Sure.
Stuff all
This whole thing comes up based on the questions of Dr. Moore, in which the defendant was notified that Gannon's body was found in Florida. The gist of the statement that the defendant gave to Dr. Moore, whether she knew about Gannon's body being in Florida yet or not, is not really material. The material part of that statement is that she said she was never in Florida.
Right.
That's the important part. The subsequent cross-examination from Mr. Cook says, hypothetically, what if her attorneys walked in, which led to that whole thing about a walk-in visit. The issue of a WebEx visit is really immaterial, and the relevance of the statement, again, is her denying having ever been in Florida where Gannon's body was found, and we've obviously heard testimony that she was in Florida, very close to the place that Gannon was found. So I think going into a position of potentially piercing attorney-client privilege opens up a huge problem potentially for this case, 35C issues potentially as well. And I think because of the issues that I just laid out, I think it would be not a good idea for us to allow that kind of testimony in this case, given the circumstances that we've got here. Obviously, you've got a decision to make as to whether you allow a late endorsement or not, but I did want to lay out that factual basis as to why it's really worth going down that path with as much danger and peril that it would pose to what we're doing here.
Well, and I'm glad that you raised the argument in that fashion, because some other factors that I was considering here were, number one, throw out the evidence that that potentially places the defendant in Florida at the time that this occurred. There's also evidence that she was in Florida on other occasions.
Exactly.
So to state, I've never been to Florida. I mean, a jury could disbelieve this trip thing after Gannon's disappearance and still believe that she was in Florida some other time. The other issue is that when Mr. Cook was attempting to state certain facts, and I said, you can't do that. And he asked the hypothetical, if she had been there, and if her attorneys had told her that Gannon's body was found in Florida, would it make a difference regarding your opinions in this case? And the witness said no. So I just have to weigh all that out.
And I understand what Mr. Ellis is saying. I get it. Our position would be more that we were inferring that there could have been an attorney visit before. And then the way that the redirect came across, that the log showed that it wasn't there.
Right.
It was
I know that.
It was an attempt to make us look like we had been, dishonest with the jury regarding that. And so it would be more of a correction of that as far as and I understand it may not be the most relevant thing of all, but because it appears now that we were, intentionally a possible attorney visit, that would just correct that aspect.
Yeah.
And it would be solely for that. And I agree, it's a little tangential. But that would be what it would certainly be.
Yeah. And do they have records of the time?
So we have that, Judge. So
Oh.
there was a WebEx visit. It was at,
Okay.
I think, 12:30-ish in the afternoon on March 20th. For purposes of laying out that timeline, the media started reporting on it at about 12:15-ish. I'm giving you
Okay.
both estimates here. Seems difficult to believe that they were able to get that information that quickly, get a WebEx set up, and then do all those things, but it could happen. The point, though, is still that Mr. Cook, I don't think he was intentionally trying to mislead the witness, but he still used specific words, which was, what if her attorneys walked in? That's the effect.
No.
And the other thing that it's verified that there was a WebEx visit by her attorneys at 12:30. The other possibility would just be a stipulation to them that her attorneys did have a WebEx visit at 12:30 on 3/20, and then there's nothing else other than that. And I think that would solve, the issue. But part of, the thing is that things are fluid,
Right.
and we're getting information and proceeding on it. And the time frame and how we're presenting the question is also different. Generally, generally it would be a walk-in visit. So if you're given information that there was a visit, and then the question is phrased that way because somehow I blocked disassociated that we get WebEx back. But so I don't think it was Mr. Cook doing that. But like I said, I think the judicial stipulation could solve all of the problems and not present some of the issues that we have. But I said, that's just something to think about.
I think it's something that everybody can think about over the weekend.
Yeah.
And obviously the other issue would be, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the witness's name. That was Dr. Moore. Dr. Moore, I don't know whether she has the date, but I don't know that she has the time. She must have, because it's been referenced in a lot of other questions. So there must be a time as to when she had this conversation with Ms. Stout. And again, it wasn't immediately obvious to me at that point in time whether or not that conversation would have occurred before the WebEx or not. But there's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. I think we can talk about it further on Monday. It's not a decision that has to be made now. It looks as though Ms. Stout is feeling better. So I think probably our time would be better used by moving forward with what we have, as opposed to debating what we might do.
Yeah.
And go from there.
Just to clear up your questions, though, about
Yes.
timing of everything. The WebEx visit on WebEx that day on March 20th was at 12:35. Dr. Moore's notes is dated March 20th at 6:27 p.m. So it would be after the visit from Ms. Strobel.
Thank you.
The one thing that I want to just have as a point of consideration is that if we then go into a stipulation or the court makes some statement to the jury about that there was a WebEx, there's no indication, and nobody's alleging this from the defense, but we also don't want it to appear that we were misleading the jury, which we weren't.
Oh, I know that.
And if that sort of a stipulation comes in, that potentially could lead to a juror thinking that we were intentionally misleading the jury. And I know that's not Mr. Tling's intent, so we just need to think about those dynamics as well.
No, and I think that's fair. So we'll,
Maybe I'll off this, Alan, maybe we can come up with something.
Yeah.
Something that can satisfy both of us. I think there was a WebEx visit, but the log that Mr. Young was looking at didn't reflect that. So, and we'll talk, and I think maybe we can come up with something to take us out of the courts.
yeah, and I know that, see, 320, that would have been right on the precipice of all of the changes. So it was new for everybody.
It was.
So, okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in. It sounds like you're going to ask Dr. Torres some questions. Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Does he have a trash can? Does he have a trash can? Okay. Okay. All rise for the jury, please. Tolerable. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letitia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the delay, but has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Torres. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young.
Thanks, Sean. Good morning, Dr. Torres.
Good morning.
We're going to show a longer clip here of your forensic interview with Ms. Stout here shortly. But before we do that, I want to ask a couple questions about the forensic interview itself. And you as a forensic interviewer, a forensic psychologist, what are you trying to accomplish, especially when you ask an individual about the reason why they're there, the crime or the event that happened that puts them in that situation?
At this part of the evaluation, what we're trying to do or what we're trying to get at is the defendant's story, their perception of everything that had happened to them, what they were thinking, what they were feeling, what actions they took. This is important to an evaluation of insanity because as an evaluator, we are trying to get at what symptoms of mental illness, if any, might be impacting those emotions, those behaviors, intentions, motivations, and the perception of reality at the time of the actual offense. So it's important for us to get from the defendant's own mouth their story.
And so is part of that role where you may ask them questions, much like a lawyer might do in a cross-examination? Wait a minute, you said this on such and such day. Now you're saying this. What do you mean by that? Is that something you would do in a forensic interview?
That can come up, and it's going to depend upon what the inconsistencies might be. There can be inconsistencies that are maybe less relevant to the particular issue of sanity, in which case we might not ask questions about that. But if there are inconsistencies that are important to our understanding of what they're trying to communicate to us, then we will ask about it.
And in Colorado, would it be common practice to have an attorney present during this forensic examination and the attorney cross-examine subject on inconsistencies and things like that?
That is not common practice.
And why is that?
I believe I may have mentioned it the other day, and we don't allow attorneys to be in the evaluation room, particularly because we have concerns that they might try to interfere or try to influence the defendant one way or the other. This would go for defense or prosecution. Since we're there as neutral evaluators for the court, we want to have our own opportunity to ask the defendant questions.
And during the course of a defendant, and we'll just talk about Ms. Stout for now, as Ms. Stout's telling you the circumstances surrounding the event, and then the actual event, according to her itself, are you or Dr. Gray suggesting potential mental illnesses that may have occurred during that event?
No.
Why?
Again, we're not trying to feed the defendant or Ms. Stout any particular information that she could then give back to us as it pertains to issues of mental illnesses, diagnoses, symptoms that might be present. We want to get her version as purely as she's able to give it to us.
And would that be standard practice for forensic psychologists, forensic psychiatrists, Friday, in Colorado, not to do that, not to suggest diagnoses to the subject as you're interviewing?
Correct.
And so with that, Dr. Torres, we're going to play this video clip. It's about an hour and 14 minutes long. You're more than welcome to sit back here during it if you like. But Your Honor, at this time, we would be publishing People's Exhibit 725 in its entirety.
Over here.
Yeah, we're going to play it from over here.
All right, so that may be the most difficult part of the day. To talk to us about what happened on the day of the event. Maybe things leading up to it.
Where do you want me to start out?
Well, where do you think would be Where do you think it begins?
Well, I already told you guys before that I was going to leave, right? And I was just waiting to get everything in order. I moved to get back somewhere else where I could be, mentally okay and not have to deal with like these people that wanted to find out about this car accident. So I had to escape from them. So I started planning to get a place to stay. I was going to work as a flight attendant, get all that information like I told you guys for landed back. Then stopped working at my job. I got on the plane again. I was the job for it. I wasn't because I still was in Colorado. So no matter where I went in Colorado, the mob, the mafia, I got people looking into it, investigator to find out where he's from, but I had to get away from him. Yeah. So I got this job and all that, was get ready to go work as a flight attendant. It's came back in January, I think it was around like the 9th or 10th, I think it was, when I picked them back up from the airport. That was that, like, transition periods, getting everybody back, in the mode, in the routine and all that. Then we went on this cruise. We went on the cruise on January 16th. Me and Albert and the kids stayed at home by themselves with Harvey and the babysitter. And it was weird because, well, I get to the port from Lauderdale, but they had lost my bags. So I was like freaking out, thinking that when these people had took my bags, so I changed my whole route from where I was going. So instead of going on that one cruise, we hopped on another cruise because I didn't know if like they had got my itinerary or where I was going. And the kids were at home, you know what I mean? So I changed my whole itinerary to go to Palm Beach. I really went to Fort Lauderdale. And I kept telling Albert, I was like, I thought I saw that guy, like, I know they're following us. And he was just like, no one's going to go to that stream over a car. Like, so we ended up going on the cruise. I changed the whole route and everything. And we come back from the cruise. Well, the moment I get back from the cruise, Ian approaches me and he says, he was like, your friends came by in that black car looking for you. So I started freaking out because I know it's the same black car. They came to Red Elementary and search and find me. So I told him, I said, look, can you explain what the car looked like? I wanted to see if it has a black car too. So I was like, well, it could be Edgar's car, So he explained the car, and it definitely wasn't Edgar's car, but Edgar had the Beamer. I just started getting my paranoia was getting really bad. So I wouldn't go to the mailbox. I wouldn't go wherever. I was going to work, and I was putting, like I said, the visors up in my car because I thought they could see me. I'd go take breaks at work and freaking out because I just started this job at District 20, and I didn't want to think, like I was just losing my mind or something. So I go to my car and try to figure out what to do. So fast forward, those were like 2 or 3 days. It was Nina's birthday, January 22nd. So, we're celebrating her birthday. Well, I rode all the way to get Albert's mom because I was scared to stay at home by myself. Like, I didn't know if they were going to clear our house or not. Prior to that, I got in trouble with the Colorado Sheriff's Office because I made a call to 911 and told them I thought somebody was in the backyard. Well, they send people out and they find out that there was nobody in the back. They say there's nobody. They look at my alarm status and they're like, you could get in trouble for making false reports to the police, right? This is right in that time frame. And so I rode to the airport to get Albert's mom on Lena's birthday, and I basically wouldn't leave out of people's sight, you know what I mean? Like people that could be around that knew could help protect me, whatever. Fast forward on a couple of days, I was trying to go to work. This would be all over the place, And so January 26th, that was the day that Kobe Bryant had died in a helicopter crash. And we were going to go to church that day. Well, there was this guy who was saying he was Michael the Archangel now. That's why we didn't go to church on January 26th. It was a Sunday. Now, first of all, I told y'all where my faith is with Jesus. We had a business card that said Michael the Archangel. So I'm thinking, I even asked my, attorneys this, and they got some back and forth, why do you think this man was doing this? He was trying to keep us from going to the church, Turn the car around, and well, we're just going to go on a hike because, But a Kobe Bryant guy, I love Kobe Bryant, you know, we're just going back and said, so we're on the hike on January 26th. And I'm like talking to the kids about everything, and the owner was wanting, he knew I was packing boxes. And he like, knew about the flight attendant. Trying to go with me, and I said, geez, you have to wait till Wednesday. I said, because I'm gonna talk to your mom to make sure the flight attendant will through whatever. Well, when we were on this hike, as we're talking about this, you know, like I think that happened earlier with the whole Michael the Archangel. That's when something started telling me that we have to don't have to be a white family to join, because if they be a black family, it would never make TV. Which you guys know that would be definitely true because there's a lot of racism still in the country, you know what I mean? So rough days like this kept happening with the whole Michael the Archangel guy, you know? And I'm like, why is this guy? I didn't know if the people were getting him to come as Michael the Archangel, and get him to come there, if it had anything to do with the side of the accident, that was related to accident or what. So Bonnie told the kid and said, look, let's just go on home. You know what I mean? Like the day's been too much of a hard day. Let's just go. Hannah was complaining with his stomach because he had like food all over. Whatever. Yeah, like I told you, his back on the problem. Well, we go, get ready to go home. I hadn't gotten dinner yet. So I leave him and back home, we take him out or whatever. Me and Lena go get food, have no, do whatever. Probably was at work. So we come back, feed him, do everything, you know, like a normal thing. My mind is still sitting there about this whole, I feel like it was God trying to tell me something, you know, this whole Archie. You know, so my mind was still on that. So I was like, let's call it early night, guys. Let's just, you know, after happened today with the whole helicopter, it was just like not a good day that normally we have on time. So then we leave. I'm like, so yeah, we're going to have to come back. Call it a night. And I'm in the bed, just like relaxing or whatever. And I hear the alarm of fire, 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 fire. So I just am immediately freaking out. The next 30 minutes of that, 30 minutes-ish, was a glare. You know, like a glare. So like, where I went, like I went into protection. And I got the dogs, Lena, and took her outside because they were the first people I saw upstairs, you know what I mean? So I was thinking get the safe people out first, you know? But I come back and get ready to run down the stairs to go back to get G, and I had socks on. So I slipped down the whole stairway or whatever. That's how my blood gets on the baseboard. I bust my head against the baseboard because I was running so fast down the stairs to get down to where I see smoke at this point. As soon as I see the smoke, I go into panic mode. Like, I was like having flashbacks for, you know, like all the fires I've experienced. I run back upstairs, run back out the front door again, and then realize Shannon's downstairs. Go back downstairs. And then I run back down the stairs again, and Shannon's on the sofa, and the fire is around the sofa. So I reach over to grab him, and when I do, he was like wrapped in the covers. So I grabbed the covers, I pulled the covers, and when we both were on the fire, the last part of that is just being down on the fire. I didn't remember anything again until we were in the truck, but all of us were safe in the truck. So like, I don't remember running out at that point in time. I know that I did because the alarm doorbell camera show that we run out the house. But I don't know if I just sit there, if it was just so traumatic. I don't know what happened from the time we went down in the fire to going out to the car. Except my doorbell, you know, the camera system. So they have camera footage. I go out, we get in the car, and I just pull off. Because again, you know me, I'm a runner. That was it, to just run away. He's hysterical, Lane's hysterical. I'm trying to figure out what is going on. Is the house burnt down? Do we have a house to live in? You have to remember, for me, a fire is this life, and it eats me. So I go back to this house because there's fire. But the gas tank was on empty, but someone kept telling me, just keep driving. Your car's just going to go on empty anyway. Just keep going. Don't worry. Your car's just going to keep going. Don't worry. Somehow, in between that time, I end back up to the house. Again, that was a gap that I don't remember. But I text Harley according to the messages and says, it's okay. There's a fire. Everybody's okay. And I send her a picture of the fire. Harley's freaking out, like, okay, I'm on the way home. Is Gannon okay? I said, and I wrote her back on the message, and I said, he has some burns from the fire, but everybody's okay. So Harley comes in, the house is like, smelling like smoke or whatever. We're opening windows or whatever. Harley basically took charge on that part. She started just opening windows. Like, Mom, it's okay, calm down. So I was all there, all over the place. And they all wanted to like everybody just be together, you know, because to me, all I could keep thinking about was if I couldn't have got to Dan, he'd have like burned up on the fire, you know what I mean? So I was just all over the place. Well, we all decided to lay on the sofa together. That was on January 26th. So we're all just laying on the sofa together, just trying to like figure out the plan. Like I said, it's okay. I said, I'll have one of my friends. He goes by the name Guam. I'm not going to give it your name. I was like, I'll have one of my friends Guam to get somebody to come over and fix it. Not going to be a big deal or whatever. And then that's where this whole like video goes on. And then about the fires, why did he said it, you know, whatever. I remember I told you earlier, I record everything. I wanted to have that too, you know. I didn't know how to start it. I was upstairs when it started. And so he's telling me that he set the fire, but he didn't mean to set it. It was like all of that. So we're just trying to come up with a plan to fix it. Now, you look at the video, people took it out of context. When I say we can sell the sofa, I don't mean you can look at our house. We have plenty of them. You gotta think of the country slang talk, meaning we can get a new sofa. You know, so that got taken out of complete context of what we were saying, which I think I mentioned say I was all hysterical. Well, we all were just on the sofa, like I'm gonna get someone to come fix it or whatever. That's totally fine. They brought the number to the garage. I said, hey, I'm going to go to work tomorrow, just be on school. If you can get someone to fix it, just replace the carpet, whatever, I'll pay you whatever. So like, I have memory, you know, I was in up until then, right? But where the gaps came in was what happened during that time frame. So I hear the garage open at some point during the night. I don't know if I was having a nightmare, or I don't know if the garage was really opening. I don't really know because I was so heightened about this fire. So I kept going through the house thinking that there was someone in the house. And I kept running up down the freaking garage, kept coming open. I'd open the door to the garage, nothing. I didn't see the garage being moved or anything. Again, I don't know. I remember coming back in the house and I was just like, I woke up again. I guess that's when I text my boss. I don't remember this part. The message went to my boss that said that my stepdad had died. I remember my stepdad died when I was 19. But I didn't snap back out of it until later on. That really wasn't the same day that my stepdad had died. Right? But then I think I hear somebody in the garage again. Okay, well then I go out to the garage and I tell Harley, I said, Harley, I'm going to shut the door to the garage and lock it, you know, because if you shut the door from the inside and you come into the garage, like nobody could get to the inside. And I was like that paranoid, you know. So I don't remember, but the doorbell cam, I'm like walking out, I guess looking in the yard, trying to figure out what's going on. But then I remember being in the garage naked. And so I don't know who was in my garage. So when I talk to police, that's how all the stuff came about being raped and stuff, because I don't know having a flashback of that. I don't know if someone was really in the garage. To me, someone was in the garage because I was naked. And when I say naked, like I was in like bra, like, you know. And I knew the door had been closed earlier, but why was the door open? That I had locked earlier in the day, like early in the night. But when I get like that and I think somebody's around or whatever, I go in the protective mode and I'll walk the whole time and I'll watch the yard and I'll be like on the zone of thinking someone's coming in the house, you know. I don't know neighbors in Colorado. I know where I could call a neighbor, you know. And so the next thing I remember is Lena coming back in to brush her hair, which would have been 2 or 3 hours later, okay? I'm basing this on my cell phone records, you know what I mean? I snapped out of it when Lena asked me, now you got to remember, like when Maria comes, they're in that world, but like they're not, like, it's protected. You know what I mean? I don't remember sending anything to the boss about my stepdad. You know what I mean? It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So Lena gets up and I remember brushing her hair and I come back and I'm like looking around and I was like, oh, there was a fire. Why was I in the garage? Why was I this? That's when it started being like, did I dream this? Did this really happen? You know what I mean? So I go out to the garage. You know what I mean? That's when I grabbed my head and there was like matted blood on my hair. So I knew that I had really fell down the stairs. Like I thought I fell down the stairs, you know what I mean? And so the matted blows down my hair or whatever. So I just kept like messing with my hair, like trying to figure out what went on. Well, I knew Gannon had burns on his arms. I evaluated him that next morning when I snapped back into it. I didn't think that it was enough to go to the hospital or whatever. Because I was leaving, I had an extra cell phone. It was the phone I put in the dog food when I got arrested. So on that phone, I called in. That's how the call came in that Gannon wasn't going to school today. They couldn't figure out like where this call came from. That's because it came in from the extra phone. Holding my Gannon, so he still was doing it. He's upset. He doesn't want to smell around the kids when he has this accident. So we stayed out for the day. I realized on my phone that I had sent that message to the boss, and I was just like, what is going on? Like, I didn't remember sending it, but I don't know why was I thinking about I said that, what's going on. And I kept having these, at this point now, became flashbacks in the garage. And I was like, who was in the garage with me? But the whole time it was Eduardo, which is the guy that Guam got to work to fix the carpet or whatever. That's who I kept like having flashbacks with in the garage. So we go forward, whatever. And I told Gannon, I said, he said he wanted to stay home. I said, no, you said my friends in the car came by. I don't want you here by yourself. You're going to go with me. I said, go grab your cover. You're going to go with me for today. I don't want you here by yourself. Now, typically, I let the kid stay home by herself because I researched Colorado law and it said that it was up to his parents and their discretion of how I could even have to stay home. So I never had a problem with it. They would get off the bus before I get home. No issues. We had an alarm. You know, they had cell phones, everything. But so my paranoia was so bad that I was like, no, they're going with me today. So we did the cover. I moved the cars. Yeah, don't remember that part, but it's on the camera. Moving the cars. And I drive the truck for the day. And go get a bike. Part of the moving process will be like that. So I was glad that the truck was left for me to use. So we didn't get in the car. I think it says around like, no, before we get to 10 o'clock. Albert never writes the stats at all that night about anything. So the next morning. And he's like, oh my God, I'm fired, right? And I looked at my phone and I didn't see anything. So that's why at first I thought, did the fire really happen? Because I never got a message back from Albert, you know. But then that morning he messaged back and I said, yes. I was like, he's okay. So that's when I sent a picture of Gannon in the bed that morning. Okay? So I was like, yes, he's fine. He's laying down. You know, he didn't go to school today. I called it in. I'm not going to work. I didn't go into explaining to Albert about me sending the message, losing my mind, don't know what's going on about. I don't want him to be like, you know, freaked out 1,000 miles away. So I told Gannon, let's just go out shopping for the day. Remember, we go get coffee that morning. We go get like Dunkin' Donuts. I think they had me at Dunkin' Donuts. I don't remember going to the gas station, but they had me at the gas store. Just basically going out shopping for the day. However, when I get to the PetSmart, these black cars from my PetSmart, and you see cars on the freaking camera at PetSmart. Gannon's got his switch in the car laid out. Remember, I told you he had burns in his arms and be right here now. And I say they were very small. We're talking like centimeters. Okay, they were anything that you would think that they needed medical attention. The parking by PetSmart. So you see me on the cameras at PetSmart running back to the door, like looking out. My first thought was I wanted to make sure Jude was okay in the car because he was scanning his switch. Well, the car came back by. I go back into PetSmart, come back to the doors, and like if you watch the camera footage of the PetSmart, you see me going back and forth to the door. Like, because how did they know where I was at this point? And that was Edgar's car because Edgar has a Beamer, okay? And it was not a Beamer. So I leave the PetSmart. I think they said I bought something again. I don't remember. I leave the phone. Now this is the only phone I had, which was Gannon's phone, because I was trying to hurry out to the car. So I leave the phone at PetSmart according to the GPS on the phone. So we go out, finish the day, we get Valentine's candy, and I'm like questioning again all the time. I'm like, what did they anything else when they came to the house? What did they look like? You know, like trying to get the best information I could get out of him because he's pretty good at like his age. Like, you know, like, okay, he's little. Like, if you say, was it a purple shirt? And he no, it was not purple. It was blue. Purple shirt. That's, so I knew I could get good information from him. So then we were driving on a back road, okay? The only reason we took a back road was because it's called 25 was backed up. And so we took a back road to go to Castle Rock. And this guy lived in Castle Rock. I called him like, they were going to ride by this address that was on that police report, and I was going to ask him to please stop, like whatever he wanted. Did you want money? Like I didn't do anything to your car. I wasn't involved in this accident. Like you have all my information. Now the insurance had already deemed I wasn't responsible for it, and that I was on a plane. So I was going to think about talking to this guy. I probably would chicken out when I got there, but that was my mindset. So we go on this back road, which I think is called County Line Road. We go on County Line Road, and again talk about the castles. And so I'm like looking for the castles to try to like show them the castles, because there's like some castles that are like. Then I got mixed up, and I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a cell phone to see how to get out of here, because I had a cell phone. And so I couldn't figure out how to get out there. So I'm like doing U-turns. And then I freak out because I thought the guy walking was my stepdad. That's why I was telling the police and the people that I was trying to like back the car up and go back forward, because he's dead. I don't know if it was just from that morning, because I sent my boss that text message or what, but he was on that road. So I backed the car up, go back again, and I'm freaking out because he's dead. This point is when I realized I'm not stable enough to be just going to talk to people or anything. So I parked the car for a minute, take a break or whatever. I don't know how long the break was. I remember taking the break. I remember tapping me on the back of the shoulder, like, geez, we gotta go, like, gotta get late from school. That's when I sat back into it. And I remember driving the car back out the highway, like out of the County Line Road, to go back to the house. So remember I told you I was talking again throughout the day. He said something about these kids that were bullying. Not him, but Lena. And Albert wanted him to go do something to these boys. So him told that Lena got hit with something. I was going to go talk to that kid. That kid's mom was on Wanda. So we come back into the neighborhood, into the part where Wanda drives at. Now, rewind a few days prior to that, him and the kid had been called. They're like the Smarty candy and they're like rolls. Well, they had been called a few days prior to fashion the Smarty candies and like they were doing drugs or whatever. My opinion was he should not have got this kid. So I was going to go try to talk to this parent. But once I had been told, like, my stepdad was on that road, I freaking stopped the car at Wando. Said, Bannon, how about you do this? Because he wanted a video game. I said, why don't you go to the mailbox, get the mail, and do your lap, and I will buy you that $60 game you wanted. I think they know we have been shopping and only bought you $20. So I told her good points. And I was like, give you points to give you the $60 game. So go to the mailbox and do your laps or whatever. So I don't know if Gannon got back in the car with me then, or Gannon walked back to the house then, but we ended up back at the house on January 27th. So if you see the videos, you see me like pull in, drive back, do all this stuff. I don't remember all that. I don't know if I still thought that I was trying to like, what was that, Dad? I just remember I went in the house and I just sit down and was like, this is crazy. You know what I mean? The alarm says I kept going to the back door and all over the house and like up, down, around, whatever. Well, what threw me off was when I got back to the house, right? The alarm showed there was motion in the house, but there couldn't be, because I set the alarm, I left it, I put it on alarm stay. Because the dogs are in the house, people would say that could have been what triggered the alarm. No, our dogs are in crazy. That's not what triggered the alarm. Couldn't have been. And so I ran downstairs thinking, okay, well, maybe go ahead and go over here and fix this, carpet or whatever. So I ran downstairs, whatever. At some point in time, like I said, I don't remember getting walked back in the house or drove back with me. But he then comes back into the house. Said he's going to go play on the game. And I said, did you do your laps? And I remember having that conversation. Then I go back upstairs to work out. What the police have about January 27th is absolutely not true, because it's January 28th. Okay. So the day goes on through that, right? Everything happens. I don't know where Ganon's at. Called the police. All that was going on. Everything that happened on that time was going on. They put me in our house with, I think it was like a 15, 20 body cams. You can clearly see, and I watched these body cams until I made myself sick. that you can see these body cams come in and nothing is out of order. Nothing has happened. Nothing is wrong at all. And I've watched them over and over and over till I can sense on them, you know. When Harley comes home, Lena come in that day, we were going to go eat sushi. Shannon is not a fan of sushi. So at this point in time, I'm like, we'll figure out something else to get. Shannon usually is home by the time that if the sun's not down, it'd be 6 o'clock. But it was raining. So we get in the car, they have us on the car raining, like leaving in the rain. So right there across the street, asked his neighbor if we've seen him. No, you haven't seen him. So we pull back up. I start freaking out. I'm pacing the house, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Because I'm like, he's doing this flipping hiding challenge. Now reverse back to this hiding challenge. They have a YouTube channel. YouTube channel, their mom and stepdad made, and like if you find their YouTube videos, Cool Kids Tube is their YouTube channel. They would do these hiding challenges where like Elena would be in the box and they would pretend like they were getting shipped all these places. We went over to and the mom. Nothing we thought was bad about the kids wanted to do YouTube videos. Flashback. So I said, he's doing this hiding challenge. So at first, Reese was talking to me. I'm just sitting there like, man, he said, do you want, and I know this is going to fall in the video, do you want me to check the house? And I said, yes. Because I knew the hiding challenge Lisa trained. You can't tell me, Disney police came in the house and didn't find him. You can't tell me that. That's because it was not true. So they did all this, whatever. The night goes on. Robert calls me back, and I'm a wreck at this point. I'm telling him about this craziness, and telling him about the garage all over the place. All the stories, it kind of like started like throughout the day, it would come, rain was all over the place. I'm going back and forth with this and the fire. So he sends the officer back to check on me. According to the report, the officer comes back to check on me, and at this point is when I got scared. At this point, I know Gannon enough to know his meds wears off. We're gonna get everything. At this point in time, we haven't even eaten dinner. I haven't even fed the kids. We never even made it to our dinner trip. So that's when I became really, really, really worried. All of us are in the house, and they went on different searches, whatever. I stayed at the house to make sure of anything, you know, if anyone called, if anyone done anything. That was the last thing on January 27th before it hits January 28th. So January, you want January 28th? You want January 28th, or did you need it? Okay. So then January 28th, which would hit 12 a.m. in the morning, right? The January 28th comes on. There's people like, whatever, there's a knock on the window. My bedroom window, right? So all of us had decided that we were going to all sleep upstairs. The reason for that was I get paranoid like that, and the only way I can protect Hardy and Lena is I have them near me. You know what I mean? So I'm like, look, all of us are sleeping up here. We're going to all be up here. I knew I wasn't going to get much sleep, but for the kids, they were going to sleep upstairs. I dozed off for a minute. There was a knock at the door, being at the window. So the knock at the window happens, and I literally go to the window, but I don't see anybody. I remember getting in the car, driving out, because maybe that was Gannon, maybe it was. I drive. Video shows me driving out of the neighborhood, like out of the yard, but coming right back or whatever. Or maybe I can't remember. I don't remember that part, but I do know the video shows me like going out to the car or something, and I come back inside. I keep hearing the same loud noise, and so I laid out like this, hear the same loud noise, and I know Edgar was on his way back over. Edgar wasn't going to be there when the police was there. He didn't want any problems or whatever. He was like, I'm gonna just go out and look. What does the black car look like? I knew Edgar was going to be on his way back over that morning because they were going to help me move all the stuff to Florida. That was his whole plan, to show back up that morning anyway, not even knowing why that Gannon was missing. So Edgar was coming back for that morning anyway. So I thought Edgar was getting there early or whatever, but I didn't see him out there outside. When I laid on the sofa like this, heard it again, I forgot. At this point, I think someone's in the house. Now, I didn't have my handgun on me because when the police came earlier, if you look at the footage, they had my handgun in the car. They searched the car, searched everything on the body cams. And this is what we came up with between, me and Michael, like putting details together my team. My handgun was in my car because it was on the video. So I don't know if I went in the back door or if he came in through the garage. But I kept telling him I keep hearing someone in the house, and he was like, "No, you're just paranoid. You're just afraid. You don't know again and that." So again, me, Edgar, Angelica, that's Edgar's family, and Lena were all in the house. Harley Harley, Lena, I think Angelica was laying down, and Ty was on his way back. Ty goes to school in Florida. Ty was on his way back here. Whenever that was again, I realized my handgun is in the car. I said, I never drove my car, it was in the car already. Me and Andrew jump up, okay? Here, and I start going down the stairs slowly, and I went back up the stairs. And I was like, downstairs. Now, I don't know who's downstairs, what's going on. I don't even know if anyone's in the house or if it's just the people looking or what's going on. When we go back downstairs, Edgar has the other handgun on him. Crossing over the front stairwell is someone in a cape, looks like a cape. Okay? So it's like a cape wrapped around them. Go straight into the back bedroom. As soon as I see him go to the straight back bedroom, I'm going to instantly go into protection mode. I went to go grab the gun off, like from Edgar, because I thought the person in the cape. I didn't know who it was. I happened with the whole Michael the Archangel, the whole thing that happened with my stepdad. And when I grabbed it from him, the gun hits me and then hits the person in the cape. At the time, I didn't know who the person in the cape was. Oh, standing on top of the bed. I didn't know at the time it was standing on top of the bed until later on when I sat down with my attorneys and we put it together and realized it. I didn't know until that point that it was Gannon standing. Because prior to that, I thought the whole like cape thing. We put it together over and over and over, and I sit and I cry with him. I did this with him and everything. The only thing that comes to my mind is that the way the cover was wrapped, that's what had to look like the cape, was the way that he had the cover wrapped around him. They can think what they want, whatever about me. I never was purposely hurt Gannon or hurt anyone that I would have thought it would have been Gannon. Never in a million years, okay? Never. Had these kids all over the country. If I was going to do something like that, it would be somewhere in another country. Like, come on, like people who want to kill people do it because they want to take someone's life. That's not what happened. They painted me as this monster and I did all these crazy things. I never once knew it was Gannon. I, in fact, didn't even know it was Gannon until later on. The reason I did was Lena. I guess the noise was Lena. If you read the report, Lena told you that she helped carry Gannon's body. That report in her interview, she says on that Gannon's body's not moving. That's because she was there and she helped carry Gannon's body to the floor. I couldn't get him up the stairs. I didn't even know it was Gannon at that time until I moved it. I lose it. Like I am all over the place, like screaming, crying. That's how Lena hears me. Lena's helping me. Now Harley's still asleep. She hasn't woke up to any of this. It's a hard sleeper. Lena helps me tote Gannon up the stairs. I'm throwing up like blood, the side of him. Like I literally don't. Gannon is still alive. Gannon is barely talking. We try to get him upstairs, which we did. I'm like all over the place. We get out the garage to go to the car. And I blink out because at this point I think I was in complete and utter shock. And I know I'm throwing up because I see all this later. So when I tell you I know I'm doing something, I sit back and read the time and figure this out because I was just on it. I remember being in the car on the passenger side and we were taking Gannon to the hospital. But I was on the passenger side, okay? Now my leg's bleeding, which if you look at the footage from the hospital, you can see where I got hit with a bullet, okay? So my leg's bleeding. And that's probably why there was a little bit of my blood on the car. I don't know at this point. I don't know if she went back in the regular party. I don't know anything because I remember waking back up in the car and being like, there's no palm trees. Now you say, what is palm trees? In South Carolina, when you go to the hospital and there's palm trees, it's on the Grand Strand. That's why it's called Grand Strand. The beach, and then there's palm trees. I didn't see the palm trees when we were in the car, so I didn't think I was on the right road. But I was in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat. Next thing I know, when I wake back up, I hear a loud noise, like a howling noise, like a noise. And it reminds me of like when my grandpa died, and he made like this noise. That was the noise I heard when I wake back up and I'm in the garage, in the car. Now we look at camera footage and my car does go out 5 minutes. So leave the neighborhood. So what we put together is that it must have been when I went out in the car hearing the noise, that must have been when Gannon took his last breath and I was still out of it. go back in and park the car. Or come back to until Lena came back outside to the car. And Lena's asking what's going on, what's everything. I go in the house, Harley's face, Lena's face, they're all just like white, like they've seen a ghost. Like they don't even know what's going on. Police, like the whole world, as if this ain't really going on. Like there is no way this happened. Like there's nothing wrong, y'all. Everything's fine. He's gonna be fine. He's gonna be home. That's when I started going through like all the motions of, you know, going to go get this person, because to me, it wasn't really going on. Like this was, you can't even compare this to a nightmare. To have gone through that, you can't compare it to a nightmare. That is far from a nightmare. And to know that he was speaking to me and Lena as we were trying to take him off the stairwell. And then it was like, none of it was real. So I just started going into different personality of like, this ain't really going on. We gotta find him. I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? I guess somehow I go on to the airport. I don't remember any of that, but our footage going on to the airport. Our footage just talking to people and saying like, you know, we're gonna find him. Like I don't really like remember that vividly. But I know I did it because I've seen it. I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't do it because it was there. Like me talking to people, me doing everything. It was, I got just disassociated and I was like, this is not real. That there is no way this happened. So, Edgar, another male, is a family member, and I'm not going to say their name. Somehow during this mix, when I was like going crazy trying to go get Albert, and I was screaming, everybody talking about it's an accident, it's an accident. I think they have one of the things reports where I was like, I didn't ever know it was Gannon because I really didn't. It was someone that came. The reason he was taller was because the bed was sitting, like, you know, you think a twin bed, he was standing on the bed. So to me, or to whoever I was, thought that that was a person in a cape. That's the only reason. At all. That is the only reason. And like, I played this back, like I said, 50 million times in my head. Like, was I in the right mind to have turned the light switch on? No. My mind was in the protecting mode. Because he wasn't there. He wasn't there. Where was he at? Like, this was somebody in the house. It was probably someone trying to molest him. It was probably someone trying to hurt one of us. So what I was already going through with my stepdad earlier in the day, Maria could have thought it was my stepdad. We could have thought it was anyone who was trying to hurt anyone else in the house. She's going to protect. That part of me goes to protection mode to protect everyone else about me. So there was never a moment. So there's no murder. There's no hurt. There's no intent. Look, I had everything I wanted in my life. Career, this, that, you name it. There was no reason to hurt anyone in my home. I gained absolutely nothing out of hurting a child. But if you, negativity, a kid, crazy as an evil heaven, I took care of this kid and it was child. So like, go through that. No, I had to carry him upstairs if he was dying. There's never, I could never in a million years tell anybody what it was like. It was not okay. It was not before. It was not adult. Or now with someone in a cape. Like, how do you even explain that again to mom that you think it's someone in a cape? You can't. You know? So then what happened after was even worse because I never even moved again before. Not going to incriminate anyone, the male person was not going to do that. Because it wasn't any intent there to harm anybody. There was no intent for anything. I went crazy thinking I could raise him in the dead. I was driving him around with the Burger King, trying to get him Happy Meals. I freaking took him back to GameStop to get that $60 game that I told you about that I told him to get earlier. That's how freaking crazy I was going. But I was like, he's going to wake up. You know, I don't know if y'all know Andrew Womack. I tried to find Andrew Womack's house. But he brought his son back from the dead for 5 hours at Memorial. And I grew up watching the Daily Gospel. And Womack, so I just kept thinking, like, God gives people power to bring it back. I'm like, this is not supposed to be happening. All my people not even believing this is even happening. That's how my mind shifts. Older male person finally at some point told my mom that I had completely lost it because told you my mom came out here. My mom, brother, they were all like, you have lost it. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. They already knew, but they weren't going to, involve themselves in it. Like, you are going crazy. You need to go to a hospital. I didn't have anything to do with body being moved. I really kept saying he has to get back to South Carolina. Well, that's where his grandma and grandpa have a farm. And that's where he was. But like, the person left me. Couldn't carry it anymore. And the whole thing was didn't be buried in South Carolina. It wasn't to be like, something else. That was a whole thing. I don't know where to get in there. That's why the male person is the person who tampered with evidence and who tampered with the body. That was not me. I'm not going to and tell you that. With him by weapon and did this part. I'm telling you. I was the person in the case that was in the house. And if again, you think about a cape. What is about colors on a cape? Red, black. What do I think about? What was going on in my mind during the day when I said that? If someone was trying to molest him, someone was hurting these kids. Just going through my brain. Or I never. I didn't even have my own handgun on me. I don't even like guns. I didn't even shoot them. Not even me. Maria could shoot them. I can't shoot them. So like, and like, someone to get to hear the truth of it is like the hardest thing because people are like, oh, why didn't you turn the light on to see if someone's in a cave? What do you mean? Like I sit there and told my therapist and people that like, do you think I had that thought process? There was never even a thought to be like, hey, that's not even a thought I had. It is a thought is when Maria comes, it protects whoever's in the house. That's exactly what happened. There was no intent, there was no hurt, there was no ill will, there was no anger, there was no passion. I looked at every definition they have in this book because I was spent on it. None of that is right. But not what happened. And you can't even say like there's no self-defense because you need to know I thought this was someone else. Like, how do I know who this is? I'm not in the right mindset to decide, to make that decision. I didn't know right or wrong to who this was, what I was doing. My mind goes to there's kids in this home, there's Lena, there's Harley, and one of my kids are missing. That's the mindset. That's the truth. So I don't know if y'all heard, read, seen, whatever, but that is 100% the truth. It was on January 28th, not January 27th. I don't know why they're all wrong.
And so we don't know how body ended up in Florida. Am I correct?
No, so okay. So leaving, they helped me pack. So because people were going crazy in the neighborhood, they were like threatening to kill me, like all this. So the police allowed me to leave. They came and helped me pack. There was body cam footage of them packing the van up with my clothing and the police are there. They allowed me to leave. Okay? I'm still in that mindset of like, I don't know what, like, this can't be going on. This is worse than a nightmare. This, in my mind, it kept being like, I'm going to wake up and this is just one of these bad dreams. Like, that's how it kept saying, like, this is not happening. Like, there's got to be some camera popped out any moment for some show or something. I don't want to call it denial. It was more so like, it was not reality. That was not. So they helped me load the car up. There was another male person who, again, I'm not going to say their name because at the end of the day, it's still my family. He was trying to protect me and was like, you need to stop. You need help. Like, you've lost your mind. He was trying to protect me. I'm trying to protect him. I just kept saying, I'm going to Florida and I'm going to drop my stuff off and then I'm going to go to South Carolina because I knew that's where LaRonda and Zach lived. And I just kept yelling at them. LaRonda and Zach lived there. I got to go talk to them. And I know this only through their interviews, what they've said too, right? I just kept yelling. Got you to LaRonda and Mac. Somewhere in my brain, I guess it recognized LaRonda Mac or, my parents' mom, dad. And like, oh, those wrong people would ever help me. So like, some part of my brain was like, just kept that. I got to talk to them. I got to talk to them. So I get in the car. I don't remember really driving. Like they have me on stores where I go into like stores to buy stuff and I swear on my breath. I don't even remember one of these stores. I'm not even a driver to ride on planes. So for me to even be in a car that long, that's how much I was out of this world. And then some point in time, I'm supposed to like meet them and they call me and they're like, you're losing your mind. We're not going any further. We're not going to South Carolina. I could not get Damon up, carry him, because my mindset kept saying, I'm taking him to South Carolina, to his grandparents' farm, so he can have a proper burial. Because if he would have been buried, like, if Robert would have had control of it in Colorado, he would have never like be involved in anything. You know what I'm saying? So like, I just kept saying, let's go to LeBron Max. They can make a good decision. If they don't know what to do, they can help me bring you back to life. As when the mill person intervened and kept saying, you're losing your mind. You can't bring somebody back from the dead. And I have to protect them too, because I'm not going to go out saying their name. Common sense, you can put two and two together, the mill figures out here, but you never hear it out of my mouth. At the end of the day, you. And he was just trying to like figure out why I was going crazy and help me at the same time figure out like this is really reality what's going on. But that was the only reason he ended up in the because when they left me, he never wrote. His body was never with me. His body was never in the car. They pulled the whole van apart and seeing that there was no DNA evidence at all. And then he was never in the van that I drove myself. Never, ever. It wasn't until I get to Florida and I'm telling everybody, like, we have to bring back life, LeBron can help. Those individuals who flew on an airplane and went to Florida after they got off the airplane, listen, I could not pick them up to carry him anymore. That is the only reason. Or else, I don't know. My investigators have asked me, what was your plan? Was you just going to pull up at the farm in South Carolina? And I said, I didn't have a plan. There was, in my mind, that's probably what I was trying to think about doing, is getting to LeBron their match, but like, there was never a plan. Like, I don't know if I was going to pull up there and, lose my mind, tell them what had happened. I didn't know. I just knew running has been part of my life. So running always makes things disappear. Like, it's not real. So I was under the impression that this was all just a nightmare, that as soon as I got away from this, I was just going to snap back into it, and this was not what happened. But it never happened that way. Then I started, like, when I was in South Carolina, I was telling people crazy stuff. I wasn't eating. I wasn't sleeping. I just kept saying to people, it's not what you think. This is not what happened. He's going to come back to life. And, like, all my friends in South Carolina kept being like, what do you mean he's not going to come back? He's going to come back to life. What is going on? And I know by this point, I'm no medical professional. But I know for a fact that I was in a form of psychosis. Because I never in my life have been through hallucinations. I never in my life have been through the things I was going through. To explain that, to think there was a person in the cave, to think that this person was harming somebody. Never had been that hype. And it caused me to ruin. It's not about me, it's Landon's life. Landon's life, Harley's life, like, I don't know. One decision that wasn't even right. Every single day. So yeah, to me, sometimes I do check in all reality, but like, this ain't real, be back. And with all my heart, I took care of him. Literally gave him enemas. Freaking took him to school, did schoolwork, did everything. What? If anything, we weight loss 2 years. Then people make up these things about stab marks. It's not stab marks. Those were from the fire. I've looked at the autopsy report to the point that I've memorized it. They say like 1.2 centimeters, 1.4. We're talking centimeters. Fire. I don't care what they say. There was never anybody doing anything, slicing, dashing, whatever the hell the news puts on there. And that's not true. There were marks in the fire. Which was exactly what I told him. They were on the arms and chest. Just what I told him when I was going through these stories and my brain was so convoluted. It all went together. And I was talking about the rape. I was talking about the garage. I was talking about marks. I was talking about the bleeding. Like, I was like shocked that all of it went together in these crazy. So it was almost like I was talking a word salad all over. Nothing was coherent with one of those things. Didn't really understand what was. That ain't no approach that people take to get out of crimes. I've never been a felon. I've never been that. You don't just wake up one day and decide to start murdering people. It's because it was not meant to be. He was missing. Everything in my mind was bad. I was raping him, she was molesting him, she was gun here, she was gun there. I watched this body cam footage so much that like everybody's like, well, where was he at that night? They opened the one closet with ornaments and stuff. I swear to you, I see it move. I see it move with the cover. And I'm telling everybody on my team, I'm like, y'all don't see that, y'all don't see that. That's where he was hiding at. That's where he was at the whole night of the 27th. How did that guy miss him? How did he come in there with freaking body cam, trained to find people, trained like his hiding, trained to that and miss that? How? That's why I go back and forth with everything they have. Because had he not blaming this on him, because God knows I would never blame someone else like that. Had he done that, the outcome probably be different. Yeah, absolutely. I my solution though, that is not some person in the house getting ready to take another kid, hurt me, hurt her. That real things like that, she doesn't think rational. She doesn't think let's do this the right way. She thinks I'm about to hurt anybody that's about to hurt people I love. Wow. Her this came like you just don't know how bad I just do want to sit down with Landon. I can't change my mental state. But you gotta know in your heart it was not her kid. I didn't go back to teaching kids. Never like I have no history of anything. Like even the FBI testified on the stand and the prelim was like, there's no history of any kind of abuse. She did not abuse these kids. Take their life. Because I was the one that always came to rescue them for everything. And now I don't even get to like even tell Lena goodbye. I don't get to say anything. And they have to she has to think to the world. I heard her brother like come on. Like, oh. But I looked at I thought she was important and said like within the jaw, but it was like far away. But I always like try to sit there with them, try to piece together any of these pieces I'm missing. Like what point am I missing this part? I'm missing this part. Everything is like the evidence is all consistent. You're gonna get listen, if you're gonna kill somebody, you don't shoot them in the jaw. Murderers kill people. Most female people who kill people are psychopaths and they poison people and they do all the time. Not even knowing it's them and it hit them in the jaw. And they paint it as this murder. Just listen for like little children, like come on. Never had a scratch on their body. Ever in their life. Ever. So this is happening. And trying to get these people to like understand that is the hardest thing ever. Because had I not, maybe if I hadn't been going through, I was going through the day thinking my stepdad was still alive. Maybe I like trying to replay everything. Maybe it's like I wasn't worried about these people and I wouldn't stay home that day. You know, maybe you would have left because I thought the whole car situation, people trying to follow me from stupid accident. Like I tried thinking that might have switched, that might have kept me from being at the state I was in. And then they like painted this whole thing about cleaning supplies. If you guys have seen the receipt, with carpet powder. I mean, I've memorized the receipt. It's trash bags, carpet powder, candy, nothing in there ever sent anyone to get cleaning supplies. Pull up the receipt all day long. And say it. It's not true. Right?
I can understand it's a lot. Also had a very long day. We'll probably be stopping here at this point in time. We'll make.
You guys hear like a lot of like stuff getting known to like what people do and stuff. Whatever you do, please don't ever take the whole mindset these people took. You won't ever find it in my history. Ever. He said, ever, nothing like that comes to children.
I appreciate you a lot more.
Work pretty hard to consider all of the.
One of the thing a lot, but I don't deserve this. At all. Some people would just be like, oh, I don't need to do with it or not. From the beginning, I got in and out of it at CDC in the beginning, and I kept being like, this is not real. But at some point, it hits you, and you're like, okay, no, those cameras are coming out. No, this is really going on. And people just got to see me, and they're like, wait a minute, something right. Like, you are like, always follow rules. You don't do this, you don't do that. Like, just don't make any sense. And so, I know last time you guys know that they were like, I was hard in the jail, but like, once they got to know that that's not who I am, things got easy. Like, they weren't, I say easy, but you know what I mean? Like, they didn't think of me like, of how this is. They started more and more being like, there's something we're missing. And I always just like, you just have no idea of what is actually missing from it. It's not because someone, that's not true. Whether you want to call it that on paper, that's on the Bible, it is. There's 100% no determination. Me not turning the light switch on or turning it on, off on, me determining who was there, who was not, caper, under the cape or not, there was no determination, so I can talk to that. And I've read that, every part of that book I told you I read it. There was no determining so I can talk. Because in the reason, is this, in this house, they need to be checked. So that, like, whether he was alive that day or not alive that day, I still struggle with that. Like, I'll still get to jail, like, thinking he's there, having these nightmares, doing whatever. And I'm like, I don't even know when it's going to stop. Like, I didn't know when it ever stop. Like, he's doing those things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 10 till 11, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case with yourself, don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you back at 10 till 11. All right, for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. We're being recessed then. Pause.
Sessions where she would leave. Is this the last
Thank you. May all be seated. Okay, sorry about that. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358. Letitia Stout, record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. You might be surprised, but I have some questions based on the last clip that we just saw. So the jury understands, is this the last time that you talked to Ms. Stalk on March 24th, 2022?
That was the first time that we spoke to her for our sanity interview, because we saw her again in June.
I mean, because we saw some other clips that took place and it looked like there was breaks and sessions where she would leave. Is this the last session on that day that you talked to her?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end, you said you're going to have her come back and we're going to talk about June in a moment, but did she eventually come back and you asked her some more questions?
She did.
Now, in this particular clip, you and Dr. Gray didn't ask a lot of questions. I think Dr. Gray asked one with about 20 minutes left. And then you said some things towards the end there. Was that unusual?
It depends. Every case is different. Some defendants give practically a full account, almost in the way that Ms. Stout did the first time that we asked them to explain it to us. Some defendants give a very brief account and require a lot more follow-up questions. So given that she spoke so much, there was a lot to process and a lot to think about and a lot to go through before we could ask further follow-up questions.
But as she's telling these things to you on the clip that we just saw, were you thinking that whether or not that was consistent, what you read in discovery or what you've seen other statements that she made about this incident?
Yes.
Why didn't you ask her those things?
During the first recounting, we usually don't like to interrupt. We like the defendant to just let us know the things that essentially they want us to know. When it comes to things of inconsistencies, that can come up the second time we go through it, or in this particular circumstance, we ended the evaluation that day because I think we had already been going for about 5 hours or 5 hours and a half. In some sanity interviews, we'll ask follow-up questions immediately based off of the notes that we're taking.
Is the entire contact that you and Dr. Gray had with the defendant, Ms. Stout, on March 24th, 22, was that video recorded?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to her at any time off camera?
No.
During the course of her statement, she alluded to the fact that she's read discovery or read police reports. Do you recall her saying things like that?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about the body-worn camera that she reviewed and things like that?
Yes.
She also alluded to the autopsy and said do you remember what she said about the autopsy?
I believe she said she had obsessed over it.
She memorized the autopsy report?
Yes.
Was that unusual in a forensic setting for someone that you're evaluating in an insanity evaluation, for them to be verbose on discovery and know everything that was been discovered?
Again, this is one of those, it depends. Sometimes people are more aware of what the discovery says in their particular case, and sometimes they're not, or they have less of an idea.
Do you recall her using terms such as psychosis, disassociated, things like that?
Yes.
And are those terms commonly used in your everyday conversations with people?
Not in everyday conversations with people.
She indicated a couple times that she's read the whole book and things like that. Towards the end of the interview, she indicated that I know right from wrong. I read the book from cover to cover. Do you recall her saying something to that?
Yes.
Did that give you an indication that perhaps she may have reviewed the DSM-5?
I had wondered, but I don't know if she did.
You know, may we approach? I apologize, Dr. Gray. Sometimes we have to have conversations with the judge.
Yeah.
Dr. Torres. I apologize for that as well.
I look a lot different than he says.
Okay. So we were talking about her knowledge of using words like disassociation, right from wrong, and psychosis. Are those not necessarily the right from wrong, but is disassociation a term that is in the DSM-5 in regard to dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
And does it state in the criteria in the things that might be apparent in someone who suffers from that mental illness, the terms of people may disassociate?
Yes.
And what does disassociate mean in general?
Disassociation is it's a term that is used when a person is no longer able to integrate things like memory, perception, awareness. It can be seen in a few different ways. I mean, we talk about dissociative amnesia, so not integrating memory, forgetting that you've done things. We've talked about more normal components of disassociation that we just reference as absorption. So like when you're so absorbed in a task that you are not really aware of what's going on in your surroundings. But pathologically, there's amnesia, there's derealization, and then there's depersonalization. Derealization is more of a feeling detached from reality. Things seem more like a dream than they do actual life. Depersonalization is almost as though you are in your body observing yourself, but you don't feel integrated.
This is going to sound like I did this on purpose, but I didn't. But for instance, when I called you Dr. Gray, is that a form of disassociation?
I would not say that.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you then what it is, because I'm afraid of what the answer might be. The fact that she gives you this version of events, and we talked about how as she's giving it to you, you may be reflecting back on the police reports and the discovery, thinking that it's not consistent. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes.
When she brings up this thing about going to church, kind of at the beginning of the interview, based on what she's telling you happened on January 26, 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that? There's police reports that indicate,
Jeff, stating facts that are not in
Well, the question's not all the way done, so let's wait until we get to the end of the question before we take the objection.
are you familiar with the police reports in this case that talk about surveillance video in that neighborhood and monitoring 6627 Mandan Drive during this entire time frame?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Do you recall reading them?
I likely read them, and I don't remember very specifically what those might have said.
But needless to say, there's reports that talk about movement from that house during a specific time frame. Do you recall reading that?
Yes.
And certainly, if she had gone to church that morning, we would see the vehicle leave on the video camera. Is that right?
Yes.
And you probably don't remember if you read that report or not, but do you remember reading anything about her leaving the morning of January 26, 2020?
I don't remember that.
The other issue is, are you familiar with reports with regards to her vehicle, the Tiguan, and the GPS data that was on that Tiguan?
Some of it.
If she took the Tiguan to church, would that be reflective in the GPS data?
I would assume that it would be, but I don't remember specifically reading that.
Well, what do you do as a forensic psychologist when someone's telling you something that you know is not consistent or is flat out not true?
Occasionally, we might specifically ask them about that particular point. As I noted, it depends on the relevancy to the question that we are trying to answer, which is what is her mental state at the time of the offense. So this could be an example where what was happening the day before was less relevant for us. As evaluators, we're not there as investigators. We're not there to fact find. We're not there to find out, is what she's telling us the truth or not, but we are paying attention to whether there are inconsistencies in self-report from one conversation to another, as well as in the other data that we have, because that speaks to issues of credibility.
Well, I'm assuming when she brings up about this Michael the Archangel handing out business cards, and that's what caused her to go on a hike, that something may have been going on there. What was your take on her telling you that?
You know, that particular point, I did have a question about it, but ultimately I don't think that it comes down to very much. It doesn't seem to be an issue of psychosis or dissociation. If it is true that there was an individual there handing out cards, It was just another point in her day.
Okay. Do you recall her talking about the video? The court reporter needs to take a drink. Wait. Okay. Do you recall her talking about a video that she made with regards to the burns on Gannon? How she video recorded everything.
Yes.
Is there any significance as to when the video stopped recording?
I don't know.
Do you recall the video?
I don't recall that video specifically.
If I told you, and this is to get what your opinion is of it, okay, is if the video stops after Gannon says, I'm worried about my burns, and then she says, well, tomorrow stops. Is that any significance to you in your evaluation?
For the purpose of our evaluations, it just helps corroborate that there were burns on Gannon. I don't know about the severity of the burns, but it's interesting that he was worried about them. And then in terms of stopping it at tomorrow, I wouldn't know what to make of that.
Okay. She alludes to her stepfather several times during her narration here. What did you and Dr. Gray take from that?
The references to the stepfather, to me, sounds like she's trying to tell us that she was having flashbacks of her stepfather. At this point, I think we've established her self-report that she had an abusive childhood. So that is our take specifically whenever she mentions him, is that she's trying to make that point.
And does she refer back, as she mentions her stepfather, as to why she would text her boss at 4 a.m. or close to 4 a.m. that morning saying, I'm not coming into work because my stepfather got killed back in an auto accident?
Mm-hmm.
What was your take on that?
I think it's curious that it happened at that early in the morning. When Ms. Stout was talking to us, she told us that she doesn't remember specifically doing that, and that she knows that that happened because it's in discovery.
And that was going to be my next question. Did Ms. Stout appear to refer to things that are in discovery as she's explaining her accounts?
Yes.
And in that particular moment, did it appear to you that she's trying to explain as to why she would say, my stepfather just died, I can't come into work?
It's possible. I would say that whole interview, the first time around, we had concerns that she was explaining evidence more so than trying to give us her version of what occurred, which is something that we tried to address the second time that we spoke to her.
And we're going to play that later, maybe this morning, maybe this afternoon. During the course of her interview, she repeatedly said, my team, my attorneys, we came up with this. What was your take on that?
Again, it was concerning for us as evaluators because we picked up on that language as well. As I noted earlier, we are trying to get a pure version of events from a defendant during sanity evaluations. So when she says things like, this is what we came up with, it does make me wonder a bit further what that means, because it does sound like, again, trying to explain the evidence that is available.
Is it consistent with how she did on the psychological testing that stated she was exaggerating symptoms?
I don't know that I would say those two things are specifically consistent, but I think that throughout this case, there were concerns about Ms. Stauch's credibility, whether it was in regards to the way that she told us what happened that day, given the inconsistencies, in addition to the exaggeration of mental health symptoms on the testing that we did.
She talked to you about falling down the stairs. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
And then later in the interview, she talks about being in the garage naked and noticed that her head was matted with blood. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you recall reviewing a report by a SANE nurse in this case, by the name Van Ness?
Yes.
And were there pictures associated with that report as well?
I don't remember.
Do you recall the SANE nurse mentioning anything about any injuries to her head?
No,
Did she have any injuries to her head?
not that I'm aware.
During the course of the interview on several different occasions, she wanted you to know that Gannon was killed on January 28th and not January 27th. Do you recall that?
Yes.
From reviewing the police reports, what is your understanding as to when at least from the police reports, the killing happened.
The police report suggests January 27th,
And would that have been sometime between 2:30 to 3:15 that afternoon?
sometime in the afternoon.
And so it's real clear that she's telling you it didn't happen then. It happened the early morning hours of January 28th, sometime after midnight. Is that what your recollection is?
Correct.
Which would mean the police had already been in the house. They looked around the house. She told you she's memorized the body-worn camera as well. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was your and Dr. Gray's evaluation of that?
For us, again, the timing of it was less relevant to the question that we were trying to answer. We do know that there is that discrepancy in terms of what the police reports say and what she is saying.
Was part of her, well, was your opinion was that she was trying to convince you that the police had it wrong?
At least in terms of when the killing actually occurred.
And is that something that if someone truly suffers from dissociative identity disorder and they're having some kind of amnesia because they go into a different state of mind, would that be consistent with that?
I would expect if somebody was dissociating, there would be more of that loss of time and potential disorientation, switching from one state to another.
Would that individual make it a point to say the police are wrong, they got it all wrong, this is when it actually happened?
I think that's going to be an it depends.
Okay. I seem to ask a lot of those questions. I apologize for that. Now, when she's talking about the incident that she says happens on January 28th, 2020, sometime after midnight, just so we're in reference here, she talks about we all decided that all of us were going to sleep upstairs. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And she's referring to herself, Harley, and Lena.
Yes.
And then she goes into the details as to what she thinks happened to Gannon.
Yes.
And she somehow says, or she tells you that a person by the name of Edgar comes by,
Yes.
and Edgar has a relative named Angelica.
I don't remember.
Okay. Again, from review of the police reports and the surveillance video that's monitoring 6627, did you ever see a black BMW show up with two individuals come out and go into the house?
I don't remember seeing that.
She talks about her and Edgar going downstairs. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what do you recall her saying that she sees as they're going downstairs?
She says she sees someone in the house, someone who's wearing a cape.
And in your expert opinion, is that when, if it happens, a triggering event occurs and she changes into Maria Sanchez?
It's a little hard to tell from her self-report. It seems as though that's what she's trying to imply to some degree because she talks about going into protection mode and she often references Maria as the protector. And at the same time, in her self-report, it seems as though she's explaining what she is seeing, presumably as Letitia Stout, in terms of seeing someone in a cape.
And that's what I was going to ask you about is someone who has dissociative identity disorder, are they going to be able to recall what happens as a different person? I know that's a weird question, but I think you understand what I'm saying. Once that triggering event happens.
In terms of how Ms. Stout has explained her dissociative identity disorder, she doesn't have access to Maria. She can't tell us what Maria is thinking at any point in time. So I would think that if Ms. Stout had dissociated into Maria, there would be a lack of awareness or understanding or memory for that period of time from Ms. Stout's perspective.
And would it be common if someone is truly legally insane at that moment? Would it be common for them to say, I blacked out, I don't know what happened after that moment?
That happens a lot.
Does that happen a lot in criminal cases?
I suspect it happens often enough in criminal cases.
Where insanity is an issue.
Where insanity is an issue, it's common, I would say, for people to have periods of not remembering, especially if they are having some sort of acute mental health crisis at that moment.
So in this particular case of Ms. Stout, if she had dissociative identity disorder to the point where it turned into a severe mental disease or defect as defined in the insanity statutes, would you expect her to have recall of the events that took place after she went to a different persona?
I would expect her to report more loss of memory for those things.
I think that answered, I think we're saying the same thing. So you wouldn't expect her to give you details about Gannon standing on the bed with a blanket around.
Not if she was dissociating at the moment.
And did she ever explain to you and Dr. Gray how she could go from protected mode, where Gannon was part of this protected mode, to killing Gannon?
We never asked her that question specifically. However, her self-report to us implies that she didn't know it was Gannon and that she thought it was somebody who had come into the home, possibly an intruder.
But as she talks about Maria, is it clear that Maria Sanchez, based on what Mitch Stout is telling you, knew who Gannon was and that she was there to protect him?
That's my understanding.
And as she's telling you about this tall person who she perceived to be tall because Gannon's on the bed, do you recall her mentioning that that's what she talked about with her attorneys and that's what her attorneys told her?
I think she did make mention that that was part of the conversations that she had with her attorneys.
And you know the circumstances of how Gannon was found in Florida?
Yes.
Do you know the bedding material that is wrapped around him in this suitcase?
Yes.
Is it consistent with what she's telling you he has wrapped around him, this red and black blanket?
I don't remember the colors of the blanket.
At some point, she says Lena wakes up. And she says Lena actually helps carry Gannon after he's been shot up the stairs, the car, and the garage. You remember telling you that?
Yes.
Did you review the interview that was conducted with Lena Stout with regards to this investigation?
I did.
Do you recall the last time she said she saw Gannon?
I don't recall the last time she said, but I don't think it's consistent with being present or carrying a body up the stairs.
If she would have said that in her interview, you think you would have remembered that, especially when Miss Stout says it here?
Yes.
Do you remember other interviews that Miss Stout gave where she talks about Lena coming home from school and she had to do her laps and went to the mailbox and rode her bike and didn't come into the house?
Yes.
She goes into the fact that she tried to bring Gannon back to life. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any significance to her saying that to you?
We considered that. So I'd say that it does have some significance. However, as it pertains to the issue of insanity, again, insanity is such a narrow focus. This is stuff that would have happened following the actual shooting. So it doesn't speak so much to the time of the offense as it pertains to the issue of a murder. In terms of the charges of tampering with a deceased human body, it has more weight on that. So it was interesting to us that she said that she took the body from one place to another and then even was hopeful to find this Mr. Womack to have some sort of resurrection.
And do you recall Lena saying anything about that in the review of her interview about them driving around trying to bring him back to life in the car?
I don't remember her saying anything about that.
Do you remember reading any police reports or seeing any surveillance video of that happening?
No.
She also tells you that she got hit in the leg with a bullet. Do you recall her saying that?
Yes.
What was that all about?
I don't know. We didn't follow up on that.
Had you read or seen any medical reports or anything that said she had been shot in the leg with a bullet?
No.
At some point, she says that Harley and Lena's faces are white, like they just seen a ghost. Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
Would you expect Harley to recall that if that actually happened?
Yes.
Would you expect Lena to recall that if that actually happened?
Possibly.
When she was talking to you about Gannon talking to her and Lena as they're going up the stairs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
She said that she was switching, or she was having different personalities at that point. Do you recall her saying that?
As they were going up the stairs?
Yes.
Vaguely.
Any relevance to that, to your opinion?
If the events occurred as Ms. Stauch has said that they did, to me, it would not surprise me that somebody might go into some sort of shock. And if she had a mental illness like a dissociative identity disorder, it wouldn't surprise me if that would cause some sort of a reaction or exacerbation of symptoms. And at the same time, it's unclear to me from Ms. Stauch's report who she was dissociating into or what exactly was occurring, how much of it was her or one of the personalities that she shares worlds with, as well as when events occurred, when she looked at the body to find out it was Gannon's body, given some inconsistencies.
I'm going to use the word you used, if this happened, if she's switching personalities and going through this dissociated state, would a family member notice that right away?
I would think so.
Would Harley notice that right away?
I would think somebody would see something,
Would her brother Dakota Lowry notice that right away when he got it?
potentially.
What about Al Stout when she picks him up at the airport hours later? Would he notice something like that?
I would think so.
In fact, in the DSM-5, does it not state that family members would certainly notice something obviously strange with an individual who suffers from dissociative identity disorder?
I would think eventually, if it was a severe presentation of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about how sometimes it's subtle and it's not readily visible to other people when somebody's switching from one state to another. But that being said, family members might notice a loss of, family members might notice that person reporting a loss of time or even seeming to forget things that happened in the day, potentially even forgetting who they are. It just depends on how the specific illness presents in that person.
She talked to you about not knowing how to shoot a gun. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes,
Was that consistent with what she told you earlier about how she took the gun away from Edgar and shot this intruder?
it is somewhat inconsistent. And at the same time, I could see somebody saying that they don't know how to shoot a gun, but still being able to carry out that act.
Is it common for people who own guns not to know how to shoot them?
I would hope that people who own guns know how to shoot them.
Do you remember saying that she memorized the autopsy was wrong, it was only one gunshot?
Yes,
You remember attributing the stab wounds to saying they weren't stab wounds, they were burn marks.
yes.
What was your take on that? Her inconsistency with what actually happened in the death of Gannon stuff?
Again, it was noted that her self-report of the events didn't line up with the police reports or the other evidence available.
And did she ever mention to you anything about blunt force trauma to the head that was in the autopsy report?
No,
She goes into talking about whether or not she moved Gannon's body afterwards. Do you recall that?
yes,
She said she didn't want to incriminate anyone, and so I'm not going to tell you a person's name. Do you remember saying something like that?
yes.
Did you see any indication in the police reports or anything that you reviewed indicating that someone helped her move Gannon from A to B?
No,
Is it pretty readily noticeable in the police reports that Gannon's body was taken to the Palmer Lake area first,
yes,
that his body was then picked up,
yes,
and then later drove to Florida?
correct.
And did she at any time explain how all that happened?
No,
In fact, Dr. Gray, I believe the question that was asked with about 20 minutes left was, so you don't recall going to Florida, or words to that effect? Do you remember that question?
yeah, he had asked how the body ended up in Florida, or we were trying to clarify her statements because she seemed to be suggesting that she was not involved in that.
And again, she indicated that she wanted Gannon to have a proper burial in South Carolina on his grandparents' farm. Do you remember saying that, her saying that?
Yes,
Is that inconsistent with not moving the body to the East Coast, I guess?
it would imply that at the time of the shooting or around the time of the shooting that she had some thought that the body should go to South Carolina. We know it didn't end up there.
Okay. But in your opinion, is that kind of inconsistent? One hand, she's saying I didn't have anything removing the body. The second hand, she's saying I wanted to have a proper burial in South Carolina.
Again, I feel like both of those things could exist separately from one another. It's just interesting to me that she would have had the thought that the body needed to be moved, given the circumstances.
And do you recall her telling you and Dr. Gray that a male person, a family member, helped her move the body?
Yes.
And do you know who that family member was?
No.
Did she ever tell you who that family member was?
No.
Do you know who the only male family member who was here at that time was?
I think it might have been her brother.
And would that have been Dakota Lowry?
Yes.
You just have a second, Your Honor. At some point, she says, I know I was in a form of psychosis, hallucinations, person in a cape.
Yes.
Is that common for someone to say those words if they are truly, in fact, experiencing a psychotic event?
Only if they have good enough insight after the fact to be able to relay that information.
And she said that she read certain books cover to cover. Do you remember saying things like that?
Yes.
In specific, when she was talking about, I didn't know right from wrong, I read a book cover to cover. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Did it lead you and Dr. Gray to the understanding that maybe she did some research prior to coming in and giving you this statement?
The verbiage that she used during the interview suggested that.
And when she said that, is that when she said, I'm telling you the 100% of the truth? It was on January 28th, not January 27th.
Yes.
She showed emotion, what appeared to be emotion during the video. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that happen when she would talk about what others were saying about her?
Yes.
Did she show any emotion when she talked about bringing Gannon up the stairs and his last breath that she talked about?
Not in the same way.
Does that contribute to your initial diagnosis of, correct me because I'm going to wing this, is it borderline narcissism?
Yes, a personality disorder.
Is that the narcissism you're talking about where she cares about herself?
I think it can be expressed in that manner.
She talked to you about CJC, which is the jail, right?
Yes.
Not being real. Do you remember her saying those words?
I don't remember that so clearly.
We won't ask questions about it, or I won't ask questions about it. Towards the end of the interview, she says, females who kill people are psychopaths. They poison people. Remember her saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall from the autopsy whether or not Gannon had quite a bit of hydrocodone in his system when he died?
I remember reading that somewhere.
Now, she comes back on June 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Was that date already in plan, or how did that date come about as for her coming back for you and Dr. Gray to interview her?
That was the soonest that we could set the interview, given some vacation time, but also we were waiting for some documents, I believe, from Mr. Tellini as it related to possibly interviews with family members. We were waiting for something else in addition.
Okay. And so up until this point, had you made an opinion with regard to Ms. Stouck's sanity?
Not yet.
You're still gathering information?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to play a portion. Let me see how much time we have, Your Honor. Do you want to start it now, or do you want to wait? And
Council approach for a minute.
yes. We're gonna go ahead and start the video and then we're gonna take a lunch break. So if you want to have a seat in the back, you can do that. And so for the record, Your Honor, this is going to be People's Exhibit 728. We're going to start it at 57 minutes and 33 seconds. And we'll stop it when I see you look at me and tell me to stop it.
Around dark, Charlie comes home, we go to stuff we're supposed to get or whatever. And then at some point, we were going to go eat sushi. That's when we started. Would have been Friday, maybe 5, 16 or whatever. So then we started looking for Gannon. One was text Albert. I don't have any of the contact numbers of anybody that was. So when the police come out, which was not till I thought must have lost track of time, but I was just confused because he was doing the 5-day challenge. He would come out hiding by dark because he wouldn't be eating dinner. He just wasn't there, so I was just so confused. Like, I know well enough to know he was going to be dinner. So that's why I didn't get worried until when it got really, really dark. Because at that point in time, I'm like, hold on. But then it was raining outside. Leaving. Wasn't sure why maybe didn't walk home, so we tried to go find him. But that's when we thought the police showed up, which was an hour late. But they know I never left the house. So the cops came out, looked around the house, they did interviews. Because I couldn't figure out where this hiding spot was at. Because when we did this, whenever all the YouTube challenge rules, we went over like, don't do this, don't do that, don't hide in certain spots that you can't breathe, or don't, you put yourself in a bind. And the kids had their own YouTube channel, so they did this when they looked at their moms too. It almost felt like this wasn't really going on because I'm like, okay, now how in the world did you hide? And the cops have came in here. They're looking for you. They're looking through the house. They went in the cars. They're like, you go. I went in the cars. I gave them permission to go to the house. So if anything got of order, they walked in every room. Anything got of order. Anything here. That's because nothing happened. Nothing got of order. So that's when I just started being like, okay, where's this hiding spot? I thought at the time maybe it was just like a
Did you
friend's
miss
house.
me? I'm back.
My friend knows that guy. Had people went to that junior kid's house or whatever. So it gets dark and we're all just sitting there like trying to figure out what's going on. I was in a little bit of a shock because it wasn't like if this would have been Lena, like who went to the person's house, go to strangers or whatever, then it would I've been like it wasn't a shock to me. But it being Gannon going to a stranger's house, like
Thanks, Dylan, for dropping
so
in.
I didn't really figure out why.
Appreciate your support.
Please come back out to check on me because that's when I
Friday.
started panicking. Albert sends the police back to check on me. That was late night, like late. So police come back to check on me, and I'm just in a panic at that point in time. And he's like, "Well, we're gonna put people all around the house." There was like, and this 71 hours of searching the house. We're all upstairs because I told Harley and Lena to sleep upstairs with me because I didn't want to downstairs. I wanted in my stuff here. But I remember going on the sofa. I don't know how long it was on the sitting sofa. I kept hearing knocking sounds. Well, if you ask for like the one footage of where my car just goes out the driveway and comes back in or whatever, that would have been around the time of the knocking sounds and what we did. And that's that time when we did it. So I heard the knocking sounds and I kept trying to figure out whether there's someone at the door because I thought they were trying to, if I had walked out to the garage to leave at some point, but then if they'd been knocking on my door, on my window, who would have known that was our bedroom window? Like, why were they trying to get me to go outside? I just kept going up and down the stairs, going in the room checking. one of the times I fell downstairs, that's how my blood got on the stairs, because I like hit my head with socks on running downstairs or whatever. That's how my blood got on the stairs or whatever. Kept hearing knocking, I kept going searching, I kept asking girls, they hear that. Then Guy's dad came by. We're still coming during that during the late night, whatever. At some point, I remember laying back on the sofa and the kind of like dazing out for a while because honestly, I thought this was all just like from the nightmare I was having. But then, hear a noise. I ran down the stairs. I don't know exactly how. So my handgun was inside a car. I already like earlier, like, is this your handgun? Yes, I told him, no, be careful, there's a handgun in the car, like all that. So I don't know if he had the opposition, I had opposition of them. Like, I don't know, but at some point, somehow, I saw come across the like, vision down the stairs, it's like someone in the shadow. I seen a shadow going in the car. I ran back up the stairs, started freaking out, and then came down the stairs. There's a shadow, there's some moving object, body moving in the house or whatever. So I didn't hear anything. I heard a loud noise when I was back upstairs. If you've seen the views of the house, there was top floor, bottom floor. So I was going up and down trying to figure out where these noises were coming from. So I heard the loud noise upstairs. And his room was in my room. So when I was in my room, I heard nothing again. At some point in time, either I grab it from Edgar and it looked like someone in a cape. Or you would wear. I said I used to wear these like are you familiar if you're familiar with like the Native American culture? They wear these like regalia things. He had this whole red and black thing because dad shirt killed his mom. And it was like someone in red and black. I don't even know how quickly it happened. I just kept hearing Ecclesiastes 3:3 in my head. Ecclesiastes 3:3, Ecclesiastes 3:3. I'm still, like, because obviously my stepdad, when he died, he got carried 602 feet apart. He got hit and died. My son's around the road. I'm sure it was fast. But that was just like it says, I had to make it fast. Ecclesiastes 3:3. I don't know how long had transpired after that.
When she quotes scriptures,
when I came
I'm
back
just waiting
to
for her to combust
Lena was freaking out.
or
She's
lightning
standing there.
strike her.
I don't know what I said to her. But then she tried to help me take Anna upstairs. Take her to the hospital. If you look at Mimi's report, you'll see she talked about trying to help carry Anna. We just had her days all running together because it was very traumatic for her too. But when we tried to take Anna to the hospital, to the car, and it was outside, I don't know how long I was sitting in my car. I just was in the passenger. Okay. Like I was in and out. One minute I could see myself in the passenger side. Next minute, I couldn't figure out who was driving the car. And I didn't see palm trees when we tried to pull out. And that's why I think I must have thought I was in Carolina because there's palm trees going to the hospital. If you've ever seen a picture of like how like Rodeo Drive goes down with palm trees, that's how it looks in Carolina. Then you go down to the beach and there's Grand Strand Hospital there, which I've been to many times. Yeah, that's Grand Strand. Then on, I think I was just completely in shock because I was trying to like get a better life. Because if you think about it, like there's a lot it went on in the Bible where Jesus was able to Jairus' daughter bring her back to life. Many situations where he gave his disciples the ability to bring people back to life. I know at some point in time during that, Maria felt the threat. What she does. Child molesters who hurts children, someone who rapes women, not to mention what was going on in the garage. That's the way she protects me. Eliminate the threat. But when me and Lena are sitting there trying to go to the hospital, like, I'm realizing, like, what is going on. Mode kicked in. I tried to get them through. Even when at the GameStop, they tried to get the footage from GameStop. I don't know if they got it or not, but I was trying to get in the game. I already told him he was going to get it for $60. Edgar was with me during that time, but I don't know where he went during that time. Going back through, and I'll sit in the car again on the passenger side. I go back in the house, and everybody's just like, Lena's like white, like a ghost, like she's seen a ghost. They're telling everybody he's gonna be okay, he's gonna be fine, and they're just asking me questions like, where's Gannon at? He's gonna be fine. Find him. Because I didn't. What had happened during that traumatic experience, I wasn't real to. You gotta imagine if you were just somewhere and then all of a sudden you're trying to bring somebody back to life, and then now you don't know where he's at, and you're telling everybody it'll be okay. Coherence, all a gap. A little bit of coherency, a gap. As you can see, if you look at the evidence from then on, it just spiraled. Telling people about people out getting what was going on. I was trying to piece together what had really happened. You know. At some point, I know it was Maria telling them about Mike was dead. But that wasn't what she would have done. It eliminated someone who the Muslim. So the stories that are on the evidence are all over the place because I really didn't know how to put it together in pieces. I had time memories here and time lapses there, and then visions here, visions there. 1 minute I was in Carolina, 1 minute I wasn't. And I thought it was just a nightmare I was going to wake up from. I thought there was going to be cameras just pop out. Like, one horrible, cruel joke, you know. Often in like word salads, talking about this, that. Going to Disney World, and like, so I have no idea I even done that. I have no idea what I was talking about. Like, the evidence somewhere it has searched on my phone. I think it was February or January or something. So I'm trying to find what to do and from the shop and when the shock. Like, I don't remember even putting any of that stuff in any of the searches, but all of the things that had happened over my life just all goes in one, in and out, doing this. And
I stopped it at 113.41 just because I thought that might be a good spot.
Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before
Woohoo,
1:30.
skip.
We should be able to start on time at
Hey,
that
I'm
point.
gonna
Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. If you go out for lunch, try not to get blown away by our Colorado breeze. And we will see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Wednesday. There is no court on Thursdays. Yeah. So Wednesday, it was pretty much a whole entire giant day of more tapes. And no court on Thursday. And then now today, more tapes. Aren't we the lucky ones? I hope you.
Thank you. You may all be seated. I wanted to make a record about a couple of things.
I'm just going to listen to them and then we'll fast forward.
Sure.
They do. Patriot Pollywog, did you see I streamed Trump's speech in New Hampshire yesterday?
Nope, I guess not. I already made the notes. Exhibit 728, 727 and Exhibit 728 have been officially admitted.
Subcommittee.
When my court reporter came in this morning, she gave me an extra sheet because mine ended at
Speech in the afternoon.
7:26, so I was adding some things in.
That
But it
was
looks like I
that
got-
came from us, Judge, just so that
Okay.
you were tracking with
Subcommittee
that.
Okay.
hearing.
And we have not yet gotten
what it
to
was. was good.
7:29
Anyway,
through
so those are
7:34,
on
but
my
it looks like
channel
those are
too.
Dr. Lewis's, so we'll deal
Although
with
I
that on
stream
Monday. So
those under my Amend Mom for Trump
I'm okay there. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page regarding the exhibits.
name instead of
And then I wanted to
credit.
talk briefly
But I don't understand.
about something
it's
that
not the
occurred.
same
I don't remember
channel.
what time it was. It was
Said, "Do you wanna
about
stream as yourself
an
or
hour ago.
Prime
It was
Spies?"
when
So I was
Mr.
doing
Young
Prime
had
Spies
asked
for
to
the
approach the bench.
Charlie one.
This was after Ms. Stout had responded no quite loudly in response to a question that was asked of Dr. Torres. Ms. Stout, it's been a long trial.
I'm sorry.
And I
couldn't hear I didn't.
I
okay.
think she's going a little
Okay.
cuckoo for Cocoa
Well,
Puffs today.
let's make sure we're all on the same
Because
page.
this morning,
It's been a long trial,
right when
know
it
it wears on
started,
everybody. And I know that it has to
apparently
wear on
she
you especially.
had either faked
I also know that you're
or
not feeling well
feigned
today,
or
so I do know that too.
legit.
But remember
was
what I told
feeling
you a
kind
couple
of
of weeks
icky.
ago about the conduct I expect in my courtroom. You can't just blurt out comments or express your disagreement with
Oh,
someone.
she's getting a tongue.
I've already
lash.
given you an advisement of your right to testify. You do have a right to testify. And when it comes time, you can testify if you want to, and you can tell the jury what you want to tell them. But you can't do that while you're at counsel table. You just can't start talking from counsel table. You can't express disagreement with anything that is being said by a witness, or even agreement with anything that's said by a witness. So just be careful going forward, because again, I could have you removed. That's not in your best interest. It's not in your lawyer's best interest, but it can occur. So just remember that, and I'll leave it at that. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All rise.
Patriot Polywog. Did you hear him retell the story yesterday about the transgender weightlifter, and he reenacted it? Oh my God. I about died. I had to put my microphone on mute because it doesn't matter if I'm here or on the other. Well, I mean, I've only been streaming a couple political ones just the last couple of days. But as soon as I start talking, people are like, bing, bing, gone. But so I muted my mic most of the way through. Oh my God, he is so freaking funny. And you know, when I went to his rally in October, it was October 10th, 2019. And that was the one where like it made national news because people were just lighting shit on fire, and the Minneapolis cops are on the Clydesdales. Yeah, it was a real shithole or shit show. And Ilhan, actually, when I got home, somebody had said Ilhan was there with her husband, and I had clipped it on my Twitter because she claimed she was in like Israel or somewhere. And that went viral. That got like 300,000 views. I'm like, yeah, sure she wasn't there. Look at, here she is. And her daughter was there too. Oh my God. So anyway, yeah, I'm going to try to do his speeches. And then I just want to pick some spicy subcommittee hearings. And honest to God, Patriot Polywog, I get so much more, Wednesday I had quite a bit of interaction, but they seem to, those few political ones I've done, even though people aren't super chatty, it gets a lot more people in the room at the same time than these trials. I don't know why this trial is not getting more attention, because I think it's spicy. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. I mean, people are watching it elsewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm feeling sorry for myself today. I did have to find another accounting gig. Thankfully, I can do it from home. That's what I was doing this morning. Because I'm at 34 cents in a month. Who knew this would be so hard? Okay, we're going to fast forward. The weather here in Minnesota is very dreary again today. I don't know what Mother Nature's got planned for us here. We could use a little vitamin D. Yeah, when he did the transgender weightlifting reenactment yesterday, God, that was funny. Oh, so what I was saying before was when he came here to Minneapolis and at the rally that we had here, That was like right after the Lisa Struck or Peter Struck and Lisa Page thing. To get to go, looks like. Yeah. And you know what? It's Wednesday. Like I said, Wednesday I did the subcommittee hearing, which lasted almost 4 hours. I had no idea it was gonna last that long. And then after yesterday, and every time I do a political one, I get a couple, 3 people. So, I mean, that's what I originally wanted to do. I was really happy with the Wednesday subcommittee hearing one. There's some really awesome people in there. Although one guy wrote in the comments, "I'd stay, but every time you talk over them," I'm thinking, "Well, Jesus God, I only talk over the Democrats." Ah. Yeah, I do too. That's why my original plan was to come on Rumble and do those, kind of like reaction / watch parties of
I think
those
that's a good-
subcommittee hearings,
Just
especially
to
the ones
let
where
the court know where we're at, we're gonna
Jordan is
start
the
it at
chairman,
1:13,
because they get muy fuego.
which is where we stopped
And
it.
the only
And then we're gonna stop it
place
again
I
at
ever see them is on
1:49:07.
the House Judiciary Committee YouTube channel. Like, I don't see
Like, I have a hard time even believing things.
what I do here,
Some days I just,
trying to provide entertainment / commentary along with it and
It should
interact
reflect the
with
jury
people.
has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of a
I don't know.
video,
It
and
just
that will
this
resume.
takes a lot longer
Um,
than I had
Maybe.
expected.
I think Mr.
And
Gifford-
people are so
Just
quiet.
to let the court
Except
know
for
where
you,
we're at, we're
Figure
gonna start it
Polybag.
at
I've got a couple other ones too that are
1:13:41,
really
which is where we
awesome.
stopped it.
Chatters.
And then we're gonna stop it again at
Oh, and there's this
1:49:07.
game I play. What's it called? Vegas Live Slots. I play it in the morning when I have my coffee.
like, I have a hard time even believing things. Some days
Just pause it quick. And hopefully one of my gals over there, she said she checked it out. She might have been a follow too. I love my friends.
I just, like,
Okay, so just
Which is where we stopped it. And then we're gonna stop it again at
so what I
1:49:07.
understood this morning, right before all of this began, was a couple more long videos, and then he's
like,
gonna
I
talk
have a
about
hard time even
Paris.
believing things.
And while
Some
I have
days
the
I just,
information,
like,
it does sound like
hanging out in this one space
we
until,
could have a verdict as early as
things
next week.
clear up in my head.
So
Days I'm in
we'll see.
a bad depression and despair
Mhm.
because I can't even,
I'll be watching the
I've never,
content.
ever.
Don't
the
make
one
me
thing I
put
pride
the
myself
slow
on.
mode on.
I was
Just kidding.
consistent in my life on a lot of
I'm gonna
areas.
get
I'd
some
be in and
chefs
out doing
this
crazy
Friday.
stuff all over the place, very impulsive, manic, doing this, doing that, but I've never, ever. Yeah, I might have not showed up somewhere, but might be on a plane somewhere, but like nothing that would anyone and everything. You're like, but there, that's hardly, you could ask anyone. He talked to had them across the country, this place to that place. Like sometimes I would just be manic and get everybody on a plane and end up somewhere, whatever. But it's part of like, put it all together and looking at evidence, and then you look at evidence and you're like, that's
When we spoke to you last time, you had mentioned that you thought it was an intruder, escape, and that you and Lena had moved the body before you even realized.
right. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We went, we got to go to the hospital, but like, I didn't know it was until we got to. I'll never go out the house, up the stairs, or whatever. Like, I never even knew what was going on until we got to the, and I heard that noise.
Yeah. And I guess my question is, why even the body was, why move it?
That was the question I can answer for you. That would have been something that would have been like an instinct from another part of my body to do, because it definitely wasn't to hide or conceal or do any harm in any other way. 100% probably more than likely that would have been like Maria's interpretation. Like, I mean, it's back and forth. In Maria's mind, if it's a person who is out of it, then they need to be eliminated. To be honest, I know you guys have a hard job, but there's not a person here that can stand feet. That's just natural. Great. There was definitely a lot of the in and out and definitely switching back and forth. Because I didn't even realize. Not even the thought of being an intruder. It was more so the thought of someone in a cave. I told you the cave was red flags. To me, if I had been having thoughts of me and my stepdad
Ooh,
throughout the whole
Patriot
time
Polywog.
prior
That
to
would be interesting.
there,
I think, were you the one that mentioned that a couple weeks ago?
and I'm on state with that.
I was called for
Off and
jury
on his
duty
entire
once,
life. Like,
and then I got on the
him being
jury,
there,
but then I got
him
kicked
being
off
in
because it
certain
was about a
situations,
guy stalking
or
his
me being back
wife or
in the house that I
girlfriend.
grew up in.
And
Or
they
the night
said, "Have
terror
any of you been
of
stalked
abuse
before?"
that
I'm
I
like,
lived
"Yeah,
with.
I have."
So
So I got kicked off.
that's why it would be,
Be interesting to see.
if he's come now and I'm dealing with all this again and mentally, which probably 100% his stepfather is messing with him, like how could it be? It's just how protection instincts work. Right? If you were to give me a test on protect instincts, I'm score 90%, because that's how it works. And I think I got Maria upstairs, me upstairs. So, and how Maria works is it's not always to eliminate people, like take them out. It could be just to remove people from a situation. With everybody. And she has extreme power to that, you know, to actually carry somebody and to do those things. Like when I'm in Maria mode, like I have extreme power. Unbelievable.
So
Special
Patriot
powers, I guess.
Polywog, since you weren't here Wednesday, when she talks about Maria, Maria is quote unquote
Oh,
her personality that was, she's like, what do they call that? Like someone that can kill for the greater good, trained in Russia. She's an assassin personality, I guess.
You know Maria pretty well.
I can like an audible conversation, but I can't go through. But I can have an audible conversation. Or over time, I've been able to. Incidents started happening. My grandpa used to always say, "Something's wrong with that youngin." I think country stuff. It's always wrong with that youngin. She's always hanging out with all these people, and my grandma would be like, "Oh, it's just imaginary friends." She's like, "No, it was beyond imaginary friends." Like I would try to bring my grandpa. You know, like everybody always thought I was just different. I hit my head. As it kept going on, situations kept happening, or like, I'd end up in a situation and like dead straight would not even know what. I went to the doctor in Florida about it one time, but I think they tried to give you all the information, but Dr. Bushman had deleted his feeds every 5 years or something like that. I tried to sign that form like 2 years ago, but I guess now the 5-year mark or something, I don't have it. But like I ended up in places like that in Florida, and that's how I ended up at his office. And he really just happened so much that finally I became to know who they were around the here. I was not visuals of Maria. So I can see Taylor, I can see Victoria, but I can't just say.
Personally, I do think she's taken it.
Emotional.
You know why? Because her brother,
You wanted to
never
see her and talk to her.
her brother testified, never said she had any alter personalities.
But you say to have
Daughter,
a
same thing.
conversation with her, meaning
Al,
something.
her
Yeah, it's
ex-husband,
like
same thing.
the people that
Nobody
come to me,
has seen
been
these
coming
other
over.
personalities that she claims that she
I
has.
can find out why I have so
So like
much
if she was
of mental
talking like this,
about drugs.
you know, over the course of her life
I
with
figure out why I
an
feel the way I do
employer
about
or husband
how
or brother
conversations
or
with one soul, why I
daughter,
feel the way I do about drugs.
I might buy
But
it.
through a lot of those methods,
But
they talk to
suddenly
Maria,
here she
the younger,
discloses she's
my
got all,
stepdad
you know, Maria's the really
used to
bad
take
one.
me to Randy Ray's house, which was his nephew.
It's my opinion, of
And
course.
during Randy Ray, they always said he was just something was wrong with him, but he did bad drugs or whatever. That's when she triggered things in my memory that I came back to myself. I remember taking Randy Ray and my stepdad at a very young age to go get the driving the car. I was just big shit. So that's why I have to weigh. That plus, you know, like I'm pretty sure my mom has autism or whatever. I don't know what it was. You always wanted to switch.
Yeah, it is so weird.
So
Because I wanted to say, I think I calculated she was about 36 when this happened.
So,
36-ish.
sorry, very much. what I was
And,
asking before. No, it's okay.
her birthday is
Um,
August 4th. I can't remember the year now.
You said you have an audible conversation with Maria.
83,
You
I
also
think.
said that there are people coming
This
to you.
happened in, yeah,
and
so
doing
she
things
was
sort of
36.
therapy with you.
You'd think in
Associated
36
with
years,
this mental health
somebody
area, so-
would have seen
No, so like,
Maria or
During, it's been a
the
couple
other
weeks that
ones.
we've been doing this, but they wanted to know why I felt that way about drugs. So, you know, when someone kind of gives you a certain small thing, like you start having those intrusive memories. Like you could not remember something, but then see something that like triggered that memory. And so as I was doing that, it triggered that memory, and that's how I could hear Maria and have the conversation with her about it. So it was part of those methods that we're doing. Find out.
Is it doing these methods with you now?
Whoever might
I don't remember. All right. Well, I'm wondering, probably we even have an audible conversation with you that if we're saying now, if you can tell Maria, you know, what she was thinking and what she was.
If you bring it up like traumatic stuff, I can dig myself into harmony, which in depth what any kind of abuse looks like. It's very hard because that's the only way you get it like extreme. So like, well, it's around like what it feels like, and I've had to do that once in this process, and it's very difficult because you know, for the other person having to hear it, you know, I go back and read their the report of what they typed about what I said in harmony, and it's very expensive. So yeah, so it.
I definitely don't want to take you back to your childhood. I'm just wondering about, you know, at the time, the alleged offense.
Oh, future
Where, you know, for you, the memory gets fuzzy
Right.
between, you know, you're looking for getting, you're thinking someone's going to help you see the shadow. You're having kind of that repeated thought of, Ecclesiastes 33, time to kill, time to heal.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next thing you sort of remember is being in the car. And on some level, it sounds like your perspective is an assumption Maria took over at that point in time. And that Maria is your protector. She comes up in these situations where there's a threat. So I'm wondering, you know.
Can you talk to Maria through me is what you're asking?
Yeah.
Okay, if you just said it that way.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You said it a lot clearer than I did.
Yeah, how we got into work before was I had to just kind of put my mindset, like I'm conditioned to hang out like that. So like I have to take my mind to hang out in those reliving it, you know what I mean? And then that's how I can do it.
Okay. So I guess I'm wondering why Maria might have moved away.
I don't know if you guys have any other stuff, because like how we did it before was we had like the evidence pieces. We have any of that. We have to have something.
The audio on these is
like going into
just
that thought process or to
kind of good. We're streaming
It's
a
not-
little
it's not really
behind because then we
dangerous.
get the closed captioning, which is not necessarily accurate, but too bad they can't
we have to have something to
feed
do that in order to
the
hear.
video directly into like some type of audio source.
Can't just be
But
like,
it is what it is.
Like,
yeah, yeah.
any other questions about?
I'm still a little unclear about but these gaps. When you can't remember, is that when?
Usually when I can't remember or when there's a blur around me, like let's say I would be in one of those states right now. You guys could be in here and I never even know you're in here. Move around would not be the same. You know what I mean? So during any time, so okay, let me explain to you from how it started. So when I would get abused, sexually abused by my stepdad, I started noticing the Leticia always abused. But then I didn't want Leticia. So if I went, I trained my brain to go somewhere else and let harmony could abuse. So that way, if anyone, like when the counselors and stuff like that at school would ask, you know, like, any Leticia, have you been abused? I always kind of like, no, because Harvey is the person that abused you. So, back to what you were asking, that's why those gaps come into play, because I can take myself to those worlds. Like, when one of the worlds is Christina, and how Christina works is when I was younger, my mom used to leave me by myself, take care of the kids, and she would try to leave my stepdad with me. But then she'd leave us by herself at this place, and I would be taking care of the kids while she was on his house. So that's how Christina came along. She's a gymnast. So like, if I have a gap or I go somewhere, I go with when I was a child, I go to Christina because that was during the time of the Olympics, the 1996 Olympic Games. Everything in my house became like a gymnasium and apparatus. So everything around me was like that. Not like crazy stuff where people be like, oh, there's native. It's just that the surroundings are like that, where you're like, my body gets put in the surroundings. And that's how so that's why whenever there's a gap in it, I went to this place and then something else. I make a mess of things if I deal with the trauma. Nothing straight. If I didn't do that, I couldn't have been a teacher. I couldn't have got my degree. I couldn't have done a lot of things because of how I deal with so much of it. It goes on into my adulthood. It doesn't stop at my childhood. You know, we're there because I'm conditioned to go out there. Something else might be going on in that world. It's not like I just am driving on the road and I'm like, oh, I'm here. That would be dangerous. It's not like that. If something happens that causes me not to want to deal with it, then I can switch to it. But the thing about Maria is I cannot just switch to her right now. It has to be in a form of protection, or it has to be in a form of like getting me out of it. So like the other day at the jail, I say the other day, I don't know. I ended up in a total sleep. I didn't know how I ended up in a total sleep. Right? So I'm trying to let you see how that gap works. I remember being on the phone, giving the $1 number, and I heard them say, hey, you have to move to cell 9 because they're having some construction going on at the jail, right? So they took us out of our ward, and so I can't go to the tower, so I have to house the segregation until the ward finished. So I remember hearing them say cell 9. Well, cell 9 is where I developed Janelle, because so much trauma in segregation. That's where I developed Janelle. Well, that was the last thing I remember. Then next thing I know, I ended up at SB, and SB was because I was a maternal student, and they said I was trying to hurt myself. So I kind of put it all together. I'm like, why was I trying to hurt myself? But what happened was the trigger from cell 9 brought back those memories of the fact that I was going to have to be able to survive segregation right now, meaning, you know, no book, no radio, no food, nothing, started us, all that, because there's instruction that apparently I called my friend Amy, Maria. I called my friend and she was talking in another language. And during that time, they said that I went upstairs at my body, Maria, and the deputy gave me a play-by-play. Deputy Lee said that she was watching from another camera. She said that Maria looks this way, looks that way, and then tries to jump off. So you know how the jail, they have the rails, and there's like rails like this, tries to jump through the rails. But once I was able to come later on, like piece everything back together, Maria had called my friend, she was talking another language, and then she tried to rescue me. How she tried to rescue me was, she wasn't trying to kill me, she was trying to like bungee jump off, because in her mind, I was jumping off. But I am the one that ended up in the truck. So then I had to go through the whole protocol of why are you going to hurt yourself? So the deputy, when she came, Deputy Browder came to SC, is when I came back through. She started talking to her first, and Maria, but then she was like, when I came back to myself as Leticia, she said, you were just Maria. And then I was like, why is my turtle suit? But then once I got everything back together, you could be together. So answering the question, what you just said, that's how it works. So the only way I'm left to piece stuff back together is like the evidence stuff, or like, okay, well, this has got to be clearly you on the camera, and I see myself. Okay, yeah, that's clearly me on the camera looking at it, like that's me. I know that's there, you know. That's kind of how, I don't know if you understand what I say about looking the gap, but it's not like I'm just like, hey, I don't remember. It's, I'm not there.
So, like when you find yourself in Orlando,
Mhm.
who gets you there?
Well, I found out through this, is that fire? Oh my God.
I will bet you large money that it's a drill.
Okay.
As one friend of mine used to say, I'll bet all of your money and some of mine.
Okay. Don't do anything.
Where was I? Okay, yeah, so you find yourself in Orlando. How did you get there?
All right. I'm trying not to focus on it.
That's distracting.
Well, no, I'm telling you, it's just like crazy because I'm like, I told you how to throw my fires. So what I went through about this investigation is that at least they found different things where that she met me before and I was all three. Someone else met me and I was Kayus. So there are personalities that I'm aware of. Like one of their reports, they were asking about like the FBI talking to some girl and she always knew you at Albany. I'm like, I don't think about that. So I think that's must be one of the person that wasn't Taylor. That's not me, the teaching it. So it just has to be one of the ones I either don't know about, or here I just stayed out for minutes and hours. Because obviously a plane ride from Colorado to Orlando is 3 to 4 hours. So you got to imagine what it's like. I did this before and ended up in Jamaica, and my daughter been like, "Why are you in the middle of the ocean?" Right? You know, I also think that sometimes that's part of like one of my personalities, which is me, is very polar. So I think you got to factor in the manic part too, when I just am so impulsive. There's what's going on around me. You know? So I've been asking myself this question for years. In places like schoolwork, and not even know that I did schoolwork. Like, wow, I did it. Oh, I thought I didn't do my homework, and I didn't do it. Guess that came in handy for the fact that I didn't struggle with degrees, but I also don't remember a lot about doing it because there was so much of that going on. And I was living in, when Chance died, that was the town I was thinking. That's just not going to be very traumatic time.
So it was other personalities doing some of the work
Right.
for your degree.
Right. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
But presumably when they would turn things in, they had your name.
Right, but they know about me. You see what I'm saying? That's always been a thing. Like I tell the people in the jail sometimes, like me, they can call me what they want. But then when I'm Taylor, sometimes the deputies like will come by and be like saying my name, and I'm just like, hey, that's Letitia's name. Taylor's name, you know what I mean? So it's just hard to like fight people with it. Or someone else who's going out and looking in, they always thought I just hit Letitia all around. Well, fight too much, or you know. Questions.
How would these other individuals get on a plane without ID?
And control my body. So now they do know that I did have an ID and everything that was Maria Sanchez. But they do know that. So yes, the times that I crossed the border, which working people in Border Patrol, times I've crossed the border have been as Maria Sanchez. That's how we ended up in Canada and the whole situation. So they were working on the Border Patrol for that. But that's why, like, on some of the questions, when I answer and I'd say, like 5 or 6, 4 or 5 or 6, because, like, when this happens, it's not like all the time. It's only when certain things have to trigger it. You know? It's not like every day I just wake up and, oh, I don't know what happened. Like, I don't have cognitive. I don't think I do. Memory as far as, like, you can get a little memory thing. Of course I'm great at that, but catch me in the middle of a situation, I may not even be able to tell you the date. Right. So like, it's still a thing When I was talking to the people that come and see me, like, at the jail, like I said, I hit my hand, but I didn't feel it hitting my hand in Maria. So when they come back and show me all the pictures of how my hand looked, and this girl had, she had drugs or whatever, and she had like this, and she was in depth stuff or whatever. Last thing I remember is I tried to get the deputy's help, and then when he hit me. But when I switched to Maria, that was a perfect example. I didn't remember anything after that because her instinct is protective. So when I hit the wall, it's Maria, and then it hurts. So by the time I came back to myself, they're all like, "You need something for your hand." It hurt my hand. But I do. The reason the whole thing happened with the shit is because when I was little, I wanted a dog, and some of the dogs were dirty when I was. So they used to make me sleep outside, and like hurt. She was here. Dogs put shit everywhere. Dogs are gross, you know. So that's another example of why I'm clear with someone, because a situation like that, I'm not gonna be the one getting shit around me. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be the one solving the problem.
You said Maria was speaking another language. Spanish.
Maria can speak Spanish, but my friend said when Maria called her today, she was talking Russian because I guess my friend had to figure out what was going on, whatever.
Maria was speaking Russian.
That's what she said. Her name was Amy. Amy said that when I called her Maria, that she didn't understand at first what was going on. She heard the Spanish, but then she heard the Russian. She's like, "Well, this person speaks Russian better than my own friends," what she told me later on. Didn't know that I and my brain do have a Russian.
You speak Spanish? Okay.
I don't know anything about Putin in Russian.
So where would Maria have learned these languages?
I don't know, because I mean, one of those, like I told you guys last time, you asked me about what did I call it, like when I'm like, all these missions that I'm on, it's probably doing something, but it's missions that, and things like that happen. Like, don't get me wrong now, when I'm in Mania, Leticia didn't me. I get excited about everything, and I want to try everything new. I'm this, I'm that, I'm fly planes, I do that, like, yeah, but I'm never Russian. So I don't think they base it, like, hello, you, but not. What did you say the phone call was? All this stuff has been going on, and I've been in the hole, but I'm not like in trouble. So it would have been somewhere. Oh yeah, because that I had to be in that ward for 13 months, okay, and I had to survive a lot of tragedy. Not to mention, during the time being in this ward, since being back in there, 2 people have died. So you add all that in. For the reason why we would show up. The person of the radar children. The person running their name. A lot of people we've seen have died of the jail lately. Reasons that triggered it. I can't say like I have nothing to do. It doesn't have nothing to do. You didn't have to think. So that's not think. It brings up church memories. I started avoiding family. I had paranoia. I'm looking behind and looking at this. And, you know, when those things are happening, that's what you know about to go into protection. Mention a thing happening to within the. And like as Leticia, I have a dog problem. You know,
I'm sorry, guys.
like TMJ.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like, cause they give me like a certain diet and stuff for me when I'm at the jail because I have TMJ on the dog. But like if I'm Taylor, I could eat whatever and it don't hurt my dog. Crazy thing, and people always like looking at me like that. That's how they kind of can know the difference, you know. Yeah, it's how I. Yeah.
Forget. One item here for one. Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't do it because I was confused by that. Because if you have dreams that you don't remember, then how do you know you had dreams? You know what I mean? Like everybody.
So you're just not sure how to answer that.
Right, and like it says having dreams that you don't remember the next day. How would I know if I don't?
Yeah.
Unless I'm reading that wrong. That's just how I.
No, that doesn't make sense.
That's an interesting question. I mean, goes along with them. Like if you have personalities that you don't know about, how do they know about you?
Mhm. What I was going to tell you about when I saw stuff with like the Aubrey and the Coyote, like, I don't know, I didn't know they existed, you know what I mean? Like they had, like, and the crazy thing was like, it's full, like, when they look, show me the stuff, it'd be like full-blown email account, full-blown, like, whatever, like, and then there was one of her personalities is Jasmine, and they had this whole thing where Jasmine went to Dubai. I'm like, oh my goodness, we're going to Dubai. And so, like, I gotta imagine what it's like too when you go to like a job, like say a job interview or whatever, and then like if another personality intervening while I was filling out an application. Someone asked me about something, and I'm like just looking at them like, oh. And the reason I bring that up is I saw that in one of the evidence pieces. It's like, oh, you don't know what you think about that.
We stopped it at 149.07, Your Honor. Dr. Torres, we take.
Dr. Torres, if you would resume your seat in the stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I kind of want to pick up where you stopped there. There was a piece of paper that was slung over or under the glass to the defendant. Do you know what that paper was?
Yes, I believe that that was one of the papers associated with one of the tests that we had given her that morning, the multidimensional inventory of association.
And apparently she didn't fill out some of the questions with regards to dreams. Is that what was?
It looks like there was one question that she didn't fill out.
Okay. She talked about Dubai and going to Dubai. Do you recall just hearing that?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence whatsoever in this case that the defendant was in Dubai?
No.
When she alludes to talking to Amy in Russian, you recall that conversation?
Yes.
She said that was a jail phone call.
Yes.
Did you have recorded jail calls from the defendant to various people in this case?
We did, but I think that they were closer in time to her to her arrest. If she was saying that they had occurred within that past month, I don't think we had any access to those.
Did you ever see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Russian to anyone on the phone?
No.
Did you see any phone calls where the defendant was speaking Spanish to anyone on the jail phones?
No.
Again, no one seems to witness any of this behavior. Except for when
Some
she
kind of
is
alarm went off during the interview. What was that all about?
talking to the doctor.
It was a fire alarm. They do them at the hospital every so often, and usually it's a drill.
Okay. And so when that goes off, the defendant seemed to be worried about that.
Yes.
Did you see any change in her personality, any triggering event where she turned into someone else at that time?
No.
Did you at any time during either this interview process or the interviews in March?
No.
You asked her a couple times if she could talk to Maria. Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
Did you ever ask to talk to Maria yourself?
I think we had initially,
I think they did
we were
try.
addressing that with her in terms of whether or not we could have access to Maria to ask her some questions. And as we saw, she explained that it doesn't exactly work that way, but she did say that she could have some sort of audible conversation with Maria, which is what, again, we were trying to ask if that could be possible. But then she seemed to suggest that the only way to do that was if she herself was under some sort of emotional distress or triggered in some manner. She talked about bringing out some of the discovery to put her in that particular mindset. But we were not prepared to do anything like that with her.
Now, is yours and Dr. Gray's insanity evaluation the first insanity evaluation that took place with the defendant?
Yes.
You're familiar with Dr. Lewis's insanity evaluation, that the interview was in November. The report came fairly close to trial, before the trial started.
Yes.
When she says how we got it to work before, when she turned into Maria, was there any context given about that?
It's unclear. I know we asked her if she had been, well, she had said that she was seeing someone at least for a couple of weeks. We had asked if that was some sort of therapy or treatment that she had been undergoing. She seemed to imply that it was, but it was never clear to us exactly what sort of meeting she was having as it relates to that, as she told us that she was informed not to talk about it, so we left it alone.
Would that be a reasonable triggering event for someone who suffers from a dissociative identity disorder, showing them a photograph? for instance, out of discovery?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Dr. Gray was asking questions about whether or not when she was in school, other personalities help her get through school. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
And Dr. Gray asked whose name was on your assignments or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why was that question asked? Do you know?
Essentially, he asked that question because if Ms. Stauch did undergo schooling under one of her other personalities, you would think that that personality would be more in control than Ms. Stauch and would be filling out assignments using that personality's name as opposed to Ms. Stauch's name.
And you recall her telling you that she had identification with regards to Maria Sanchez and that name,
Yes.
and she would use it to go across the border in Mexico and get back that way?
I think she had said Canada.
We'll talk about Canada as well. Did you ever see any identification with the name Maria Sanchez related to this defendant?
No.
Did you ask the defense to provide everything that you would need to make your determination with regards to insanity?
Yes.
Was that ever provided to you or Dr. Gray?
No.
Speaking of Canada, I'm not going to play this segment, or maybe I will, but let me ask you first. Do you remember her talking about it? And she talked a little bit about it in this last segment about having issues at the border and family members had to help her get back from Canada, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you recall her telling you that she had a conversation with one of the Border Patrol agents about golf and Myrtle Beach and that kind of thing?
I vaguely remember that.
Do you recall her telling you that you could look at her passport and see that she's been to Canada?
No, I don't remember
Okay.
saying that.
Did you know that her passport's in evidence?
I think I do remember that.
You know that there's no stamp for Canada.
I don't remember specifically the details of the passport at this point in time.
I'm not going to ask you anything else about the passport then. Did you ask the defense to provide to you all the documentation of her prior medical visits?
Yes.
What did you get?
From defense, I'm going to look at my report as it's listed here.
Sure.
From defense, we were provided with records from Naval Health Clinic from Charleston, North Carolina, Evans Army Community Hospital from Fort Carson, Colorado, and Fort Greely Army Medical Clinic from Greeley, Alaska. And these records detailed general medical and mental health treatment that was received from February 2016 through February 2020. We also got a letter that said it was accepting Ms. Stauch into intensive treatment at House of Freedom from Comiskey, Florida, but it was undated. We received Doctor's Care Carolina Forest records from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and this just documented one medical visit. So it wasn't anything related to mental health treatment. We got records from Grand Strand Regional Medical Center from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and these detailed, again, general medical visits. There wasn't anything associated with mental health treatment there. It covered varying dates in 2014, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2020. We received South Carolina Department of Social Services employment records. We also received employment records from Whitefield School District. We received an unsigned letter from Rhonda Niederhauser, and that letter talked about stress-related health and mental health symptoms experienced by Ms. Stauch in December of 2019. We received emails from Ms. Stauch to State Trooper Rusty Sanchez related to some accident follow-up that she references to us in our interviews. We received Humana military records. This only detailed bills associated with general medical and mental health services from 2015 to 2018, but there was no details. It was just billing. We also received a number of documents that were authored by Defense's social worker, Mr. Kyle Varville, that were related to in-person interviews that he conducted with different individuals who were familiar with Ms. Stauch.
Any of those documents that you just read, did they have anything to do with any inpatient psychiatric treatment?
None of them.
You alluded to Dr. Niederhauser's visit in that report. Do you recall in her medical record whether or not she asked the defendant if she had any prior psychiatric treatment or psychiatric inpatient treatment?
If Dr. Niederhauser asked that?
Yes. Is it in her medical record?
I don't remember. That is a question that is typically asked, but there was no indication of inpatient psychiatric hospitalization.
Do I need to show you her medical record, or do you recall it not being in there?
I recall it not being in there because I don't recall it being in there. But I'm also happy to look at it if I'm misremembering something.
No, and I guess that's a good way to put it. Obviously, if it was there, you'd probably do some follow-up, see what that was all about, right?
Yes.
Same thing when she booked in the jail. I think we talked about that yesterday. She denied having any prior psychiatric treatment, either inpatient or outpatient.
Yes, I think the only time she's really mentioned the inpatient psychiatric treatment would have been from that hospital that she wasn't able to tell us what hospital it was in Canada.
I want to go back to you trying to talk to Maria during this last segment we saw. Did you have an opportunity to look at Dr. Lewis's interview with the defendant, Ms. Stout, in November of 2022?
Yes.
And did you see times where she was able to at least appear to have Maria come out and talk to her?
Yes.
Did you see any triggers, anything that she had to use to trigger some kind of traumatic event to have Maria come out?
It didn't appear that there was anything associated with a traumatic event during those particular interviews.
In one portion, does she appear to write something on a piece of paper, slide it over to Ms. Stout, and then Ms. Stout responds using her right arm, and then goes back and forth, and then she switches to using her left arm?
Yes, I do.
And then Maria somehow appears and she has a conversation with Maria, and Maria has a Spanish accent. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, you didn't get an opportunity to go back to talk to Ms. Stout after that evaluation, did you?
Correct.
Anything about that interchange impact your opinion as to whether or not Ms. Stout has dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Why?
In terms of dissociative identity disorder, we've talked about what it is and what the criteria is. And throughout this entire evaluation, we've always had concerns about potential feigning and exaggeration. The reason we have those concerns is because the things that Ms. Stout talks about are symptoms that pretty much anybody who has watched movies or had some sort of access to television would know that this is what multiple personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder looks like in terms of speaking about amnesias, blackouts, different personalities. We've talked about how the typical presentation for a dissociative identity disorder tends to be more subtle, and at the same time, how someone would have seen something, someone who was close to Ms. Stout. But there's no corroborating data from collateral interviews or even from the mental health record. Ms. Stout talks about having this mental illness when she was 16 years old, and it's never repeated anywhere. Essentially, individuals who have genuine dissociative identity disorder do experience significant problems with their functioning. Usually it does rise to the level of needing some sort of psychiatric treatment, probably inpatient hospitalization. Those individuals are disturbed by what they are experiencing. And there's a quality to dissociative identity disorder that is involuntary, and it's not something that can be controlled, which is why it is disturbing to those individuals. They tend to be overwhelmed by the symptoms that they are experiencing. In addition to that, they tend to be ashamed about their experiences. So there's a tendency for them to essentially try to withhold some information, maybe minimize that information. They don't want to readily put it out there for people to know I have dissociative identity disorder. They don't enjoy having this condition. And Ms. Stout's presentation in our interviews would suggest otherwise. One of the most striking components to me is that she doesn't particularly seem to be disturbed by having all of these personalities ending up in different states or different countries. And that's meaningful to me. So taken together, the lack of substantiating information outside of Ms. Stout's self-report is not enough for me to be convinced that she actually has this illness.
And did you consult with Dr. Gray about the reasons why you felt it wasn't there?
Yes,
Does he agree with your conclusions?
he does.
And I'm not going to ask you about that again when we go forward, but did you have enough information to rule it out, to not even consider it as a rule out in your diagnosis?
We felt that we had enough to substantiate that this is not what was going on with Ms. Stout.
And even though another forensic psychiatrist, Dr. Lewis, wrote a report saying she does have this, she diagnosed Ms. Stout with that disorder, anything about her report or the interview that you reviewed change your and Dr. Gray's opinion?
No, again, looking at the timeline of everything, considering the fact that we saw Ms. Stout in 2020 for the competency evaluations, her presentation then, her presentation when we saw her for the sanity interviews, we noted that this claim of dissociative identity disorder and the symptoms that she was proposing, they change and they seem to increase over the course of the the 2 years from the time of the offense to the time that we saw her, and even to the time that she was seen by Dr. Lewis.
I'm not going to show him your clips. We're going to talk about your report, okay? Is your report and the way it's written, is that dictated by Colorado statutes?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
Sure. The Colorado statute indicates certain information that does need to be included in these types of evaluations. So the evaluation that we submitted is pretty standard, meets those requirements in terms of outlining Ms. Stauch's background, all of the information that we had access to, the information that we attempted to seek but didn't actually get by the time we were able to do the evaluation. And then in terms of the sanity analysis, within our test, within our report, we have the culpable mental states outlined, what they are, what the definitions are. We have the general account of what occurred from the police reports. We have Ms. Stauch's self-report and the analysis of whether she, one, has a mental disease or defect as is defined in Colorado statute. And then we would have gone into the analysis of how does the mental disease or defect impact the behavior at the time of the crime, except Dr. Gray and I determined that she doesn't meet that threshold for a diagnosis that would be considered a mental disease or defect here in Colorado.
And I want to talk about that a little bit later in your testimony. Is part of the insanity evaluation in Colorado also include another competency evaluation as part of that?
Yes, it does.
Please explain that to the jury.
For these types of evaluations, regardless of whether the individual has already been evaluated for competency, it's important to address the issue of competency at the time that we are doing the sanity evaluation. That step comes first before we get into the defendant speaking about what happened to them at the time of the crime, because we want to make sure, since mental health issues are usually involved in these types of referrals, we want to make sure that the individual is not currently experiencing symptoms of mental illness that would impair their understanding of the evaluation that they're doing, of their defenses, of moving forward with this. So it's an ethical component. It's in the statute as well that it's a part of these types of evaluations. But if we were to find that somebody had a current mental health symptoms that were impairing their understanding of issues associated with court, we would stop the evaluation right there. Refer them back to the court saying they were not competent so that they could get some form of treatment before returning to finish the sanity evaluation.
And so obviously in this case, since you went forward with the evaluation, did you and Dr. Gray find her to be competent back in March of 2022 into June of 2022?
Yes.
And is that in your report?
It is.
Is your report 22 pages long?
It is.
Who gets this report?
This report is submitted to the court. I believe we directly submit it to the clerk, who then distributes it to prosecution, defense, and the judge.
So the basis of the report is to go to Your Honor.
Yes.
And then we get copies?
Yes.
Then you get a subpoena, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. Who wrote this particular report? You or Dr. Gray, or
Both of us.
did you consult on the entirety of the report?
We did. Essentially, I took the lead on one part and he took the lead on the other part, and then we reviewed each other's parts and added anything additional that needed to be there.
Let's talk about what diagnostic impressions you had with regards to Ms. Stauch as part of your insanity report.
Okay.
What did you find?
Ultimately, we stuck with some of our impressions from when we saw her for competency. So we diagnosed the personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic qualities. We also provided a rule-out diagnosis for post-traumatic stress disorder versus unspecified anxiety disorder.
And why did you not seek further information with regards to those two disorders?
Regarding those two disorders, essentially, we felt that we had all of the information that could be provided to us at this time. We noted that in her history, there's a lot of mention of generalized anxiety disorder. We wanted to give credence to her self-report of the abuse that she experienced. She did report nightmares, some intrusive thoughts, the idea of flashbacks that could be associated with a post-traumatic stress disorder. There just wasn't sufficient information to reach the threshold to say with confidence she has these diagnoses at this point in time, or rather at the time of the alleged offense.
Okay. Did you look at other dissociative disorders with regards to Ms. Stauch besides dissociative identity disorder?
We considered them.
Were you able to make a diagnosis on any other dissociative disorders?
No, the way that she presented her mental health symptoms, it was pretty clear that she was outlining symptoms associated with dissociative identity disorder. There are other dissociative disorders, but she doesn't quite capture the nature of those specific conditions.
Is there anything else that I'm missing with regards to what you put in your report with regards to that disorder?
Which disorder?
The dissociative disorder. Anyone?
Okay. Yes, we did not diagnose dissociative identity disorder.
Now, I want to turn to the question of legal insanity. I think yesterday we talked about that being a legal term.
Yes.
Is there any relation to the type of disorder that you may diagnose someone with to insanity, the legal definition?
Here in Colorado, it's a mental disease or defect, and the definition associated with that is essentially a mental health issue that impairs somebody's understanding or perception of reality.
Is that kind of the first step in the evaluation, or in Dr. Gray's evaluation with regards to legal insanity, to see whether or not there is, in fact, a mental disease or defect?
Yes.
If you do not find a mental disease or defect, do you stop there?
Essentially, yes. If there's no mental disease or defect, then there can't be anything that impairs their capacity to form intent or their ability to understand right from wrong. Both of those things have to be tied together. So if one condition doesn't exist, then legally there would be nothing impairing the definition associated with the sanity evaluation.
And so, just to make sure I understand you correctly, are you saying that the mental disease or defect has to be the cause or the reason why an individual may not have the capacity to know right from wrong or have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
Correct.
So if that's not there, there's no reason to look at the other two, correct?
Correct.
I want to do that anyway. Is that
That's
right?
fine. That's fine. Yes.
What are some of the things you look at in determining whether or not someone may have the capacity to form the culpable mental state?
For that, we look at what the specific culpable mental states we're talking about, which are included in the definition of the charges. I believe I may have said this the other day, but in these charges, we have the culpable mental state of with intent, knowingly, and recklessly. All of those have specific definitions. With intent, the definition is whether that person has essentially a conscious objective to create or have the actual action associated with the statute occur. So more simply, for that one, that's related to tampering with evidence and moving the body. So is that action done with intent, with a conscious objective in mind? Whenever we're considering that, we're thinking, what does it mean to be conscious? We are looking at somebody's ability to think, reason, form judgments. We also take into account issues associated with emotions as well, to see if there's anything that is making it so that that individual is incapable of forming intent. It's a very high bar to meet. I'm not sure that I've ever seen somebody who a mental illness lacks their capacity to form intent. Certainly, intent can be skewed because of irrational thoughts, things like delusions, but that doesn't necessarily seem to be the case here. So we also look at the other culpable mental states, which are knowingly. And knowingly is just, do you have an awareness of what is going on? So again, we consider, what does it mean to have an awareness? You have to be awake, conscious, have some sort of understanding of what's going on. Recklessly, the definition is...
And Doctor, I'm going to stop you there because that doesn't apply anymore in this case.
Okay, thank you.
But there is another culpable mental state that I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
It's called after deliberation.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to read you the definition of after deliberation, and then ask you some follow-up questions.
Okay.
The term after deliberation means not only intentionally, but also that the decision to commit the act has been made after the exercise of reflection and judgment concerning the act. An act committed after deliberation is never one which has been committed in a hasty or impulsive manner. Okay. Have you heard that definition before?
Yes.
And I really want to talk about the facts of this case with regards to that culpable mental state. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
when you look at this particular case, do you look at the facts that are presented to you, for instance, things that Ms. Stout did before the crime?
Yes.
Do you look at her actions during the crime?
Yes.
And do you look at her actions after the crime?
Yes.
And are all those things taken into consideration when you and Dr. Gray are deciding whether or not Ms. Stout is legally sane or legally insane?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What did you look at in this case with regards to the facts when we talk about after deliberation?
When it comes to the facts, I mean, there's a lot of information in the police reports that outline Ms. Stauch's whereabouts. Even afterwards, there's a lot of information that outlines her whereabouts, the varying stories that she told to the police as it pertains to what actually happened with Gannon. We take that into account. I feel like when we're conducting a sanity evaluation, we do tend to focus more on what it is that the defendant is telling us in terms of their perception of what happened. Hopefully what they are telling us is somewhat in line with what the facts of the case are. However, even in this particular situation, Ms. Stauch outlined having some, she says, paranoia. I might say it sounds more like a hypervigilance or being on guard that someone is watching her or tracking her associated with this accident that occurred, and the accident did occur. So it's not a delusion. It's a reaction to something that did happen in her life. We are very focused on the time of the actual offense and her perception of what was going on with her, as well as what's going on afterwards. All of those times we are looking at, is there some sort of mental health issue that is impacting her behaviors, her thoughts, her thinking, her emotions at all of those stages? Usually the police reports can't tell us the perspective of the defendant, which is why we rely so much on what it is that the defendant has to say. As I said, we're looking for a mental disease or defect. And if we can identify what that is, we are looking at how does that impact the behaviors, the emotions, the motivations, the intentions that are happening throughout this period of time. In terms of what happens afterwards, there's always the question of how does the person respond to the actual crime? Does the person call the police themselves? Does the person try to hide evidence? Does the person run away? All of that's important when considering whether somebody's insane at the time. And what's even more important is the why, if you can get to that.
Fortunately, in a lot of murder cases, you don't get to that why, right?
Correct.
And that's usually because there's only one person who survived who knows why.
Oftentimes.
Now, we didn't talk about the capacity to know right from wrong, but it sounds like you incorporated that into your answer a little bit. Is that what you were saying?
Perhaps. I know I was saying a number of things. I mean, we're looking at both of those definitions as it pertains to the issue of sanity. And we've gone on about capacity to form the culpable mental state. And the other one is whether or not a mental disease or defect impairs the individual's capability to understand right from wrong.
What about the autopsy report and the nature of Gannon's injuries? Does that help you and Dr. Gray evaluate whether or not she had the capacity to form the intent to kill or the capacity to form after deliberation with regards to which
Autopsy reports give us some information in terms of what happened to a victim factually, but it can't tell us exactly what was going on with the person who committed the offense.
What about the capacity to know right from wrong? The fact that Gannon's body was discovered in Florida and the evidence suggests that Ms. Stout drove his body from left. Does that impact any opinion with regards to the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, I don't know if it's so much those details that weigh in on the analysis of somebody's capability of understanding right from wrong. For us, it's whether or not there's a mental disease or defect that would undermine or impinge on that ability. And Ms. Stout, even if we were to believe that she had a dissociative identity disorder, she speaks about how after the actual act of shooting Gannon or the person in the cape, how she dissociates and that it is her personalities that are trying to help cover up what it is that occurred. Even so, there is no particular mental illness that is impacting Ms. Stauch's ability to understand what is right and what is wrong. And there's no clear mental illness that would appear to impact any of the personalities that she told us about as it pertains to understanding right from wrong.
Does that also apply to her decision-making, her ability to make decisions? Does a mental illness come into play when you're rendering opinions as to legal institutions?
Yes.
Same analysis?
Same analysis, that there is no mental disease or defect that impairs her understanding of reality that would make it so that she was incapable of forming judgments or thinking things through. Even in her own words, at least as it pertains to the shooting, Ms. Stauch talks about how she thought that there was an intruder in the home. She reaches for a gun. She hears these words, Ecclesiastes 3:3, time to kill, time to heal. All of that suggests that there is some capacity to form some intent. She's not lacking in that.
I think you answered this question already, but knowing me, I'm going to ask it anyway. The diagnosis of other specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, does that raise to the level of a mental disease or defect?
It does not in this case.
Ultimately, what is your final opinion, along with Dr. Gray, with regards to the defendant's sanity at the time that Gannon Stauch was killed?
It was that Ms. Stauch was seen at the time of the crime.
And did Dr. Gray sign the report, this 22-page report that you both authored?
He did.
And obviously you signed it as well?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thanks.
Cross-examination? Okay.
This cross-examination should be spicy. Don't you think? It's like Will Cook, the lead defense attorney. Oh no, maybe it's the
Dr.
other
Torres,
guy.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good.
Popcorn.
I want to
Wish
kind
we
of
had some popcorn.
first just clear up some procedural history on this case, so I think that everybody has a little bit better understanding of how some of this stuff occurred. You're aware that myself and Mr. Cook are not Ms. Stauch's first set of attorneys.
Correct.
She had a different set of attorneys for a little over a year,
Yes.
and those were the ones who were actually involved with the first competency evaluations.
Yes.
And then at some point in time, Ms. Stauch was pro se.
I feel like I vaguely remember that.
Okay, and are you aware that when somebody is pro se, they would be given all of the discovery and access to the body worn camera and everything else for the period of time that they were representing themselves?
Yes.
And so there wasn't the fact that she had reviewed all the stuff and had access. There's nothing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
I agree.
Okay. And then at some point, I think it was May of 2021, myself and Mr. Cook took over the representation of Ms. Stauch.
Yes.
And when the statute, the not guilty by reason of insanity statute in Colorado is kind of designed for a flow of information from you to me and me to you and the district attorney, is trying to get everybody as much information as possible.
Yes.
And generally, when you guys, if there was something that came up in one of these interviews, sometimes then you would either email me or call me and say, can you get this type of documentation that we're looking for?
Yes.
And there was efforts. I mean, it appeared to you, there was efforts. We tried, when you guys asked for stuff, we tried to get it to you.
I agree with that.
Okay. And there was cooperation by the defense and the prosecutions. Everybody cooperated to try to get you guys as much information as possible.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't judge differently information given by the defense than information by the prosecution. And what I mean by that is you were given reports written by my social worker regarding interviews that were done in South Carolina.
Yes.
You don't necessarily disregard that or give that less weight or reliability or credibility than you would necessarily with police reports.
Correct.
The social worker is a professional person, and a professional person you would assume is going to try to give you accurate information.
Yes.
And kind of, on that train of thought, is there concern by forensic evaluators at the state hospital regarding implicit bias?
Could you say more?
Well, and I'm asking this, and I'm doing it, not making any accusations or disparaging or anything. I'm just exploring the implicit bias. You
It
would
sounds like it.
agree with me that things are difficult at the state hospital right now, as far as staffing, bed space, and so forth.
Okay. Yes, it's having its difficulties.
Okay. The state hospital is actually currently under a contempt order by a federal judge.
Yes.
And that's in regards to competency.
Yes.
And that's in regards to that the state hospital had been taking too long to get competency evaluations done for people that are in custody.
Yes.
And it puts a strain on the state hospital.
I would say yes.
Okay. And there's actually a significant backlog for people who are in custody in jails to get into the competency evaluations completed at the state hospital.
That remains true.
Okay. And if Ms. Stout was to be found not guilty by reason of insanity, she would more than likely be housed at the state hospital.
Yes.
And if she was housed at the state hospital, she would take up resources at the state hospital.
He did not just
I
say
can
that.
see what you're trying to say. And I would say that that doesn't go into the analysis of a sanity evaluator. And to the best of my understanding, the beds that they have set aside for individuals who are adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity is separate from those that they have for people who need competency restoration treatment.
No, and I understand that as well. But as far as one of the issues at the state hospital is a lack of staff, is as far as like forensic nurses, other forensic types of staff, that's difficult at the state hospital right now, correct?
They are having that problem, yes.
And wouldn't somebody who, regardless of the bed space, if they were on, you're adding an extra person who has been adjudicated not guilty by reason of insanity, isn't that person going to take some resources away as far as staff?
I could see that, but again, as an evaluator, that's never something that we're considering.
I know, and I understand that. And I understand the professionalism of both you and Dr. Gray. But is there, I guess that's my question, is there any concern that there could be implicit bias? So a bias that you're maybe not even aware of that could affect an evaluation?
I don't think that there is an implicit bias in the way that you are describing it here. Obviously, biases are a thing, and we do our best to check our biases as often as we can.
Okay. And then, like I said, I wasn't meaning that in a disrespectful way. I was just asking questions regarding it. So thank you. Let's talk a little bit about, first start with disassociation, and then we'll kind of move on to dissociative identity disorder.
Okay.
Have you ever actually treated anybody who had dissociative identity disorder?
I have never treated anybody with dissociative identity disorder.
Have you ever diagnosed anybody with dissociative identity disorder?
Not yet.
Okay. And so then when you are presented with something that you may
Right,
not
now he's going to
have
go down the
a ton
path
of personal
of,
experience with,
she doesn't
what
know
both
what
you
she's
and
talking
Dr. Gray
about.
will do is you'll go to literature to see, what is this dissociative identity disorder? How does this look? How does this present? And you will use that in making your evaluation.
Correct.
And that's what you guys did here.
It is.
And you guys were actually kind enough. We had emails exchanged. I gave you guys some articles on dissociative identity disorder, and you guys gave me some articles and everything as well that end up actually a very lengthy book on dissociative identity disorder that you guys, used to make this diagnosis and determination of Ms. Stout.
Yes.
And so as far as disassociation, it's kind of a tricky term, isn't it? I mean, as far as what exactly it is, there's some differing standards, especially in the book that you guys gave me, as far as what exactly disassociation is and when it occurs and what causes it.
That's one of the issues of the controversy around dissociation and dissociative identity disorders.
Well, and let's talk, I mean, historically, it's been somewhat of a controversial diagnosis.
Yes.
It goes, I think initially there's diagnosis of it all the way back, late 1800s, there was diagnosis of it. It was kind of there and thought of a lot. And then it kind of, as we started learning more about the brain and how the brain chemically works and everything like that, it kind of fell out of favor. Would that be fair to say?
I think that's fair to say.
And then we had, kind of pop back up again in the 80s and the media and the movie Sybil, which everybody watched as a kid, or at least I did.
Oh my God,
and it was kind of in the forefront
talking about
nationally,
Sybil at the end of Wednesday.
but still there was a lot of controversy regarding
You
it
must be
amongst
watching
the
my live
mental health
stream.
community.
Yes.
But it would also be fair to say that in the last 10 to 15 years, there's been a lot of scientific study and data that has come forth to kind of confirm that disassociation actually occurs and is a real and actual phenomenon.
I think that that's fair to say.
Okay. And while the exact definition of what occurs off, it's more or less, it's an altered state of consciousness.
Dissociation?
Yes.
Yes.
And it can be anything from, I'm like I do almost every night for the last month and a half. When the day is done, I get in my car and I leave my office, and all of a sudden I'm home and I have no memory whatsoever of the drive. That's kind of a disassociation, isn't it?
Yeah, they describe that as a normal,
Yeah.
non-pathological type of dissociation that anyone can experience.
And that kind of gets me into the next thing that I wanted to talk about. Disassociation, some of the literature and everything kind of breaks it down between adaptive and maladaptive disassociation.
Okay.
And adaptive disassociation could be when disassociation is positive and helps a person, in their day-to-day life, and it's useful for them.
I feel less familiar with the research that makes this particular separation, but I am following you.
Okay, well, I mean, as far as the altered state of consciousness and disassociation, I mean, to some degree, in kind of personas. I mean, and some of it uses personas and disassociation a little interchangeably, but oftentimes people have different personas, and it's adaptive. For example, we talked about this with Dr. Grimmett, when I come into court, I've got a tie, I speak differently than I do with my children. And once I come into the doors and everybody's here, I don't have to think like a lawyer. I take on the persona of a lawyer. And that's a different persona that I have with my children.
Sure. We all tend to behave differently depending upon our context.
Yes. And kind of the theory or the thing with dissociative identity
Boy,
disorder
is he stretching
is that
here.
is amplified to a degree that's become non-adaptive or maladaptive, that the person has different personas within them, but they don't have the authority or ability to control the shifting between the two of them, and they're much more pronounced as far as the differences between the personas.
I think that is a fairly accurate description of one of the criteria of dissociative identity disorder.
And again, for it to be a disorder, it would indicate that it's impacting my life. And so by just calling it a disorder would indicate that I don't have the ability to control it.
Yes.
And that's one of the things that you're using as far as whether or not somebody has that disorder or not. Being able to control it would be much more like me. I'm a lawyer here, and then when I go play with my kids, that I'm not serious. I laugh. I do stuff.
Right.
Like that.
It becomes a conscious decision, so to speak. And as well as with the idea of it being a disorder, that would suggest that it has to have some sort of impairment in your functioning. So is it impairing your relationships, your ability to work, your ability to have an education, some other part of your life?
And also, a disassociation can affect how memories are stored.
Yes.
And to some degree, would you agree with me that happens, that can be adaptive, and that can happen with normal people? For example, a soldier who is in war and has experienced trauma in that. So they have their soldier kind of persona, and then they come home, they're on leave or everything with the family, they'll have a different persona.
Yes.
And they may try to disassociate the memories of those traumas and keep those trauma memories over here while they're at home interacting with their family.
Like just
I
trying
would
not to think
object.
about it.
Yes. And trying to keep, and
of
it's
this line
easier
of questioning.
because that memory, and this is part of the theory of dissociation, because that memory was
Compared
stored
to a
when I was
soldier
in
in
my
war?
soldier persona,
Come on.
it's a little bit easier to keep it over there when I'm in my other persona.
Okay.
Then have you seen some literature that reflects that?
Again, I haven't specifically read anything that outlines it in that matter, but I'm following you, and I believe that is something that can happen.
Can happen, and that would be adaptive.
Yes.
And in people you're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in your job.
Yes.
They're exposed to a lot of secondary trauma in their job. I'm exposed to secondary trauma. And keeping that memory at bay when I'm at home with my children may be an adaptive or semi-form of disassociation.
I don't know that I would use that term. And at the same time, I think that is something that we all naturally do.
And again, then part of the theory when we go to dissociative identity disorder is those memories are stored with the other persona and they don't necessarily have access to it.
Sometimes, yes.
I mean, and that's kind of in the theory, and kind of going into how dissociative identity disorder is informed or caused. I mean, the literature is pretty much in agreement. It's almost, as far as dissociative identity disorder, is almost always and exclusively caused by childhood trauma.
There is a very high correlation with that.
And generally, it's not just one instance of childhood trauma. it is complex or long-standing childhood trauma.
I think it either has to be fairly severe, it can be prolonged, and everybody responds differently to the issue of trauma.
Sure. And I guess that's actually a good point. Not everybody who suffers childhood trauma, not everybody who suffers complex childhood trauma develops dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
And what are the different types of factors that would cause somebody who suffered complex childhood trauma to develop dissociative identity disorder?
Some of the factors are going to be related specifically to that person's personality, how sensitive they are to issues of trauma. Some of them might even be related to the context or environment in which they are raised and whether they have support in place to help them deal with trauma versus not having that.
Especially the lengthy book that you gave me, a lot of it, sometimes it talked about how dissociative identity disorder can be connected or can kind of grow through attachment, especially disorganized attachment.
Yes, it is, again, correlated with that type of attachment style.
And just what is disorganized attachment?
Disorganized attachment, I'm going to take a step back from that question. It's a much lengthier response. There's different attachment styles. All of us have some sort of attachment style. There's healthy attachment styles, and there's less healthy attachment styles. Secure attachment, that is when essentially you've been raised in a family, you've learned to trust your caregivers. I would also go ahead and say that attachment is something that forms when you are very young, probably within that first year or two of life. So there's secure attachment. Whenever you have learned to trust your caregivers, that they will be there for support. And for the most part, relationally growing up, you don't tend to have too many difficulties as it relates to attaching to a romantic partner. And then there's less healthy forms of attachment. We'll just go straight to disorganized attachment. I think they also call it ambivalent, avoidant attachment. Essentially, whenever somebody is raised in an environment, and again, thinking you're very young when this happens or when this forms, where things are inconsistent, you yourself have some sort of confusion in terms of whether you can trust a caregiver or not. When we're considering issues of abuse when you are very young, it can result in problems in attachment style. This can affect your relationships in the future. Disorganized attachment or ambivalent avoidant, it's when, or is it anxious avoidant? Anyways,
I think it's anxious.
yeah, thank you. It is anxious avoidant. There is ambivalent attachment, but we won't get into that. Anxious avoidant is when you feel like you need that security, you want it, but you're not sure that it's there. So you might also be semi-avoidant to trust individuals. You see this in the push-pull that you sometimes see in relationships with people who do go on to develop a borderline personality disorder. And even in a dissociative identity disorder, as we've noted, that attachment style can be present.
Okay. And Your Honor, would this be an okay place for a break?
It's your call.
I would, because I was going to play a video, but I got to get that hooked up.
All right,
So we could do that. That would be great.
It'll work. We can make it work.
Thank
All
you.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If we can have everyone
get
back in the
to-
jury room at say 3:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you at 3:20. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, we're caught up again. I don't know why, but Wednesday we were like way behind.
With Ms. Stout, for the record,
Going too far.
this clip
Oh,
is from
too far. So this is the last witness for the state, and defense is now doing the cross-examination, and then the state
Thank you,
will
ma'am. You
have
seated.
a
Court will
chance
recall
to
20 CR
redirect,
1358 people versus Latina Stout.
and
Direct
then the
service let the
state
jury have returned
will
to the courtroom.
rest.
Mr. Feeney?
From what I
And
heard,
Dr. Shores, I'm going to play
defense
a
had
short clip
the other day,
from
or like
your
last
interview with
Friday,
Ms. Stout.
they had one
For the
exhibit,
record, this clip
Exhibit
is from
A,
March 24th,
and I thought I
2022
heard only
at
one
time
witness,
mark
but I could be wrong.
34:20, and it's just right about 3 minutes.
So
We'll talk a little bit about the abuse that
hopefully this
you
is one of the
suffered.
last videos I
Um,
have to watch.
Were you ever physically abused? So like, some people might not consider it physical abuse. This depends on your perception of it.
But like belts, mop, big broomsticks, switches, like wasn't a bad kid at all. I mean, I might pop off with a mouth and have a smart mouth, but I never.
We're having some technical, let's give it a second. If not, then I'll just ask you about it.
Like,
Oh, good, that was
bringing of people, like, you know, the whole
When it goes
very
down
raw,
like
full
that,
child
your
type
heart
things from scripture, very
skyrockets.
Bible belt, so
Something's wrong.
badges, like that. For the community is, so feeding people with sticks and making go get on switches and stuff like that. It's common, you know what I mean? Now, the part about putting me in the deposit all the time, that's like the extreme, because that's not part of the spirit around for a child type thing. To keep me from finding out what my stepdad was doing, and my mom. Okay, was it like abuse and stuff? That was going to keep me from, but they knew I was smart enough to figure it out.
Where was your stepdad? Your mom, yeah, you're in the.
So when he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant, that was when we really on the base. That's, I call it military police, 911. I got in trouble because he got demoted from tax sergeant to staff sergeant because he hit my mom and she went across the kitchen table and busted her head open and an ambulance had to come to the base. I was always told that that was my fault, that he lost money if he got demoted. We were on base, then they told us, like, my mom would be like, oh, so like, you know how bases are by rank, like the different houses you can live in. So we had to move into a smaller house because he got demoted, and like everything was my fault for calling 911 for it. That was the first time that like I really remember vividly like how the abuse was, and then it only got worse. And we went back. There would be consistent fights, consistent blood, consistent sleeping in cars, running from him. His own family wouldn't even like when he was like that when he was there. And like my stepsister Amy, we lived like adjacent to the house with her grandma. We wouldn't stay with us on weekends because she knew how bad it was. Like everyone knew, no one wanted to like basically I used to say across the street because the community, you know, they don't want to go over there. He gets so bad.
And so she's basically describing an incident where her stepdad hit her mother so hard she was knocked unconscious and busted her head open. She called the police. The police came, and then her stepdad, because he was in the military, was demoted, and the family suffered. They had to go to a smaller house and lost income, correct?
Yes.
And that incident was documented both by Aunt Brenda and by her mother actually confirmed that incident took place.
Yeah, I remember her aunt, because we spoke specifically with her aunt, largely corroborated that there was abuse going on in the home.
And that specific instance in the reports done by Mr. Marvel, that was given to you, and the mom admitted that occurred.
I don't specifically remember that simply because I don't remember every single detail.
If I could approach. Okay. I'm approaching you with the report from the social worker that we provided to you.
Thank you. Yes, it does summarize that.
And then in other parts of that interview that you did with Ms. Stout, she talks about James sexually molesting her and that she would go to her mother to try to say, you know, he's doing this, intervene, help. And that what she relayed to you is that her mother wouldn't do it because last time we got the police involved, the family suffered financially.
Yes.
And as far as the impact that would have on a child could be substantial as far as trauma.
I think it counts as trauma. Yes.
And and not only the sexual molestation being the trauma, but then the rejection by the primary caregiver of protecting.
Yes.
And again, just for the record, the book that I keep referring to is Disassociation and the Dissociative Disorders, Past, Present, and Future. It talks about the correlation between children who suffer childhood trauma and the ones that develop dissociative identity disorder. And it talks about one of the issues that there is a significant correlation is betrayal.
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. And betrayal, it could be, but this is that type of instance that you have a step parent or something who is committing the act, and then the child goes to the caregiver to try to get help, to get safety, to get this stopped, and they refuse to intervene. That
I think all of that can be subsumed under emotional trauma.
emotional trauma. And kind of when we're talking about the phenomena of dissociative identity disorder, this would be the type of thing that could cause it in a child who still, I mean, she's describing the sexual trauma starts 9 and continues on until she leaves home.
Yes.
And so a 9-year-old child still needs their mom. They still even need, the stepdad for food, shelter, and kind of how we went back to attachment. Children need emotional support as well. And so they need that attachment from
dictatorship
their
world.
caregivers, correct?
Where
Yes.
you been?
And the theory behind dissociative identity
Welcome back.
disorder
Happy
is,
Friday.
especially when the other
Got a
primary caregiver is not
cross-examination going
intervening,
of the last
the child has
eight
to
witness.
make a split.
I
And
got a
the
rib out
abuse
my
memories,
back.
the emotional
I'm
trauma
aching right
goes in one personality, and those memories
I actually
are
think I'm
shielded
gonna go take some
from
aspirin.
the other personality, who can then go to the mom, go to the stepdad for
Which will
food,
just take me
shelter, and
second
emotional
around the
support.
corner.
That is the theory around how dissociative identity disorder can come to be from issues of trauma.
And both the reports that we gave you and your interview with Aunt Brenda described a very turbulent upbringing.
I agree.
I mean, it seemed James was a very violent and abusive alcoholic.
Yes.
And while there was no direct corroboration of the molestation, would you agree with me that James seemed to engage in conduct that would at least raise concerns regarding molestation?
We're not negating
Okay.
the abuse that Ms. Stauk says that she experienced when she was young.
And there is some comorbidity between pedophiles and substance abuse in the DSM-5.
I'd have to read the DSM-5, and I would say that there's comorbidity with substance use
And
with a
study.
lot of disorders.
Sure. And also when you talk about, one of the things when you look for molestation is somebody who crosses boundaries can be a concern.
Crossing boundaries, yes.
So, and there was documentation that Aunt Brenda talked about to us, and I believe with you, of James would often walk around in his underwear with the kids present.
She mentioned that, yes.
And James, giving her, after Miss Stouch had moved out, giving her younger siblings alcohol to the point that they passed out.
That detail I don't remember.
Okay. That could be a concern as far as somebody crossing boundaries in regards to molestation.
It's certainly a concern about
Yeah.
parenting behavior.
Sure. It's somebody who has dissociative, well, let me rephrase this. The theory and the literature seem, the theory and the literature supports that dissociative identity disorder is a defense mechanism, is primarily a defense mechanism dealing with substantial childhood trauma.
Yes.
And kind of in that vein, and I think you were, stating this in regards to some of the questions Mr. Young had, because it's kind of a defense mechanism and it's impacting, a child when they were growing up and everything like that. And every child is different and the trauma is different and everything like that. It often presents itself differently in different people.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very subtle and sometimes it can be more pronounced.
Correct.
And there's lots of theories, but nothing really definitive for an explanation as to what causes severe substantial DID and what causes minor DID, or what causes a child who could suffer this horrible type of trauma and seem to relatively function okay, and another child who could experience this type of trauma and be an absolute mess.
Correct. There's no consensus.
And that's with a lot of psychiatry. It's not, I don't want to say not an exact science, but there's a lot of nuance to it because it's how different people's brains develop and how they react to different factors.
Okay, he's
Correct.
an attorney. How would he have an opinion?
There is some differences amongst how much memory would be shared between different personas.
Yes.
And there are differences between how aware, and for lack of a better word, I'm going to use the term host persona, how much awareness they would have of the other personas. There's there appear to be differences between different people with DID,
Yes.
and how much memory would be shared between, and again, I'm going to refer to a host persona and memories that were encoded in other personas. How much of that is shared? It appears to vary between individuals who suffer from this disorder.
Yes.
And there's lots of things that we look at in determining if somebody has the DID. And obviously, you know, well, one of the main things that we would look at initially is, you know, was there childhood trauma? Because it almost seems you don't
By
get
the way,
DID
we
unless
are
there's
caught
childhood
up to
trauma.
the
Would you agree
live
with that?
stream now,
So
so
that would be
just
one
would
criteria.
be
Okay.
It's
right
not
here,
a
feedback,
defined
little
criteria for
bottom.
dissociative identity disorder.
Because we
However,
won't get
given
any
that
more
there
closed
is such a
captioning
large correlation
now that
between
we're
the
caught up.
two, you would expect one to be present for the other to also be present.
And I've seen different literature as far as the occurrence of dissociative identity disorder, anywhere between 1.5% of the population all the way up to possibly even 6% of the population.
I think I've seen similar numbers, and it tends to be based off of different countries,
Sure.
or potentially even, I want to say, one substance use treatment center where possibly it was more present.
And in fairness, the 6% estimation seems to be more of an outlier.
I think so. More generally, I've seen about 1%, maybe 1 to 2%.
But yeah, any 1.5, 2%, that is more consistent in the literature than the 6% outlier.
Correct.
Generally, and I think this is one of the things that you talked about with Ms. Young, and one of the things, you know, here, for the most part, its appearance and presentation is more subtle than we would, you know, appear, you know, that we see in the movies and so forth.
That is the more typical presentation of it.
Oftentimes people who are eventually end up being diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, oftentimes they will be in mental health treatment for between 6 to 12 years before they are accurately diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I read that.
And oftentimes they'll have a lot of misdiagnoses. I think some of the literature says 3 to 4 incorrect diagnoses before they are correctly diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
I certainly think that that can likely happen depending upon how much information is available to whomever is providing the treatment and how consistent the treatment is.
And would you then agree with me that asking people who've only maybe missed out for an hour and had an hour-long interaction or a shorter period of time, if they notice drastic changes in her personality, would not necessarily be that helpful in determining whether or not she legitimately suffered from DID or not?
I think it would be really difficult to diagnose it in about an hour without any other indication that it might be present.
And would you agree it would be kind of misleading to suggest that somebody in an hour-long conversation would notice somebody with DID?
Just off of observations, I think it's unlikely to happen.
Okay. The DSM-5 indicates that one of the conditions that people with DID will initially seek treatment for is obsessive compulsive disorder.
I don't specifically remember reading that in the DSM. It also wouldn't surprise me that people might seek treatment for issues of depression or anxiety.
Or anxiety. And the records that we have given you, I mean, they definitely document that since 2016, Ms. Stout had been seeking treatment for anxiety.
Yes.
And we do have records from 2013. We don't have specifically, but there appears to be billing in those records that she was seeking mental health treatment since 2013, while we don't know exactly what that treatment entailed.
Correct.
One of the things that correlates or is often seen in people with dissociative identity disorder is suicide attempts.
You do see that
Ms. Stout talked about being in a turtle suit.
when she was at the jail.
Turtle suits at the jail you're aware of put on people who have attempted suicide.
Yes.
One of the things that you will see in people with dissociative identity disorder oftentimes is a sporadic work history.
Yes, you do see that.
And in some of his interviews that you have reviewed of Mr. Stout talked about Mrs. Stout's sporadic work history.
Yeah, and I would agree that it was spotty. I think she noted to us that her longest period of work was approximately 6 years. Maybe when she was in her mid-20s to early 30s, and that she didn't work for a period of time specifically associated with taking care of the children. Other than that, there's a little bit of jumping around from one job to another in the later years.
Some of the literature notes that sexual promiscuity can be present with people with DID, but that they actually don't enjoy it.
I don't remember that specifically.
Submitted an article, dissociative identity disorder, a controversial diagnosis by Dr. Paulette Gillig. If I could approach with it.
Sure.
Go ahead.
I can give you my, another copy of it.
Oh, if you got a copy.
Yeah.
Does anybody know why they call it a turtle suit in the jail? I've never heard that before. Of course, I'm an accountant
Take this one I got. Want me to approach?
Sure.
Go ahead.
and I've never been in jail. Knock on wood.
Thank you.
Not yet.
And so you had a chance to, these are some of the articles that I sent to you, both yourself and Dr. Gray.
This one does not look familiar. And I printed out the 8 articles you sent me and read 6 of the 8.
And with this article, however, does it appear to you to be the type of peer-reviewed journal that would be relied upon people in your profession?
I'm not sure if this is a peer-reviewed journal or more of a newsletter. I'm not 100% familiar with it.
Okay, if you go to page 28 of that article, it has references.
It does have references.
It appears to have over 43 references.
It does.
This article, if you go to page 27 of that article, in regards making the diagnosis a clinical description.
Okay.
If you go about so if you go about halfway down on that, it says patients who have been diagnosed with DID frequently report chronic suicidal feelings and some attempts.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with other literature that you've seen.
Yes.
Sexual promiscuity is frequent, but patients usually report decreased libido and have inability to have orgasm.
It does say that.
We've given you a lot of medical records of Ms. Stout.
Yes.
Are you aware, do you recall those medical records? She's had multiple treatment for sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't remember that specifically.
Also had both multiple miscarriages and terminated pregnancies.
That I do remember.
Could that be consistent, especially the terminated pregnancies? Could that be consistent with somebody with DID? For example, one persona wanting to get pregnant and have a child and another persona not.
I suppose that could happen. I also don't know that it would be specifically consistent with the diagnosis. It's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. One of the things that the literature indicates to look for or can be a sign of DID is depersonalization.
Yes.
And that could be talking about oneself in the third person. Could that be a sign of depersonalization?
Not necessarily in and of itself.
But it could be. I'm not asking for it in itself.
Sure. Okay. Well, depersonalization is more of a subjective feeling of feeling detached from one's body. So I'd say just because somebody speaks about themselves in the third person doesn't necessarily mean they're having that experience of depersonalization.
And would you agree that using different names could be an indication of dissociative identity disorder?
I think that's one of the indicators. that one would look for when it comes to the different personality states.
And it's verified from both Al Stout and Harley Hunt that Ms. Stout did use the name Taylor.
Yes,
Are you also, you reviewed the discovery in the case?
yes.
Do you recall an FBI report regarding somebody who was in training to become a flight attendant at Spirit Airlines?
I remember Ms. Stout wanting to become a flight attendant. I don't remember this detail where it was coming from or specifically what the FBI report said about it.
I may approach. You may. This is an FBI report dealing a conversation with Maria Boyer. Take a look at that. Go grab it. Okay. Sorry. That's okay.
Since they're not talking, I did look up a turtle suit. Apparently, it's for people who are on suicide watch because they cannot fashion it into a noose. Apparently, prior to the 90s, when this thing was invented, they were left in their cell with paper gowns. So there's that. Where'd everybody go? Come on now. We're at the end. I mean, if we've made it this far, might as well stick together, right? Why is he pausing?
Okay.
In that report indicates the FBI interviewed a woman who was in training at Spirit Airlines,
Yes.
that she had had communication
A doctor.
over text and
Why the
Facebook
heck
with
would you want to be a flight?
Ms. Stout,
Yes.
but that she knew her as Aubrey.
Yes.
I may approach? You may.
And she preferred
Do you
the
want this
name
back too?
Taylor because she didn't like her name.
That,
So I wouldn't necessarily say that was a separate
while not positive,
entity.
could be
Not all of
consistent with
us
somebody
are
who
born
suffers
with
from
an
DID.
awesome name like Shannon.
The only question I would have about it are the details that Ms. Stout
Being
provided to that
sarcastic.
woman that are consistent with things that Ms. Stout told us that are in line with her history as she is related.
Part of the thing, when the report by Dr. Lewis was provided to the district attorney, there were some underlying data that was, or underlying things that she based that on
Did
that
you
was provided as
believe
well. Was that shared with
You
you?
expended your cranium today.
The underlying data that Dr. Lewis
Yeah.
relied
We still
upon,
Not data, but as
I
far
dropped
as
them off at school.
collateral information.
Expand your cranium.
I can't remember
And they
specifically
roll
what
their
it
eyes at
noted.
me.
Okay, specifically, there was a packet of signatures by Ms. Stout that predated the offense. Do you recall reviewing those?
I did not review them.
Would somebody having different signatures as far as how that signature is presented, that predates the offense, could that be evidence of DID?
Possibly.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, what is the difference between structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness?
Structural disassociation and alterations in consciousness.
Yes.
I feel like I would need to understand a bit more about what you were asking me to define.
Well, in the dissociation past, present, and future, it talks about in a clinical setting how it can be difficult for a clinician to distinguish between structural dissociation and alterations in consciousness. And at least my reading of it seemed to be structural dissociation would be kind of more what we were talking about originally as far as adaptive dissociation, where a person may go to a different place or be different, maybe not paying attention to what the person is saying. And then alterations in consciousness being more consistent with DID as far as the changing in personas.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. I would have flipped those. And
Okay.
at the same time, to speak to the issue that I think that you are raising, there, in terms of it being subtle and not being able to readily observe it, a person can switch from one personality to another, but not necessarily show any behavior demonstrating that. It is something that happens internally, which is why a lot of the research and even the DSM says that typically dissociative identity disorder presents as multiple states kind of being present at the same time, and why it's subtle and one wouldn't necessarily notice it.
And I think sometimes it even talks about it's not necessarily, and again, the civil, where I'm a young kid and I'm an astronaut, but the personas will kind of shift as to which persona may be better functioning in a certain type of situation.
Yeah, that I'm not so sure. I understand it more as something that happens involuntarily, that can't be controlled, as opposed to adapting to the environment.
But could it involuntarily shift subconsciously to a persona who would be better able to handle a situation?
The shifts can happen in response to some sort of trigger,
Okay.
and they can also happen randomly, to my understanding.
And when we're talking about triggers, one of the things that can be perplexing or difficult or cause the confusion of somebody with DID is they could be triggered by something that relates to a memory that is shelved in
I
another
gotta read
persona.
this.
And so they don't even
Yeah,
understanding
put it-
why something
Is
is
this a
triggered.
line of questioning from a tomato
Why the host may
or
not
an
understand
arrogant
why something.
prick auditioning to play
Well,
a psycho?
there would be that amnesia, so the host wouldn't have
Funny.
the realization
And share.
necessarily that it is happening. And that's where the confusion and the distress that comes from having dissociative identity disorder can come into play.
Because a lot of times trauma and the trigger is that's stored in the body.
But yeah, there's literature that says that.
Yeah. And so the body can be reacting to trauma, but the host personality fails to connect why this is triggering or why this is causing this kind of trauma response. And that can be one of the things that can be very confusing to somebody who suffers from DID.
The whole thing can be confusing,
Sure.
especially because there's some component of amnesia associated with it. And then at the same time, the literature talks about how there's some awareness, sometimes even among the personalities, that it's a bit more porous, even though you would expect to see amnesia.
Well, and sometimes literature reflects clusters of personality may share certain memories.
Yes.
And when you were talking about whether or not somebody else, a family member or something, would have noticed these types of things, are you aware that Miss Stout left the home when her brother Dakota was only 2?
If she told us that, I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. But if they weren't necessarily raised in the same household or had a lot of contact with each other, that may be a possible reason why he didn't notice any of these issues.
I think that's possible. I don't remember off the top of my head how much interaction they've had
Absolutely.
from her ages of adolescence forward.
But whether or not somebody would pick up on these subtle cues of somebody who legitimately suffers from DID would largely be based upon the amount of time that they interact with somebody.
That can certainly be helpful, consistency and amount of time interacting together.
And when Ms. Stout was speaking, with you about her relationship with Al Stout, the history that she presented is they actually, even though they had been married for, I think, 4 or 5 years at the point in time of the event, they actually hadn't really lived together for very long.
That's correct.
And so the sustained long interactions between the two of them may not have been as substantial as you would normally expect in a married couple who had been living together for 5 years straight.
That was my impression.
And, Mr. Stout, in the interviews that he did talk some about her varying moods. As far as like 1 week she would be a great mother and the next week she may act like she doesn't pay attention to the kids at all.
Yes.
And again, he talked about her sporadic work, and that was a thing of frustration for him.
Yes.
Okay, so
In
sporadic work and a
regards
number of things, bad
to-
economy.
Harley, we provided you with a memorandum regarding our interview with her in South Carolina.
Yes.
Do you recall that memorandum reflecting Harley being somewhat confused by Miss Stout changing her name to Taylor?
I remember, and I don't know if it's written in that report specifically, I remember her noting that she added Taylor as her middle name and used it with individuals outside the family.
Let me approach.
Yes.
Okay, so when I was off to college,
That refreshes your repertoire.
Thank you.
and I was an avid Young and the Restless watcher back in 1988,
On the second
I
page,
wanted
think the
to-
last paragraph
I
off
asked
top
my
of the
mom if it would be okay if I changed my name to Ashley from Ashley Abbott. Okay, that was a phase. Just saying. I hate how he just stops talking. Someone else on Twitter had this since he's not talking. Observation. Oh, God. She says, Rachel Barone. Ultimately, different personalities within DID are parts of the whole person. They're all ultimately the main person. The parts just aren't integrated. So no matter what, it was Letitia who did this. And even if she had DID, as she describes, it would be a severe case the way then it goes on, more functional impairment that would be very obvious to others, which again, is kind of what I said when Polly Pollywog and I were talking earlier was, all the stuff that she's had on these tapes the last couple days, the videos where she's, in the restraints, if that was behavior she would have exhibited throughout her life, then, maybe she has a defense here. But her daughter never saw it. Her husband of 6 years never saw it. Her brother never saw it. It seems to me like no one has testified ever seeing any of this up until she gets arrested. Let me know what you think in the chat.
Okay.
Yes.
That memorandum,
because they're caught up.
expresses that Harley Hunt had either frustration or confusion regarding the name change to Taylor, that she didn't even know what name to call her mom.
Yes.
It also indicates that her mom was oftentimes up and down.
Yes.
There was a lot of travel that she almost felt like she was living out of a suitcase.
Yes.
And she talks about how oftentimes she would find her mom crying in a closet.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with what she kind of described to you, that oftentimes she would sleep in the closet.
Yes.
Maybe that was the only quiet place in the house.
And
I don't know. I have
would
4 kids.
you
Sometimes it's kind of hard to
agree
escape.
that it's not unusual for children who are raised by parents who suffer any type of mental illness to not necessarily be aware of the unusualness until they have left home for a while and look back and say, now that I see other stuff, now I realize how messed up it was, because the kid only knows what they're exposed to.
Exactly. It becomes normalized for them.
I want to talk a little bit about the evaluation that you did, the sanity evaluation that you did. And I guess initially the main thing that I want to get out of the way is feigning or malingering is not exclusive of an actual mental health issue.
Correct.
Oftentimes in a forensic setting, you can have somebody who has a legitimate mental health issue, and for whatever reasons, they may either be making up something else or exaggerating the symptoms of the mental illness that they actually have.
Yes.
And that makes your job much more difficult.
It does.
Because so much of what you do in making these evaluations, having an unreliable narrator makes it difficult.
Yes.
And knowing that, that's part of the reason sometimes you guys give certain tests.
Yes.
One of the tests that you guys gave here is the MMPI-2.
Correct.
And what is that?
That is the Minnesota Multifaceted Personality Inventory, second edition. And what it is, it's a long test with a number of items. It's used to help with clinical diagnosis because it asks about a number of different symptoms seen in disorders such as anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, antisocial behavior, and other things.
And it's more helpful in a clinical setting because the belief is that somebody who is coming in for treatment is going to try to answer it as honestly as they can so they can get the treatment for whatever is causing them problems.
Yeah, we administer it frequently enough in these types of evaluations because it can be helpful with clinical diagnosis, especially if we get a valid protocol. It's also helpful because it has those validity scales on it, so it can let us know if the person who's sitting in front of us is currently potentially exaggerating symptoms.
But it's not a test that is specifically designed to detect malingering.
There is no test specifically designed to detect malingering. All of the tests that we have can detect exaggeration or feigning.
Okay.
I say they don't specifically address the issue of malingering because there is no test that gets to the motivation that would be important to the issue of malingering.
There are, and I'm going to get to this, and specifically in interpreting the MMPI-2, you guys relied upon an article. I think the primary person on it was a Dr. Brand.
Yes.
You're aware that Dr. Brand has other articles dealing with detecting feigning or exaggeration in people with DID.
Yes.
There are some structured interviews that they indicate can be helpful in making a determination of
I just wanted to pause for 1 second because this is, I mean, despite the material here, sometimes we need a little comic relief to, like, I don't know, make it bearable. I just retweeted it. Liz Beth on Twitter says, Tolini, with all due respect, mood swings are not a sign of DID. If you'd like to show us proof of Maria Lamara Lamea, Shamea, Shalila, Shabuma, yada, 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 whatever, whatever. I'm all ears. But so far, you're not proving DID, just STD. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, continue.
The validity of DID.
Yes.
You guys did not use any of those structured interview techniques talked about in those, in that article.
We used the multidimensional inventory for dissociation, which is another self-report that looks at, again, the gamut of the different dissociative symptoms. And it can be particularly helpful for teasing out whether somebody is experiencing a dissociative identity disorder or a post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder, which is why we chose that test specifically.
Okay, but you didn't, as far as the structured interviews that Dr. Brand talks about can be of assistance and a DID determination, you guys did not use that specific structured interview.
Yeah, there are a couple, and we did not use them specifically because we were already conducting our own semi-structured interview of sanity, which does include a mental status exam, which goes into a number of the symptoms that one might exhibit for different disorders. And we had asked questions as it pertains to the issue of dissociative identity disorder. And those structured interviews, they simply go off of the criteria as it's outlined in the DSM, and they don't have validity measures. So we didn't see the utility in adding that to our interview.
Okay. And in the back to the article by Dr. Brand, dealing with the MMPI-2, I mean, and not only Dr. Brand, but there's other literature that indicates people with dissociative identity disorder can score higher on the MMP-2.
Yes.
And they can legitimately give answers that would lead for other types of diagnosis would be indicative of an invalid response.
Yeah, the limitation with the MMPI-2, especially in these types of circumstances, is that there's a lot of items on this test, and there's a lot of item overlap on the scales themselves. And on some of the scales that detect the issue of exaggeration, it incorporates items that speak to issues of trauma. So when you have somebody who has a significant trauma history or even a dissociative identity disorder, it is said that they can elevate those scales and still be responding genuinely. And the MMPI has a third scale that looks at the issue of exaggeration that takes some of the trauma stuff out of it and just looks primarily at issues of what you would see in psychiatrically hospitalized inpatients. And she still elevated that one as well, which is you could say, prototypic profile of an individual who might be exaggerating issues of dissociative identity disorder.
In just for the exact quote by Dr. Brand at the beginning, or I think it's like the third paragraph, and I think it's a she, so I'm going to go. It's Bethany Brand, so I'm going to make the assumption here. She indicates the ability to classify individuals with severe trauma in DID correctly is challenging, as individuals with trauma-related disorders, characteristically, it's been a long day.
Characteristically.
Thank you very much. Display high scores on a clinical and validity scales, including on the MMPI-2. These traumatized patients may be misclassified as malingerers or psychotic because of the elevated scores on multiple scales.
Yes.
And basically what they do is they do a study to try to figure out what questions on the MMP-2 would be indicated of actual patients who have been diagnosed with DID versus people who are attempting to malinger or feign DID.
Yeah, they compare them to people who have been coached by somebody in terms of what does dissociative identity disorder look like. as well as those who have not been coached. So they would just be going off of what they believe they know about dissociative identity disorder,
Sybil. Awesome.
potentially.
Okay. And basically what they did is, so they had 3 groups of people, people with DID, people who've been coached in DID, and non-coached. They gave them all the MMP2, and then they compared scores. And what they found was certain scores seemed to indicate were endorsed more by the coached or the non-DID people than people with actual DID.
Yes.
And you guys use that in kind of making your determination that her scores did not fit with somebody who has DID.
Yes.
Do you have the raw data with you?
I should have the raw data with me. From which administration?
Let's go with the first one.
I hate these long pauses. Because I think something's wrong.
I'm ready.
I found
And
all
so
those
kind of
animated
in
emojis.
taking that and then comparing
Dictatorship
it. And do you
world.
have the article by
It's
Dr.
kinda
Brand?
funny.
I do.
All right. Basically what Dr. Brand, and there's actually Dr. Brand and like 7 or 8 other people that helped with this article. They had some different scales, and they had basically DID endorsement direction. They had kind of most and then kind of least in comparison of the 2 groups, or the comparison of the 3 groups. Right.
Yes.
And then they kind of went to specific questions and had kind of percentages of, how much of the DID group endorses versus the coach group and versus the uncoached group.
Correct.
One of the questions, there's question number 12, which dealt with sexual difficulty. The DID endorsement group was at 90%. So 90% of people with actual DID, in response to that question, which dealt with sexual difficulty, 90% indicated that they had that. And it's a true false question, right?
Yes.
And 76% of the coach group indicated they had that, but only 59% of the uncoached group listed that as a symptom.
Correct.
She actually listed that she had that as a symptom.
Correct.
And so at least with that, in that question, she would be consistent with an actual DID group.
Well, I would argue that I don't know that that is the best item specifically to differentiate, given that 90% is a substantial majority, but I would also consider 76% a majority.
Okay.
And 59% is more than half.
Well, in regards to question 66, which deals with lack of regard for law enforcement, only 1.9% of the DID group endorsed that. That's compared with 28, almost 29% of the coached and almost 50% of the uncoached group.
Yes.
And she said that she would be consistent in her response with the actual DID group.
Yes.
Again, question 123, rejection of law enforcement laws. DID group that had it, 3.8, coached 16, uncoached 53.7. She denied having that. So she would be consistent in that question with the DID group.
As well as the coached.
Yes. Would it surprise you on, well, I'm not going to go through every one.
Okay.
Would it surprise you that she, on the questions that they list as kind of the flags, that 58% of the time she is consistent with the DID group?
And I would say almost the same with all of the others. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah. Okay. In your report, when you're talking about how kind of her speech and so forth, at one point you indicate she displayed a tendency to provide unnecessary and unsolicited detail, a shift to unrelated topics, not responding to questions, and requiring redirection.
Yes.
Could that be consistent with loose association?
I wouldn't call it a loose association necessarily. It's that rambling behavior that maybe we saw in watching some of the interviews. Sorry.
In the rambling behavior, and I understand you're not calling it loose association, it appears, at least in the videos that we watched yesterday, would you agree? The topic that she's talking about somewhat seems to correlate it with it. And what I mean by that, of all the videos that we watched yesterday, when that one where she's talking about the abuse, suffered in James, that to me seemed pretty rambling and almost a loose association.
I'd have to go back and look at that specifically. I would say that generally speaking, she had a tendency to ramble. She would usually come back to the main point or the topic, but sometimes she did need to be asked the question again simply because she had strayed.
Okay. And so you ended up diagnosing her with a personality disorder, and borderline with narcissistic features. Would that be?
Yes.
What are the similarities between dissociative identity disorder and borderline personality disorder?
There is some overlap, although I'd say that the nature of the symptoms tend to be different,
Okay.
but they both have that identity disturbance. They both have issues with mood swings. They're both correlated, even though it's not specific criteria for DID, with suicidal behavior and attempts, as well as impairment in functioning.
And in fact, there was some literature, I think like almost 20 years ago, but trying to say that there's no such thing as dissociative identity disorder, and it's just a presentation of borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of it?
If that's the article from 1988 that you provided.
There was a different one. It was another one by Dr. Brand, who seems to do a lot in this. It was the separating fact from fiction, an empirical examination of the 6 myths about dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I did read that one.
And the one that she disproves is the myth that DID is the same entity as a borderline personality disorder.
Yeah, I would agree that they are two distinct things and they can coexist with one another.
Okay. And so they could be comorbid.
Yes.
And what does comorbid mean?
Comorbid means you have both of them at the same time.
And borderline personality disorder has a correlation with childhood trauma.
Yes.
While it's not like the same as DID is almost all 100%, anywhere between 95 and 100% associated with childhood trauma. Just to be fair, borderline doesn't have that strong a correlation, but there's definitely a correlation.
There's definitely a correlation. I don't know what the percentages might be, but since it's a maladaptive personality characteristics type of disorder that develops in late adolescence into adulthood, it's usually stemming from some of those problematic issues that you see in abuse or neglect or disruptive homes.
And similar to DID, it also has a correlation with disorganized attachment style.
It does.
And that kind of goes on. One of the main features of borderline personality disorder is a almost irrational attachment to a romantic partner.
For borderline personality?
Borderline, yes.
With borderline personality disorder, as it pertains to the issues of romantic attachments or even familial attachments, people that you're close to, you see a pattern of idealizing them and devaluing them, and it can change very rapidly. So that's where that push-pull comes into effect.
And borderline personality, where does that term come from?
Ooh, it's from a while ago. I do know that borderline personality disorder originated in issues associated with neurosis and psychosis way back in the day before it became officially a personality disorder.
And the thought was it was on the border between neurosis and psychosis,
Yes.
because oftentimes people with borderline personality disorder can suffer from psychosis.
Yes, they do have the psychosis.
Okay.
The DSM says transient psychosis. The research says it's not always transient.
Okay. And what the DSM talks about, I mean, so people with borderline personality disorder, especially in times of high stress, can suffer from video and audio hallucinations.
Visual. You said video and audio, but
Thank you.
visual and auditory hallucinations.
And sometimes from delusions.
You see paranoia more so than anything else. I would say that it doesn't always rise to the level of a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to not be based in anything that's reality. I think that they are quick to be suspicious about other individuals, which is where the paranoia can come in. And it can rise to that level of delusion. It just depends on the person and the severity of the presentation.
And so I guess you have some different, so is there more literature coming out now that psychosis would be longer present as opposed to transitory?
In borderline personality disorder, it tends to be transient, meaning temporary. It comes and it goes. The difference between delusions, as you might see them in a psychotic disorder like schizophrenia, is that the individual with a borderline personality disorder and that paranoia that can even enter the realm of delusion is that they tend to maintain more awareness and insight, and they're able to test whether something is based in reality or not. So they still stay within this realm of reality compared to a psychotic disorder that tends to not do that, and they tend to believe the things that they are hearing, whether it's an auditory hallucination or even the delusions that start to develop in their minds.
And would you agree that the characteristics of borderline disorder can kind of foster somebody who will make falsifications or distort the truth or lie, or almost pathological lying?
That can happen.
And part of that reason is because people who suffer from borderline personality disorder, they lack kind of a consistent identity of self.
They do have trouble with their own identity. That's one of the criteria.
They kind of have contradictory towards views of themselves. Sometimes they think they're wonderful. Sometimes they think they're the worst thing in the
Yes.
world. They can be prone to loose and unstructured situations, and sometimes they can have a transient loss of reality.
That's what I'm referencing. Yeah.
And they're also, one of the things with borderline personality disorder, they can also be very impulsive.
Yes.
And so all of those features can lead to somebody who may almost pathologically lie.
Potentially.
Something that we may have.
It's going to depend on a case by case type of thing. You don't see pathological lying in all cases of borderline personality disorder, but
It can be seen in people with borderline personality disorder.
yes.
And again, not in all cases, but the underlying cause of both DID and borderline personality disorder can be similar as far as like the childhood trauma and disruptive household.
Yes.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in the Colorado statutes or in any case law that precludes borderline personality disorder from being a significant mental illness that could in some cases rise to the level of insanity.
Yeah, I don't know any case law associated with that. And the statute explicitly doesn't speak to what disorders can or cannot rise to the level of a mental disease or defect.
Well, it kind of excludes antisocial personality disorder.
Thank you. It excludes antisocial personality disorder and issues associated with substance use.
Okay. But any other type of mental illness, depending upon the circumstances, is not necessarily excluded by the statute.
Correct.
And the DSM-5 doesn't make any distinguishing between the level of severity. The DSM-5 itself doesn't make any differentiating between the level of mental illness between a personality disorder and even schizophrenia.
There's no severity level specifically associated with the DSM criteria
Okay, the DSM itself doesn't say this is a serious mental issue and this is just nothing.
because that's going to depend upon how much it's impacting the individual.
And that's kind of what we look at, is to see, we judge it by how much it impacts that individual's life.
And that's part of the analysis of a sanity evaluation.
And you talked about generally with somebody who is going to rise to the level of insanity, we would have to have, generally, I mean, especially when we're talking about, I can't distinguish right from wrong, you're generally talking about psychosis.
Generally speaking, given that the definition of mental disease or defect is a mental illness that impairs perception and understanding of reality, psychosis tends to be the one that we see most frequently.
And conceding that Ms. Stout is not the most reliable narrator, especially in the second interview that we watched, she does just relate symptoms that could be consistent with psychosis.
She says that she experiences them, yes.
Yes. And finally, lastly, in the definition of insanity in Colorado, is whether or not you know right from wrong, not whether or not you know something is a crime.
Correct, it's different.
And somebody can know something, think what they're doing is right, but still know that it's a crime.
Yes.
And I think that's what you were kind of alluding to. You could be insane by definition, think I am killing somebody because I think they're the Antichrist and going to bring the end of the world, but still try to hide that so that I don't go to jail for something that I think is good because of my mental illness, but know that I could suffer consequences for that.
It comes up.
And so it would not be the fact that I am trying to avoid punishment because of it's criminal. That in and of itself, while it could be a factor that you're looking at, doesn't necessarily exclude insanity.
I would say it's one of the data points that we consider looking at a variety of data points when coming to a determination.
Absolutely. But again, kind of Mr. Young was kind of indicating on his, direct view, I can't remember if you or Dr. Grimmett, that, and this happens, sometimes you will have people who, I've had clients who are insane, who are paranoid schizophrenics, who have gone off their medication, and they may brutally kill their own children, and then they'll just be sitting there in the blood waiting for the police to come. That happens.
Yes,
And that makes it pretty easy.
it does.
I mean, it's, they're talking about, I had to get the devil out of her, and she's sitting there, and that's an easy determination. But you can have people that could be suffering from a psychosis that they think that they have to do this, but still try to cover up the crime. And that person could, not necessarily always, could still meet the legal definition of insanity.
It would depend upon the circumstances.
Absolutely.
And it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Okay. And it's not excluded by the statute.
It's not excluded by the statute.
We have just a moment. Much, Dr. Torres.
Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Young.
Yes.
Sorry, I fast forwarded too much, but it sounds like that's the last one. Oh my God, I just read the funniest tweet. And now it's gone because I just monkeyed. This Losa girl. What did she say?
Thank you very much, Dr. Torres.
Okay, so
Thank
they're
you.
done. So now redirect.
Mr. Young.
Yes, thanks, Jeff.
Let me clear out of here.
Oh, here it is. The fact that Josh Tolini is mansplaining the MMPI-2 test to Dr. Torres,
Anything's possible, right?
which is one of the most
Many
complicated
times.
mental
I
health
could go through the
assessment tests,
DSM-5 and read you all
captain
kinds of
of douche
criteria and
news.
say, hey, this is possible, correct?
Oh, gosh, some people are
I would say
sensitive.
it depends.
You probably hate when lawyers do that. I didn't get one depends with him. I'm going to read something from the DSM-5 and then ask you some questions, okay?
Okay.
It says, because deceit and manipulation are central features of antisocial personality disorder, it may be especially helpful to integrate information acquired from systematic clinical assessment with information collected from collateral sources.
Yes.
That comes right out of antisocial personality disorder diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And so deceitfulness and manipulation may apply to many mental illnesses.
I'd say yes. And at the same time, with these types of evaluations, the issue of not being completely forthcoming or truthful is something that we're always taking into consideration.
Especially in a criminal case where you're doing a forensic evaluation.
Yes.
In the DSM-5, we talked about the cautionary statement, maybe not with you, but other witnesses, you're familiar with that?
I am.
Caution should be used when using this manual in forensic settings.
Yes.
Did you consider antisocial personality disorder in this evaluation?
We didn't see sufficient information to diagnose an antisocial personality disorder here.
And is that because you didn't have enough information since the age of 15, which is kind of the first step in that?
Well, you are looking at lifetime functioning for many of the personality disorders. But when it comes to antisocial personality disorder, there was just not very much there from what we had access to.
Let me go through 3 criteria because it says you need 3 criteria to evaluate if you have information from the age of 15.
Okay.
Criteria 2, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. Consistent irresponsibility as indicated by repeated failure to sustain consistent work behavior or honor financial obligations. Lack of remorse as indicated by being indifferent to or rationalizing having hurt, mistreated, or stolen from another. Do you think those 3 criteria apply to Ms. Stauch's case?
I think it's possible. I also think some of the other things that we see in the personality disorders that we noted could account for a little bit of that.
And so antisocial personality disorder is not a mental illness, correct?
It's in the DSM, and it can certainly cause impairment in functioning. And when it comes to legal issues, antisocial personality disorder is excluded because it's associated with criminal behavior.
And that's right in the definition of insanity, is it not?
Yes.
When you state in your report that there is no credible evidence to conclude she has a condition that conforms, to the definition of mental disease or defect, what did you and Dr. Gray mean by that?
We mean that we diagnosed the specified personality disorder with borderline and narcissistic traits, and we ruled out the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder and an unspecified anxiety disorder. But essentially what we're saying is that in none of these disorders do we see Ms. Stauch presenting with symptoms that would impair her perception or understanding of reality.
Are you giving your opinions because the hospital has overcrowding issues?
No,
What would happen to your license if you came in here and did something like that?
it would not be good.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do the job you're doing right now, right?
Correct.
I'm glad he said something about that.
DID is a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
And in the DSM-5, it talks about a study that they did with a group of classified people.
Yes.
What classified people are we talking about?
I don't have access to that study, but it does mention something about substance use. So I wondered if it wasn't conducted in a substance use facility or potentially in some sort of inpatient setting.
And they list out the percentage of people in that group that had DID as 1.4 or 1.4%
Correct.
out of that small group
Yes.
who has mental illness issues.
Yes.
So that's not related to all society. Although I think, well, I'm not going to ask you that. You know what I'm saying? I think anybody who goes see a psychotherapist is probably going to be diagnosed with something. It's like when you go get your car changed, you need tires.
I would hope not.
At least you didn't say it depends. But we don't know who's in that group, but needless to say, it's a rare diagnosis.
Yes.
Are there any studies that indicate how often that diagnosis is faked in a criminal setting?
I wouldn't have percentages associated with that, and I'm not sure that I've read that anywhere. When it comes to dissociative identity disorder specifically, it is cautioned when it is used in a criminal setting because of the gain that a person might receive by saying that, essentially, that it wasn't them, that it was a different personality.
It's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, right?
Correct.
I have another personality who happens to be a psychopath or antisocial personality disorder that I can't control.
Correct.
Pretty easy thing to just say, right?
Sure.
I just said it.
Yeah.
I want to go back to the childhood trauma that's associated with Miss Stout. She told you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to say she was 10 to 12 when this happened.
I think once she told us she was 9 and once she told us she was 12, so we stuck with somewhere between 9 to 12.
Now, is this something that's suppressed for over 20 years and just coincidentally comes out during the death of her stepson?
It's hard to believe.
Why is that?
As we've mentioned or talked before, essentially, you would have expected to see it at some other point manifesting itself, especially if she herself is saying that she's had these different personalities, including the personality of Maria since she was 16 years old.
And we talked about this again, but family members, when we talk about, as Mr. Cellini said, it sometimes it takes 6 to, I believe he said 12 years for it to be diagnosed, is because family members may not know what's going on because there's blackout periods and they can't explain it, things like that.
Potentially.
Is it rare that the individual themselves would know what's going on with it, or would they have to seek help and get into therapy for 6 to 12 years until they figure that out?
That's another, it's going to be, it depends on the presentation and what it is that they are going through. If it is so severe that they are blacking out, finding themselves in different locations, cities, acquiring objects that they have no memory of acquiring, you would think that they would say something to someone.
And the first time that you or Dr. Gray ever learned anything about the potential of Ms. Stout having dissociative identity disorder is based on a psychological test that you did during the competency evaluation. Is that right?
Well, during the competency evaluation, we weren't looking for dissociative identity disorder. It was never brought up. She did not mention it. Her attorneys did not mention it.
Well, let me, I could be wrong, but I thought yesterday you said there was a test that you asked her about because she answered it a certain way. Am I?
Yes. No, that is correct. Because we gave, during the competency evaluation, 2 psychological tests. One was the personality assessment inventory, the PAI, is the first one that we gave, and she invalidated it. Given that we saw her the following day to finish up our interview, we asked her specifically about some of the items on that test that caused the invalidation, just to see if we could get a better understanding of what happened here. Why was this test invalidated? And one of those questions happened to be an item that asked about whether or not she felt like she had 3 or 4 personalities inside of her. And she had said true. So we simply read the item to her. We ask her, what were you thinking? What does this mean to you when you say true? And even when we asked her about that, she did not talk about having different personality states. She did not name any of these other personalities. Her response to us was essentially talking about different mood states, saying, well, sometimes I feel very competitive when I'm playing sports. Sometimes I feel more compassionate, or sometimes I feel like I lack empathy with my family.
And then was it during the second competency evaluation where Dr. Grimmett actually looked into the DID diagnosis and said it doesn't apply here? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that was well after she had been in the jail for months.
Yeah, I forget exactly how far after our evaluation Dr. Grimmett conducted hers.
And Dr. Christine Moore, who is a psychologist at the jail, who was meeting with Ms. Stout almost on a weekly basis, would she be in a good position, based on her weekly conversations with Ms. Stout, to make a decision as to whether or not she had dissociative identity disorder?
Potentially, and it might depend upon what Ms. Stout told her. As I imagine, I mean, I bet Dr. Moore could tell you better than me, but I imagine that those meetings could potentially be pretty brief.
Do you recall reviewing her notes where she indicated there's no symptoms of dissociative identity disorder based on what Ms. Stout was telling me?
I remember those notes suggesting that situational anxiety associated with her case was the predominant thread of a diagnosis that they saw during her jail time.
At moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Dictatorship world and
Those are my
Polly
questions.
Pollywog.
Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr.
Oh, we're
Torres?
almost at the end.
Looks like we have
Yeah, one of my
couple.
triplet daughters.
Mr.
she's
Young, if
finally
you would
switched to
retrieve those as
online.
council approach, please.
We're on live time and they're going to approach. But she switched to online. The school system has, because the triplets are going to graduate in 2024. They're juniors. But I got one of them now switched over to the online school. And actually, she just got accepted into Blue Sky, which is a self-paced. That's what she really wanted to do because one of her friends that's her age, she switched to Blue Sky and she graduated in like 6 months. So my one daughter, that's what she wanted to do, but there was a waiting list and she couldn't get in. We were having some problems with the school because she was having health issues and they wanted doctor's notes up the wazoo. So I finally had enough because that was like the last straw. So we got her switched to the online school that has like a link with the high school so she can still walk commencement with her class. Whereas if she switches to Blue Sky, she'll just skippity doo dah right till, I mean, you just like study and graduate and then move on, which is I kind of thought what she wanted to do, but now she changed her mind. And also my comment was my son, he graduated in 2021 and he was in band from like 5th grade. He was in marching band, all 4, high school here starts in 9th grade. So marching band and pep. So marching band is for fall and then pep band is for winter and spring sports. And senior year comes and because of the Rona, he basically missed his entire senior year. There was no in-person football games, no marching band, no pep band, no homecoming, no prom, no nothing. And about 2 weeks before graduation, because the class of 2020 had to do a stupid ass, like the kids could drive in a car, like in a circle around the school or the track or something to get their diplomas because of the, don't even get me started. But class of 2021, I was like, holy God, what if they do a virtual graduation again? And some power that be, like 2 weeks before commencement, put it at a church up the street, this big, huge, giant church. And that was like the first time their entire senior year, the whole class was together. Because that was apparently what was most important. Oh my God. I would have been pissed. I mean, it's hard enough missing out on your whole senior year, let alone miss out on all the fun stuff that happens senior year. Plus, on top of it, all those years he was in band and he loved band. Loved it. And the homecoming games were so fun. All the football games were great with the marching band. And yeah, what a disappointment. And then for the senior year for his the concerts and stuff, he played trombone. The freaking they had like these stupid masks that had like a zipper in it. A zipper. So they'd have to unzip it, play their part, zip it back up. I mean, someday we're going to look down. If aliens were like looking in on our planet, they'd think we were nuts. I got to believe that we're almost done for today. Kind of had it. My back is killing me. Make it up in life. School is not the best place for kids in this. Yeah. So also earlier I had said, my son, I think he was kind of at the tail end of some fairly normal, like just kind of like school environment, but something really I mean, I think it was kind of starting to change because even like when they were in middle school, all of a sudden they got Chromebooks and I'd complain all the time, like, all I can see is like his assignment number. I can't see what you're like a title or nothing. All I see is Algebra 1, assignment 10.2. Like, what is it about? But that was like in middle school. I want to say the girls got Chromebooks in like fifth or sixth grade. Anyway, so that kind of ticked me off because they'd have I could never see anything. Anyway, but his class, I mean, there was some kind of weird things that would happen with like the kids in his class, but it the differences I think between the class of 2020 or his was 2021 and the class of 2024, which is what my girls are in, the kids that are in the high school, just in that period of time, plus I'm sure after that, they're just weird. Like the girls had way more social weirdness going on, not with them specifically, but like with the stories that they would tell me of kids like in the middle school and stuff that my son never, I mean, like I said, there was some weirdness, but not the degree. And I fear for what's coming down the pike. That's for sure. Because at least when they started having kind of weird things happening in the schools, like with socially or with other kids or whatever, at least they were in middle school by then. Like the elementary school is still pretty normal, but who knows what's coming down the pike now. Ugh. Kids yeah. Yeah. You know what? Again, my book behind me, that I got like a year and a half ago.
Good to go.
But you know what?
Dr. Torres, would a person with multiple personalities refer to themselves as I when describing the actions that a different personality
Good
carried
question.
out?
I have something.
I
to
don't
say.
think so.
Remind me. Iodine.
And let me know if you need the exhibit for this. And I'm sorry, it's late Friday and I'm not even sure if you were the witness that had this exhibit, but that's where we're going to start. We were shown how the defendant performed the clock test well on the first competency test. We were told she performed the same test poorly on the second competency test. And I think you were asked the question about, were you aware of the test that was done by Dr. Lewis? Is that right?
Yes, we gave the clock drawing. Oh,
Is there more?
Yes, there is. I just wanted to make sure that we were thinking about the same thing.
Yes.
Why would the same test be used twice when the first one could train the defendant how to perform or not perform on the second?
Okay. I'm just going to say a little bit to clarify this situation, but during our initial competency evaluation, we gave a brief cognitive screener to see if there were any cognitive problems on it, which is where that clock drawing came in. And she did it fine with us. I don't think the issue of the clock drawing comes up again until Dr. Lewis's evaluations, meaning I don't recall that Dr. Grimmett gave that specific test or knowing any results associated with a clock drawing test there.
I always watched this attorney here. He's bouncing.
And in Dr. Lewis's administration of that specific test, the clock came out very different and looks impaired. In terms of why would the same test be given, at this point in time, we would have given that test sometime in 2020. So ostensibly, Dr. Lewis would have given it at some time in 2022. And I think I noted that we gave a cognitive screener, but that test specifically is supposed to be sensitive to issues of brain impairment or some sort of brain dysfunction. If something had happened in between 2020 and 22, like a substantial head injury, it could impact the results on that particular test. But to answer the question more specifically, why would we give the same sort of test at two different times? Depending on the test, sometimes the person might respond differently. So for example, we talked about the MMPIs being administered multiple times, 3 times in this case across the years. That test is more sensitive to what is going on with the person right now. So you could give it last year and you could give it this year and get different results depending upon what's happening with the person if they're receiving treatment. With cognitive tests, those tend to be more stable across time in terms of any issues associated with deficits. But like I said, if something is happening or if something has happened, it can change the results on the test from one administration to the next. And we even see it with issues of severe psychosis. Somebody who's acutely mentally ill with severe psychosis might perform cognitively worse, get treatment, and then perform cognitively better. So there is benefit to giving it at different times.
All right. And then I'm going to rephrase this question a little bit. But let's assume that you believe everything that the defendant has told you and everything that she said in her story. So you're not looking at, I guess, correlating information or anything like that. The question is, if you believe everything the defendant said in her story, would you diagnose the defendant with dissociative identity disorder?
Just basing it off of her self-report?
That seems to be the question, yes.
I think I still would not, because the way that she describes creating the personalities, being able to have some sort of control switching between worlds, to me, that is inconsistent with the nature of a dissociative identity disorder being something that is involuntary, overwhelming, and uncontrollable.
I will allow reasonable follow-up to those questions only. Prosecution?
Briefly, Your Honor.
That was good.
You don't know why Dr. Lewis administered that cognitive thinking test.
I don't know why.
Consult with her prior to her doing that?
No,
Did you ever consult with her?
we never spoke with her specifically. We just read her report and saw some of the testing and watched the videos.
Yeah, dictatorship world.
Defense?
That's kind of what was happening.
Whether or not somebody with dissociative identity disorder could refer to themselves as I when relaying information that another personality did. wouldn't that be somewhat conditioned on that individual and how that disease is presenting themselves in that person?
I suppose it's possible, but whenever I hear somebody say
Unlikely.
I assume they are talking about themselves.
Oh, hi, absurd
And
bee.
then lastly, the question, if you took as face value everything that she said, I understand some of the stuff would be inconsistent with DID and not having control, but at least in relationship to how she described Maria, the Maria personality, that would be more consistent with somebody who had DID, in that she said she did not have control of Maria or access to Maria's memories.
I would be looking at the whole presentation as opposed to just a part of it.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Torres. You can step down.
Thank you. My excuse.
God.
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Thank you.
I have to read this. That
Suppose I
Lisa
should
girl,
ask,
the one
you're
that
under
had
subpoena by the
disappointing
attorneys,
comment earlier.
prosecution?
She says the most disappointing part about the Letitia
All
Stokes
right,
trial
defense?
today is the
Okay,
fact that I
yep,
didn't get
you
to
are.
see Letitia Stokes
Thank you, ma'am.
projectile vomit all over Josh Tellini and Will Cook.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our weekend break. Again, I'm going to go through the long instruction that you're probably
Oh,
tired of, but I want to keep
please-
reminding you of it
Please
because
go
it's
through it
important.
very quickly, sir.
You have probably already guessed that there has been some media or public interest in this case. You must guard against exposure to the media or interaction with others because you will be required to decide this case based on the evidence presented and the instructions that I give you. Again, you can tell your friends and family
I
that
was gonna
you are on
say,
this jury and how long you think it will go. You can ask for their help in avoiding exposure to
talking
stories or even
about-
opinions from others regarding this case, but you cannot otherwise discuss anything about this
so
case with
dictatorship or-
anyone.
Oh, no.
And you should not
with
listen to
Polly
any
Pollywog.
opinions regarding this case from anyone
You
else.
said,
If someone asks
well,
you
why
why,
think
just
the
tell them
weirdness
that's what the
associ-
judge
or
told
escalated
you.
in the past
That
5
puts the burden on
years.
me and not on you.
And
You can still blog
yeah,
or communicate with others,
like
just
I
not
said,
about this case.
Sort of kind of
You
happening.
can't do any blogging about your
with
jury
my
experience
son
or
when this
communication with other jurors.
2021.
You can still
like,
watch TV. You can
I
go
feel
on
like
the internet. You can
just
still do your
barely
Amazon
escaped
shopping,
the
except
really
for DSM-5.
weirdness of my
If
daughter's
anything regarding this
of
case comes up
2024.
through your feed, change the
And,
channel, turn the page, do not give it any attention. You are
I
not allowed
think-
to look at,
yeah,
read,
so then
consult, or use any
dictatorship
material
folks
of any
said I was
kind,
meaning the
including
kids
any
being gay,
newspapers,
trans,
magazines,
normalized in
television, and
schools.
radio broadcasts,
That's exactly what
dictionaries,
happened when
medical,
they were in
scientific,
6th and 7th
technical,
grade.
religious, or law books or
6th, 7th,
materials,
and
or
8th
the
is middle
internet in connection
school.
with your jury service.
But
I want
like,
to emphasize
know,
that
we
you
were
must
gonna
not
dance
seek
or
or
something. Two of
receive
my
any information
daughters
about this
were in
case from the
dance
internet,
for many,
which
many
includes
years.
all social
All
networking,
3
Google,
were in dance
Wikipedia
for 1 year,
blogs,
but
and
that's a
other
story for
websites.
another day.
You simply are not allowed to do any research of any kind
But
about
they
this
were going
case
to
or this kind of
school,
case.
and then they
So with
said,
that, if we can
this
have
one girl
everyone
that we
back
knew
in the
through
jury
dance,
room at 9 o'clock
she
on
said,
Monday
"Oh,
morning,
well,
we should be able to
she's
start
like
on time at that point.
bisexual." Or no,
Um,
Abby was in the Abby.
Have a good weekend.
Abby
All
was in
rise
the
for the jury,
kitchen,
please.
and I was in the laundry room. There's like a door in between, but you can obviously hear through. And she was on FaceTime with someone and said, "Oh yeah, so she's I heard she's bisexual." And like Abby was in 6th grade. And so I like opened the door. I opened the door to the laundry room into the kitchen. I'm like, "Who are you talking to? What is this about?" And she's like, "Oh, mom, it's no big deal." And I'm thinking, okay, you're in like 6th grade and this is what you're talking about.
Thank you. May
So
all
we
be
had a
seated.
discussion like on the way
Record
to
should
and from
reflect the
dance
jury
like
has
that
left the
night or
courtroom.
whatever it was.
What are we looking
I
at
was
on
just
Monday?
completely flabbergasted.
We should just have our final
Oh,
witness
yeah,
on
there's
Monday,
a bunch
Judge.
of people
Okay, how
that
long
are
do you think that'll
like
take?
What's that?
How long do you
pan
think
or
that will take?
some weird
It'll
shit.
take a
I was
chunk
like,
of
"Oh my
time. There's
God."
quite a
Okay.
bit of territory that we need to cover.
But not the whole day?
Hopefully not.
Okay.
And then
I just need to, do they need to have their expert ready to go on Monday or? Okay.
Yeah, I think if
think it was
I think we'll be able to tell by the time we
yes.
break for lunch
You had said
whether
something
we're going to
about
get to that,
teaching us
and
since we
obviously
know
we'll
there were
coordinate with them too
treatments.
on
Okay.
Here's
timing.
another weird
All right.
thing.
Okay. That'll be,
So, I
and she's going to be
know-
staying here, right?
I at least I
Okay.
think I remember.
Okay,
With
so
you in
that should be fine.
dictatorship
Okay.
world
All right,
is
then we will
called
see
old
everybody on
Intel
Monday. You
board,
can leave
17
everything here
board.
if you want to do
And,
that. It's up to you. The courtroom will be
I know when
closed
the
and
whole
locked.
Rona thing happened, like,
Um,
everybody was on board. X22,
Go ahead.
SGT report, and we know, like,
All except for one.
we kind of all knew what was going on, like up your zinc, up your vitamin D,
Is that-
start
Is that
taking
the
what was it,
statutory language that's based on the one? Yeah.
forget.
Okay.
That's good. We can talk
But,
about that later.
Right.
Just see the report.
C,
Heads up on
zinc,
scheduling. I don't think
D.
we're gonna need-
Okay. The other thing that I want to talk
can't
about,
'cause I got three
or
things going on.
get a better idea as we get
It's in the
closer.
cupboard now,
I'm not going to put
quercetin.
limitations, time limitations on this,
Quercetin is
except
like
for,
the,
I'm probably, and I know neither side, even came
No,
close to using the
zinc is
time
the
that I gave them
bullet
for opening statements. I
and
understand that. and I
quercetin is
understand
the
we're at a
gun.
different place
so
now.
they say zinc is
So I'm
wonderful
not going to
for,
put
like,
time limitations
protecting
on,
yourself,
but
in order to
I
get
most
zinc
likely would
to
interrupt
infect
you
yourself,
somewhere after
this might
90
be a
minutes
little
because I don't want the
actually
jury
or
sitting
an
there.
opportunity to
So
turn your
we may
state.
have to figure out a
So
reasonable
quercetin
break
is
or
like
something like
the
that.
gun
I
that
guess-
shoots the zinc into the infected cells.
I don't know how
And
many I'm
Dr.
speaking
Lee
on.
Merrick
Like, fairness
was on
with
with,
rebuttal,
she's actually quoted in the book too. She
you know,
was on
they
with
do
Dr. Dave
theirs, and I
Janda.
might then,
So like
you know,
right at the
rebuttal
very
is, you know,
beginning,
hours.
I knew it was kind of
Right.
bunk. And also,
and I don't know
my
how to
grandma was a
follow.
nutritionist, so we're always really good about taking our vitamins.
We have
and
that
minerals
issue in every single case where
and
there's not
eating
time
this
limits.
post-school
And
get
as you know,
like
my
gluten
typical practice
addiction.
is to put time
I don't know
limits
what it is.
on everybody, but
Um,
I also understand that
and
this length of case is
also
rare.
that I remember it was that summer,
And
early summer,
we're at
because my brother had
I don't
gotten
know
a,
what,
positive
somewhere in the mid 700s for
DA
exhibits.
because he's a veteran.
I
And
also, I frankly am going to have to figure out some
I
logistical
was
issues
like
because
on the internet
we
all
can't
day
get all
long
of this
trying to
back in the jury
figure,
room and get the
um,
jurors in the jury
what
room.
is it, the PCR test
So
everybody has?
probably what I'll
And I
do
said, "Mom, this
is
is not right. This test
put
is
the
not
exhibits
designed for
in
this."
one room, the
Yeah,
jurors in another, and they can get
Alzheimer's.
whatever they want to get to take back with
I
them
remember
to
reading
the jury room.
something
The
as
other
early as
issue
like
that
June,
I will need
of
to
how the Rona affected people by
advanced problem
blood
solver at least be aware of
and come to find
is
out
I think everybody
that
knows that when we get
type
closer to
O
where the closing
blood,
arguments are going to
which is
be
what
and
I
the
am,
verdict,
are basically immune.
we're going to
And
have
then
more crowd control issues.
A,
I also
I
want to
think, is the
know
most
what other family from
susceptible
either
to
side may be here.
it, I think.
As per my other order,
Anyway, so
family will have priority over anybody else.
I just figured
And then we
I
will,
was
so
immune.
I'm
But
going to
I
need some
was
help
also
from the attorneys
too,
to give me
like,
some
if
idea
we're all
about
gonna
how to
take all
manage
of our
all of that
vitamins,
in
and don't be afraid of
um,
it. You're young, nothing bad's gonna happen. You know,
may
you are
need to
forever.
draw on other
I'm just
resources.
stalling,
So
waiting for
anyway,
stop
that's
talking.
just, those are logistical concerns that I have, but we can talk about it as we get closer to that.
Yeah, just initial thoughts on that. I think the space that we had reserved at the very beginning
Yeah,
of trial for
these are
family
polywog.
probably will be sufficient, but we'll check with them to
So
make sure that
zinc
we have a
is
good handle on,
wonderful.
Okay.
at least from a
It
victim
prote-
standpoint, who
it
will be here
provides a
and can give you that
bubble
information.
You're talking
around
about the
cells.
opening statement.
But
Yeah,
if
Okay.
your cells are
All right. All right.
infected,
And defense,
the
let me
zinc
know.
can't
And then
penetrate the cells
we will go
that's
from there.
infected to clear out the infection without the quercetin.
So,
So the
and my
analogy
guess
is
is if there's
then
not a whole lot of
that
change in the instructions,
zinc is
I
the
bet I get
bullet
through them
that you
in
need
40,
quercetin
45 minutes,
gun to
something
shoot
like that.
I would guess.
into
So that gives you
cells
a
to, like,
pretty good, decent part of the
get in there.
day. As I said, I'm not going to put time limits on. It'd be nice to get everything done before the
Okay, so
lunch hour so that the, not ever had
I'll
one.
have this down.
I can't think of one that I've ever had where
Oh, my
I've broken
hair.
up
Yeah.
the
Well, it's
closing
always super
arguments with
dark
lunch
when she
somewhere in
first
between,
does
but
it,
we
and
may
then
end
I
up
have to
having to
wait
do
like
that
2
simply
days and
because
wash
that's
it
the way
so it's
that it
not getting
is.
this dark.
So just be aware of that.
I look like a grape.
Okay, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Hey, Judge. Okay, weekend.
Who's GSP? I don't know. A new. Oh, Absurd Beats is a musician slash music producer. You should subscribe to his channel. He's got one. I don't know how many of you are as old as I am, but one of them reminds me of the Dead Kennedys. Pause to talk. Pause to stream. We can't hear. Oh, you can't hear me? Oh, well, too bad. My back hurts. See, I don't know. zinc, quercetin. Yeah, quercetin and bromelade. Bromelade is, isn't that from, pineapple? Vitamin C, D3, yep. Then those are two haven't been sick, yeah. Oh, there's this little powder I put in my drink, my water, and it's, zinc, vitamin C, D3. I love it. It's like lemon lime. And actually, just make sure your mic volume is louder than the cord. Yeah, well, I have a rib out in my back. So several years ago, when my son was actually a baby, I was at my brother's house, and he lives in like what we in America call them ramblers, but his was like a split level rambler. So to go on the basement, you'd go down like a half a flight of stairs, and there'd be a landing, and you go down another half a flight of stairs. And I was staying with
Before
him
we were using
when my son was
Monday.com, our
just
team
a
was
little
drowning in work.
baby. He was just
Our
so
days
wee
used to
little
split between
boy.
work and managing work,
And
but Monday.com just took
uh, my brother was at the neighbor's house. My brother was at the neighbor's house. My son was downstairs. I just put my son down in his little pack and play for nighttime, and I went upstairs to grab something to eat. I didn't remember what it was. And I had the TV on in the guest room I was staying in, and Law and Order was on. So if you remember Law and Order, at the beginning, it's like dun dun, and like you have to catch the very beginning. So I had my food. I was making my food in the kitchen, but I wanted to catch the beginning because if you don't catch the beginning of Law and Order, you miss the whole story. So I heard dun dun. So I'm like, oh crap. And I started running down the stairs. And when I started going down the stairs, I like grabbed the handrail. So it was like the handrail was on the left side to go, and then you go down, and then you go down again. And his house was kinda old and I guess a little rickety or whatever, but this whole, railing gave out, and I fell down to the bottom of the bottom stairs on my back. Like, I just you put your weight on like a stair railing, and so I went, boom," and I broke or not all the way broke, but I fractured, like, kinda like upper mid back right next to the spine, and every once in a while, um, if I don't take care of myself, that rib will go out, and it is so painful. And it just sticks until I can get in and get it put back in. My grandpa was a chiropractor, so sometimes I can get it back in if I, bring the inflammation down and kinda roll on my little rolly doodad. Anyway, it feels like I'm being stabbed, and it's been like that all day. So, anyway. Uh, yeah, so if you couldn't hear what I had to say before, I'm not gonna repeat it. You're gonna have to just bear with me till next time. Alright, well, thanks, everyone. I'm gonna go relax. Uh, so, um, so this is the end, just a small little recap. This is the oh no, I have this rolly thing. It's well, it's out of my I don't want to go get it, but it's for your back. You roll on it, and I just like I said, my grandpa was a chiropractor, and if I can't get it back in, and one of my very best high school friends is a chiropractor, and he'll adjust me for free. So, um, if it gets real bad, and it doesn't usually I just have to bring the inflammation down and roll on my rolly. Anyway, so I'm not worried, but the sitting in this chair all day is just something else. Um, what was I saying? Oh, so this was the last witness for the state, and the cross is done. So come Monday morning, it's going to be the defense is going to begin putting on their defense. Now, from what I gathered, from what the judge has said, late last week and then early this week, I think they only have one or two witnesses, and perhaps like I heard Exhibit A, but I don't know if there's anything beyond that. So, alrighty then. Guess what I'm doing this weekend? Nothing. I'm tired. All right. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. And Dictatorship World and Patriot Polywog, it's so nice to see you again. And Absurd Beats, he was my guest on Wednesday. And if you guys have a chance, make sure to subscribe to his Rumble channel. He's got some interesting stuff on there. And then he was my guest on Wednesday. Very smart. And we actually, if you want to catch the last like half hour, 45 minutes or so of Wednesday's live stream, we kind of went down a few rabbit holes. And actually, I mentioned to Dictatorship World earlier that after that Wednesday rabbit hole, it'd be kind of fun to like do a live stream on, one day per week, like a Saturday or I don't know, Sunday night or something, and just have like a panel of like a couple, 2, 3 rabbit holers. Just like pick a topic and just go, because that's exactly what happens. So anyway, all right, me and my gray pair are going to go lay down. So thank you very much, everyone. We're slowly growing. We're now at 31, which is more than I had the beginning of the week. Rumble still won't let me live stream direct. I don't know what the hell. I thought once I reached that magical number 25, I was going to be able to just hit the go button and then go into like some studio and just, hit the go button. But apparently, I don't know what the heck. So, well, anyway, thank you so much. And next week should be our last week together. We'll write a strongly worded letter, to them. Yeah, I thought it was 25. And then when I got to the 25, I looked it up and then it said 100. And then I don't know. I don't understand. Okay, people. Have a wonderful weekend. Make sure to get caught up on Dictatorship World and Polywog. If you didn't watch Glenn Beck's Wednesday night special, you should watch it. I sent it to Absurd Beats because that was right after our rabbit hole discussion. But his Wednesdays, he always does a 1-hour Wednesday show, and it was on conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. It was fabulous. Yeah. All right, people. Oh, there's the dancing banana. Thanks for showing me where that is. I'm going to do that cat. Now I got that song. I got that song in my head. You know what one I'm talking about with the bongos? And then the cat. And then Trump comes in and dances. And once in a while, it's that little Japanese girl doing her little fitness thing. It's funny. All right, people. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm going to probably do Monday's live stream also at a 3-hour delay because the 4-hour delay the other day was way off. And today the 3-hour was about right. So we'll just do 1 o'clock. We'll do 3-hour. Okay, goodbye.